Gotham. For the crime fighters of yesterday and tomorrow. Bruce Wayne drove to Bristol, but not to his mansion. Bane had killed Alfred and the Joker had stolen the Wayne family fortune. The days of Wayne Manor and the Batcave were over. Bruce Wayne worked at Batman Inc. all day, and at night he retired to the Bristol Cemetery, arriving at 6 p.m. As the sun goes down on the three islands of Gotham, he enters the mausoleum and activates the secret entrance to his Batcave. Duke Thomas is already there, getting the systems ready on the Batcomputer. Bruce takes a shower and gets into his costume. The colony of bats, brought from the original Batcave, are waking up. The night shift is commencing. The next 12 hours will be hectic. Batman will be on patrol, as he has been doing for the last 20 years. He warms up on the cave's gym, under the masonry arches of the repurposed underground station under the cemetery. It was created for the Civil War, then mobsters used its tunnels and ample space for the business of illegal liquor during Prohibition. Batman has relocated his original cave for this one, after losing the Wayne family fortune and its properties. His resolve found a way to make Batman work after losing his money in Wayne Enterprises. Using his last corporate assets, he has turned his one-man war on crime into an unorthodox institution of policing by using every favor he could call on. Batman Incorporated is a private para-police company sharing security duties with the Gotham City Police Department. The islands of Uptown and Downtown, north and south of Midtown, call 711 in case of emergency instead of 911. Patrol Robins and Detective Robins go about the business of keeping Gothamites safe, their numbers recruited from GCPD and other police agencies. Bruce Wayne is the CEO and Batman his intelligence division chief. Batman's family forms part of the corporate infrastructure. Duke Thomas, for example, is finance department chief. Dick Grayson is communications officer, Jason Todd oversees Batman Incorporated's SWAT team, Tim Drake is chief of detectives, Jean-Paul Valley is patrol services bureau captain, Cassandra Cain the personnel and training bureau captain, Luke Fox the chief of staff, Barbara Gordon the internal affairs chief of detectives and oversees the criminal investigation lab, and Harper Row the chief of administrative services division. Batman called on his numerous supporters in American politics to grant Batman Inc. the authority to patrol, investigate, and punish crime over the much-maligned GCPD. As Batman quickly discovered, no one wanted to defend the honor of the police department that could never handle supercriminals, and everyone was on the side of the man who killed Darkseid and saved the world dozens of times over. Batman is unpopular with Gotham's politicians, but they in turn are despised on the national and international level. The GCPD has managed to keep Midtown for themselves, as well as the subway system, but the district attorneys and the Justice Department much prefers to work with people Batman trusts. Batman checks the inventory on his utility belt. His life depends on it. Batarangs, tools, electrical devices, explosives, smoke bombs, first aid kit, glue grenades, he even keeps a piece of kryptonite with him. He began working on it by the age of 13, even before Bruce had the idea for the Batman. The secret goes beyond miniaturization, to a method of order that keeps thousands of items readily available. He has relied on his utility belt for 20 years, by now his fingers explore every nook and cranny with expertise. The pouches, concealed between his body and the hard surface of the belt, carry a GPS locator and two-way radio to the Batcave where Duke keeps an eye on him, his operator seeing through the cowl's cameras. Once he has made sure he can trust his life to his belt, then he tries out his gadgets. These tools were originally created by Batman from spare parts, but now Cord Industries keeps him well supplied. The Bat Claw, a device that shoots a claw attached to a retractable line, can be magnetically attached to the belt, same as the grapple gun. These two devices shoot a retractable line, but the grapple gun can not only shoot a claw that buries itself in a solid surface, it can also retract the line with such strength that Batman can be pulled away. He has gone a long way since he used a rope attached to a batarang. Batman knows that Alfred is watching him from heaven with a smile, his death at the hands of Bane forced him to rearrange his infrastructure and rethink his strategy on his war on crime. Duke Thomas, Signal as his superhero friends call him, jumped to the opportunity of staying by his side in the Batcomputer. Batman referred to Alfred's death as the final growing up to Duke. Bruce wasn't left all alone in the world, his kids stand by him. Duke lets them know that Batman is getting ready. Damian Wayne, who Batman has left aside on Batman Inc.'s corporate structure for reason of his young age, is already dressed as Chief Robin and stands by to patrol with his father on the Batmobile a few hours from now. The following 12 hours have been meticulously planned and Batman checks the issues on the docket with Duke. Batwing and Batmobile ready to go, full tank, says Duke. Ted Kord, the Blue Beetle, has gifted Batman with a plane, the Batwing, and a new Batmobile. Batboy has woken up, I left them a couple of plates of fruit, says Duke. Good, tonight he'll be deployed into the battlefield, says Batman. The black fruit bat is Batman's latest pet, he has trained him to call him with a whistle and uses him to scare the superstitious criminal element. Who's a good soldier? Asks Batman to his pet as he climbs onto his hands, strawberry half devoured in his mouth. The creature screeches and looks up, his colony is flying from one end of the Batcave to the other, from the tunnels to the cemetery's cliff entrance. Batman checks his car one last time. The trunk is designed to hold over 50 live bats. Making an entrance is always important. 20 years is a long time, but even though much has changed, the element is still fearful, still a superstitious cowardly lot. Batman's enemies have changed over the decades. Scarecrow, for example, was found manufacturing his fear toxin in Syria and the CIA abducted him and placed him in a black site. Joker is on the run. Everyone wants him dead. After he killed 5,000 Gothamites, everyone has decided that, much like Osama bin Laden, he needs killing and his body needs to be dumped into the ocean never to be seen again. Two-Face gave up on redemption. Harvey Dent is gone, he got skin grafts and disappeared, keeping a low profile with a brand new hustle. The Court of Owls are considered a terrorist organization and any members, or suspected members, get their bank accounts frozen and are investigated by Homeland Security in a holding facility. That does little to stop them from owning Midtown, its buildings, and its policies. They no longer parade their costumed assassins, they use new methods in Gotham's Chamber of Commerce to keep their billionaire businesses without media attention. They have never been more powerful. The GCPD, deeply infiltrated by the Court of Owls, among other groups, have prohibited Batman from patrolling Midtown, although the strategy is mostly ignored by Batman. The Secret Society of Supervillains, or SSS, is active in Gotham, staying in business with the Italian Mafia. La Cosa Nostra has never been as powerful as today. After a long and terrible gang war with the Russian Mafia, the crime families of Gotham have successfully pushed the Russians out and now tax the drug business, the drug sellers, the drug manufacturers, the people that store it and the people that move it. La Cosa Nostra doesn't touch drugs, but it touches everyone that does and demands a tribute. The business has expanded in ways impossible to the New York rivals. Gotham's corruption keeps them well financed and there's movement behind the scenes. Beyond the streets, La Cosa Nostra is allying themselves with new players. The Batwing takes off from a tunnel to an exit in the cliffs of Bristol. The jet-propelled vehicle can hover over Batman and keeps a wide net open under its wings. That way Batman can shoot his grapple gun into the air and the vehicle's net catches it, allowing Batman the possibility of traveling between islands. He enjoys spreading his cape and flying off from the jet. The city is beautiful when seen from that perspective. Worth fighting for. Batman flies over the Atlantic and reaches uptown in a minute. It hides among the clouds, the loud sound disguised over the noisy islands where 25 million people work, live, suffer, and die. All systems in green, informs Duke. Batman's cowl includes two small screens in the slits of the eyes. They allow for infrared cameras, night vision, and heat vision. He cycles through the settings until he is satisfied. It is 6:59 p.m., Thursday 23 of April. said Batman in a clear voice for the Batcomputer's files. Initiating Uptown Patrol now. The massive engine roared. Batman engaged the roaming routines and without thinking it twice he climbed out of the Batwing and glided through the air like a giant bat. He landed on the rooftops of the Bowery, in a part of town known as the Cauldron. The night was young, still shy and virginal, with the hanging promise of dark deeds. 3 in 10 Gothamites are connected to crime as gang members in one group or another. Office work had ended, traffic got dense and slow, people were in their way home or to a theater, cinema, bar, restaurant, or bus depot. They needed all the protection of patrolling Robins, and since that wasn't enough, they also had Batman keeping an eye on them from the rooftops. He spotted the first customer of the night. A name and file description popped up next to his face in the cowl screens as he glanced upward to the buildings that, from that perspective, seemed to bend into a pool of darkness. Kenta E. Bryant, with a knife in his back pocket to give himself courage and a long metal tool to break into the car from the window. Batman descended 12 stories, almost floating down, his cape a billowing mass of black. He kept to the darkness and advanced silently. The thief was forcing the Nissan Altima's security lock when suddenly Batman slammed him against the car with such ferocity that the alarm blasted on. Batman took him from the back, raised him above his head and tossed him to the trash on the sidewalk a few feet from the car. "Tagged," said Duke on his earpiece. That meant that a patrolman Robin was on his way to arrest him and a file had been opened on the attempted robbery. Batman placed the plastic zip ties on his wrists and ankles. He quickly shot the grapple gun and disappeared from the scene. He was needed elsewhere. Batman traversed the rooftops keeping watch on the streets. Every now and then there was a suspicious character walking towards a couple, or a family, or a lone woman with grocery bags, and Batman would toss a batarang near the suspect, letting him know that he was there and was watching over the people. He reached Park Row, where his parents had been murdered in Crime Alley, and studied the gangbangers and scumbags wandering aimlessly. Residential uptown had seen better days. Park Row, as well as the Bowery, had been considered, once upon a time, as the best places to be in the American Atlantic at the start of the 20th century. Disrepair and corruption kept those places falling apart. The good people had moved as soon as they could. Now the residents of Park Row had to deal with gangs and roving bands of scumbags. Every single one of them paid their dues to La Cosa Nostra. There was always some sharp-suited Italian goon receiving money-filled envelopes from this small fry criminals. The distance microphones on his ears picked up the screaming and he ran towards it. In Crime Alley, where Thomas and Martha Wayne had been killed, a delivery person was struggling with his attacker. The criminal had been beating him with a baseball bat. There were maybe $20 worth of loot on him, but that didn't stop the criminal from bashing his head in. The delivery person dropped to the ground and yelled as loud as he could as he saw his attacker raise the baseball bat. He never got to hit him. Batman grabbed the bat away and in a matter of seconds landed 6 punches on the attacker, who became disoriented enough to let Batman perform an uppercut and launch the criminal on the air and finally on the pavement. "Are you all right?" asked Batman, helping the delivery person on his feet. "Tagged," said Duke Thomas. "Thank you," said the delivery person who never got the chance to see his benefactor all that well. Uptown had less skyscrapers than Midtown, and most of its buildings had an Art Deco motif, often combining it with Gothic details, like gargoyles, in a mix that is often referred to as dark deco. Batman used the taller buildings as jump stations, gliding through department complexes, overpasses, and bridges. His ears picked up everything and an AI sifted through the audio in search of specific words and voices. He could hear conversations blocks away, whispered secrets under a bridge between 2 hobos or in the dimly lighted parks. He kept his ear to the ground and could be up to date on the clandestine comings and goings of Gotham. He spotted the liquor store cowboy from above, walking through the traffic of Sheldon Park, gun in hand. He had a mask over his head and seemed nervous or under the influence of an intoxicant. Batman dropped 5 stories down and landed on top of his shoulders, slumping him to the ground in an instant. The gun fell to the concrete. Batman saw his terror-filled eyes. He removed the mask and slammed his cowl against his face. "Tagged," said Duke. Batman looked at the liquor store. There were 4 combat veterans buying liquor with open carry. "Just saved your life, parasite," growled Batman on top of his victim before dropping a smoke grenade and disappearing. The criminal was left broken and zipped on the ground, violently coughing through the smoke. Robin will be there in 5 minutes. "He can't walk right now, maybe for a couple of months in fact," said Duke over the earpiece. Batman heard the car alarm and calculated 2 blocks. Duke searched the municipal camera system. A red Toyota Camry. Suspect obstructed from view. "Not gonna be long, he knows what he is doing," said Duke. Batman tossed a few batarangs against the carjacker. He was caught by surprise and almost fell to the ground. He wanted to run, but it was too late. Batman was coming at him, kicking him in the face. "Tagged. Robin will be there in 5. said Duke. Batman went through his personal effects, had a lighter from a bar called the Alibi. It was on his route. That was where he was extorted from. The car was a way to pay for his right to be a criminal. Batman kept moving towards Miller Harbor on the east side of Uptown. He was amped up, the night was starting in full, he was ready. Ira Baldwin, low-level criminal, was robbing a car in plain view, in an avenue a block from Cape Carmine. He thought he could do it under 4 minutes. The owner of the car was stunned and moved slowly. The criminal pointed the gun to his head to make him move faster. The gun disappeared from his hand. He turned around and faced the Batman. Ira wanted to say something, but never got the chance. Batman kicked him in the groin and slammed his fists against the back of his head when he folded in pain. Ira was blacked out. The owner of the car thanked Batman and he was on his way. Not a moment to lose, he thought, not a moment to waste. Not anymore. We have a tip incoming, informed Duke. A pawn shop is being broken into in Otisburg, behind the Knights Dome Stadium. Batman shot his grapple gun up and pressed the button to be swept away into the plane, and in a few moments, he was above the stadium, gliding down. Wind batting against his face. He could see 3 people outside jimmying the lock of the metal curtain. Ski masks. Tools on a duffel bag. Batman landed on the light pole and tossed small metallic cubes. Those were glue grenades, and when they hit their target, they exploded, covering the 3 men in a tan viscous substance that was surprisingly firm and sticky. "Oh fuck, it's Batman," said one of the 3. 2 of them wanted to surrender, but the third was too consumed with panic and wanted to run away at all costs. Batman knocked him out with 1 punch. "Robin's incoming 7 minutes away," said Duke. Batman used a razor-sharp batarang to get the thieves free and searched them. All 3 were associated with the mob. B&E specialists. Cat burglars. "Why couldn't you just let us be in peace, you insufferable prick?" opined one of them. Batman slapped him, which he didn't expect, and the effect was so complete that a small tear swelled up in his eyes. "Don't make me give you a beating with your own belt," warned Batman. There were no more comments. The uniformed Robins, in black, red and yellow, arrived to pick them up. Batman didn't take his eyes away from them for a second. He would see them again, he was sure of it. Next time it would be brutal, broken bones instead of slaps. Searing pain instead of shame. A block from there he spotted a suspicious individual shadowing a woman's purse. She didn't notice him when she crossed the street towards the subway station. Batman tossed a smoke grenade and, in the confusion, took down the mugger. When the smoke cleared and she stopped coughing, the guy was zipped on the ground crying. Audio artificial intelligence detected shots fired in the Narrows. "Sending the location to your screen now," informed Duke. Batman used the Batwing to close the gap. He didn't have much time to catch the perpetrator. He didn't want to wait for Tim Drake's detectives to solve it 3 months from now. Narrows had a new name, New Town. It was the same derelict district. A small contained favela. Brand new signs promising prosper futures contrasted to the same old poverty. Duke sent him the audio. He could hear 2 or 3 shots at least, followed by desperate running away. Batman descended a block from the shooting, following the only person who was running while carrying a gun. He kicked his back with such force that the perpetrator went flying against a double-parked Nissan. The gun had recently been fired. The panic in his eyes told him he was guilty. He mumbled nonsense and started to cry. He knew he would spend the rest of his life in prison. "Why?" asked Batman. "Why would you do it?" He continued to mumble, but eventually said, "They were going to testify against me in a month, I had to do it." Duke informed him that there were 2 dead bodies in an alleyway. A double homicide. There had been 80 murders in March. Batman wanted to tear him piece by piece, but instead kept him on the ground with his boot to his face until a patrolman came for him. He glided over the Narrows, overhearing the most heart-aching troubles from Gotham's poorest inhabitants. Made his way to the Hill, what once upon a time had been an affluent neighborhood on a hill with excellent view of Midtown's skyscrapers. The place was every bit as derelict as the Narrows. He noticed 2 men pushing a woman to an alley. They robbed her and pushed her around. She was in panic but didn't scream, and they thought they would have their fun with her. Batman broke a knee, then an arm. The 2 lowlifes ended on the floor screaming. She didn't say anything, just looked at Batman and ran for her life. He thought it was appropriate. After all, disaster usually followed him. The general citizenry of Gotham had a negative view of him, because even though he was cleaning Gotham, he also invited costumed criminals who would destroy city blocks just to get to him. It was seldom a positive thing to see the Batman in the flesh. That's why he kept to the shadows and the rooftops. The good people of Gotham had suffered enough at the hands of the costumed crowd. In the Bowery, a child was calling 711, he was overhearing a group of thugs outside his window. They were heavily armed and talked about killing another group of thugs that was looking for them. Duke got a hold of the call, transferred the audio to Batman. The murder-happy crew was getting ready to ambush their hated enemies in a narrow street. Batman didn't know how much time he had before the attack, and decided to act fast. He took down a goon silently and carried his limp body behind a small tower of boxes and trash bags. He moved to the second and was about to leave him incapacitated when the other group of thugs entered the ambush. Everything exploded and things happened fast. They didn't notice Batman, who had incapacitated 2 of them and was in the process of disarming another 2. The bullets started flying everywhere. He heard windows shatter and remembered the small child that had called 711. Batman went through the criminals, breaking knees and arms. Disarming and disorienting. Smoke grenades were used. Glue grenades and batarangs found their targets. It didn't last long, but by the time he had the second group of criminals under control, 11 people required medical assistance. The Robins got there first before the ambulances, but each carried first aid kits. "Boss, we got a problem. I'll patch you to the audio. The mic is in the stairwell of a garage in downtown, Old Gotham. Sounds like the sick freak is out again." Batman listened. A woman was being raped. His blood was boiling. He got onto the Batwing and traveled at maximum speed towards Old Gotham. He had suspected there was a gang of rapists in the area, using public garages as hunting grounds. He placed the microphone in that stairwell, like in half of Gotham, fearing the moment it would be useful. He hated rapists and was determined to find him. The blood-curdling screams ended and Batman was still on the air, locating the garage with his cowl's heat vision. The building had a few heat signatures, 4 in the 3rd floor and 2 on the stairs of the 1st floor. The pair of signatures separated. The rapist was on ground floor and moving to the exit. He would have to time it just right. He exited the Batwing through the trapdoor on the bottom. Using his cape he glided down at a tremendous speed and suddenly started pulling, slowing himself down as he crossed the building's roofs. After all, he didn't want to kill him, and when he saw the suspect leave the building, Batman assumed position, boots first, and aimed for his back. The blow was so strong, the criminal's head bounced front and back several times before landing on the ground, cheek first. He wasn't getting up anytime soon. Batman made sure he was alive, noted he was breathing with some difficulty, and made for the parking structure. The victim was still there in the stairwell, shaking and crying, sitting down on a step. She was gathering strength to call 911. She seemed to hesitate, and Batman, appearing from the darkness, said, "Please call the emergency line, give a statement. He's knocked unconscious outside the garage. The Robins are coming to get him and start the process to get him locked up. Don't let him get away." She was startled. He had come out of nowhere, and after the shock she thought about it and called. Batman gave her a thumbs up. "You're strong, you'll make it through this." She remained collected for enough time to call the emergency services and walked down the stairs. Batman accompanied her to the exit. She saw her assailant on the ground, clutching his chest and trying not to pass out. She asked what he did to him, to which Batman answered, "I jumped off a jet plane and kicked him in the back." He's in shock. She didn't understand what Batman had said, thought he meant he stepped out of his car and kicked him, but didn't say anything about it. She thanked him, told him her name, Luciana. The Robins arrived and Batman bid her farewell, shooting the grapple gun into a nearby rooftop and disappearing. Where does he go? Luciana thought, is he everywhere? Batman had hit that rapist at 80 km/h, his spine is irreparably shattered. Not counting the organ bruising, at the very least. He was going to be pinned down to a bed with metallic braces on his head, arms, and legs. The medical team would have to recreate a spine using iron, nails, and ingenuity. He would be pinned down, looking at the ceiling and lights, not feeling his limbs, incapable of moving his neck because it pretty much doesn't exist anymore. Without sensory input and bored out of his mind until desperation leads to life-altering mental anguish. Day after day, week after week, season after season, summer turns into winter, turns into summer, year after year, decade after decade, until, inevitably, he dies or miraculously his spine is manufactured and installed. The jury many times find rapists not guilty if the DNA wasn't handled right, for example. Violent offenders often beat the charges, it was a fact of the Gotham courts. A verdict of guilty or not guilty would only change the color of the ceiling and the brightness of the lights. Batman wasn't a sheriff, he was a military commander in a war on crime by any means. His latest weapon was an institution based on his merit and favor, an army of legal soldiers assisted by his superhero friends. They couldn't get them all, some scurry their way back into the battlefield, those Batman destroyed, like this rapist, taken out of the board entirely, no longer a factor. Batman was an engine of war. Batman checked the time, 8 p.m., it was downtown's turn now. He canvassed the Upper West Side, the Gothic bustling business area. Buildings, 100 stories up, cozied up to smaller structures in a patchwork of urbanism. In an alley he heard a commotion, a mugging. The criminal was beating an old man. He used the dull-bladed batarangs to stop him. Got close enough and gave him a beating that ended with an uppercut. The old man got back up and thanked Batman. He had lived in Gotham all his life, he had seen it all, from the earthquake to the blackest night and even the multiversal threat of death metal. He knew Batman was on his side and even smiled at him, saying, "The cockroaches keep coming out at night, Bats, you gotta teach them to do it at daytime." Home alarm went off in the Diamond District. "You're closer than the patrolman," said Duke. Batman glided to the Diamond District, where tall buildings connect with one another through roofed bridges. Enormous screens light the streets neon. Holograms dance to the tune of silent commercials. Dead-eyed faces welcome Gothamites to a future that wasn't designed for them. An apartment was being robbed, 25 stories above the street, by a gang of 4 criminals. They thought the 711 alarm was shut off, they thought wrong. Batman hunted them like a predator in the darkened apartment. He took one down in the kitchen. He followed another to the guest bedroom and knocked him unconscious by placing him in a headlock. The third started looking for his friends. Found one on the couch and Batman took him from behind, knocking him out in seconds. The last robber, now aware of the status of his team, started to sweat. He took a gun out and sat on a child's chair looking at the gap on the ajar door. He waited for Batman to walk past him and get blasted. Batman tossed a batarang that entered through the small opening and hit him straight between the eyes. Batman disarmed him with the bat claw. He tried to pray, but Batman was on top of him, beating him until he passed out. Batman left them all tied up at the front door of the apartment. Batman followed a pack of gangbangers entering Chinatown and keeping an eye on the restaurants. Batman found a good place to watch them as they selected a food delivery person from the crowd and got ready to ambush him on his bike. Batman interrupted with glue grenades and smoke bombs. Didn't waste time, incapacitated them one by one, connected their heads against the solid ground with violence and gusto. The gangbangers mumbled something about their dues to the LCN, La Cosa Nostra. They were mobbed up but knew better than to warn Batman about their powerful friends. That would mean only pain. The delivery person never knew he was in danger. Batman wishes they could all be like that, with the potential victim never aware of danger. He refuses to put all Gothamites under security camera surveillance with an AI to keep watch over them. Not only is it wrong, it's inefficient. Crime is truly experienced when it's heard, not when it's seen. The danger areas of the brain know what they are listening to. He's the Bat of Gotham, guided by crime sonar. Crime was an auditive experience in the same way violence was an olfactory experience. The rank alcohol, the sweet and acid smell of sweat, the gunpowder and cordite smell. Batman didn't cover his nose and had microphones on his bat ears. Batman trained his senses to perfection, but even so he wouldn't have arrived sooner to assist Luciana. It lingered in his mind. He wasn't fast enough, and although he had 12,740 Robins at his command, they couldn't be everywhere. Gotham City Hall District, not far from Chinatown, had a collection of classical buildings of Roman motif, with a few curious gargoyles and weathercocks that reminded the observer that the original power of Gotham had been in New England, before the Boston Brahmin, enlightened aristocracy, had moved to Gotham Bay in defiance of the New York elite. The narrow streets, designed in the days before reaching 1 million inhabitants, were chock full of cars and taxis. Most of the people that worked there didn't bring their cars and would move mostly in taxi cabs and Ubers. He noticed a man didn't seem interested in the empty taxi cabs as much as in the ones with passengers. This was a recently new crime, where taxi drivers would permit the robber to get in and threaten the passenger for a cut of the loot. Batman landed on top of the hood and threw a small amount of plastic explosive against the windshield. He grabbed the panicking driver and tossed him against an advertisement in a bus stop. The thief tried to run, but Batman's Batclaw grabbed him by his collar and, with one swift motion, the Batman made him fly against the driver who was trying to get up. People cheered. Cell phones out. Taking pictures. Taking video. Batman pitched a couple of glue grenades and shot his grapple gun to the air to avoid the crowd that was forming around the taxi cab. After 20 years of the Batman, there were countless hours of video of him in Gotham and all over the world. He had been a somewhat public figure with the Justice League after all. It was an issue for him. His enemies knew how he moved, how he fought, how he used his tools and gadgets. These hours of video were mashups of a few seconds of footage that the internet had compiled of him and was readily available on YouTube and social media. He wasn't an urban legend anymore. He had saved presidents, had been in ground zero of many cataclysms, and as much as he wanted to hide in the shadows forever, it was high time for him to take a public stand, draw a line on the sand and meet the people of Gotham as an equal. Batman Inc. was that line on the sand. He had promised to curb the crime figures in Gotham. Batman spotted a group of 3 civilians running from a bodega in the Upper West Side. They thought they were hiding in a narrow alley, walking towards their car carrying a duffel bag and bags of money. They had scored big time. The safe was chock full of money. It had been fast and bloodless. One of them was afraid of Batman showing up, but they had been lucky so far. The Bat appeared above them dropping smoke bombs. One of them took shotguns from the duffel bag. There were 2 shots. Loud and deadly. Batman could see in the cloud of smoke while they were blind, confused and inhaling a smoke that made them cough. He took them down one by one. A knee. A kick to the face. A kick to the groin. He slammed their heads against the wall, one by one, leaving behind marks of blood in the form of a composite sketch of their faces. Batman took the money and returned it to the bodega while the uniformed Robins arrived at the scene. Gotham's financial district, with its impressive skyscrapers, isn't the financial heart of Gotham's trade and commerce anymore. Midtown has that honor, but it had 3 of the main banks of Gotham, dressed in the old glory of the city. He followed a lone figure to an ATM. He wasn't waiting to use it, instead he wanted his victim to take all his money out of the ATM and hand it over. He looked desperate, had bags under his eyes and a slight tremor common in meth addicts. He could hear his breathing by focusing the microphones on his bat ears. He was getting ready. Batman sprung into action when the unsuspecting victim stepped out and met him, eyes locked on the small firearm. Batman pushed the robber like an NFL player, by tackling him against the wall with such ferocity that the robber was knocked out. Batman vanished into the skyline, taking flight once more westward to the fashion district, listening to the city that he loved. "Boss," said Duke Lucky Choice, "there's a silent 711 alarm going off in a high-end shoe store. Nothing on the cameras so far, we'll keep looking." Batman growled Roger that and soared through the night sky. There weren't any stars at night, not in Gotham, given the amounts of light that the islands gave off. The sky was a neon purple and red. The fashion district, second only to New York's, was home to a multi-billion industry of designer clothes. The costumed phenomena had left its indelible mark on it. More and more people wanted to explore the limits of prints and clothes design. The superhero motif in brands like Balenciaga and supervillain designs in Gucci had exploded in popularity after the world came to the realization that, not only was the universe filled with intelligent species, but there was an entire multiverse of intelligences that threatened the world. The multiversal disclosure was, as Batman had feared, changed society forever, and the costumed phenomenon was not only here to stay, but was now in par with great minds such as Newton or Einstein. Batman gained entrance to UVO, the high-end shoe store, through a vent in the 12th floor. He made his way to the ground floor using the elevator shaft. He reached the offices that were being picked clean by the gang of professional criminals. Duke dispatched the Robins. Batman started to pick the thieves out one by one. The group of 5 was concentrated on the 2 last offices, and one by one they started to make their way into the store proper, to pick up their equipment and be on their way. Batman took them down as they left the offices. The last 2 criminals, counting the checks and calculating the amount of cash by its weight, commented on the ease of the operation. It wasn't until they tried to contact their peers that fear set in. Batman threw a razor-sharp batarang against the wall. The message was effective. The fear was palpable. Guns in hand they tried to break away. Batman surprised one from a vent, took him by his right leg and lifted it up in the air before throwing his body to the ground and against a wall. The last of the criminals contemplated suicide. This was his 3rd strike and they would surely sentence him to life imprisonment. "Hey, listen, Bats, about letting me go. What do you say, hey? Promise never to do it again, on God," pleaded the criminal. Batman's voice was gravely, like something that crawled out of hell. "Promise." The criminal kept walking to the garage and in a meek voice said, "Please, just please, I promise you, I'll never do it again." Batman surprised him by kicking his knee from behind and taking the gun away. He slammed his face to the ground and growled to the criminal, "Promise to hurt you every time," before slamming him repeatedly. The uniformed Robins found the 2 on the entrance to the garage. Batman kept slamming his face to the ground over and over until the nose was a flat piece of semi-loose skin covered in blood. "I remember this scumbag well," he cried to the judge, and got a 3rd chance. "I told the judge it would happen again. He even promised on his dead kids." He didn't stay with the Robins. It was 9 o'clock. Time to head to the offices of Batman Inc. Around the same time, in Midtown, an underground Gotham Plaza 1, a solitary spy was sifting through papers, plans and files in search of a map of the tunnels coming in and out of the colossal Gotham Plaza 1. The tunnels had been built almost in secret, presenting false plans of the area to the corrupt Gotham authorities. The Court of Owls had built a honeycomb that connected with the other tunnels they had been building lately and which Uncle Sam wanted to know about. Terry knew where to find them. He knew that someone had to supervise the structural safety in case of earthquake, fire, or terrorist activity. Someone in the payroll of the Owls. He was partly right. The assistant to the superintendent general of the building had an office under the building's subway station with the real plans. He was wrong in that the Owls did not keep him on the payroll, it was someone else. Someone who knew it was a matter of time before a costumed cretin or a spook would find the architectural plans. The office had sensors and locked itself up as soon as the man from the CIA stepped in. He didn't know it yet, he was still sifting through the papers, half expecting a Talon, a Court of Owls assassin, to materialize from nothing. He didn't expect Batman, he was persona non grata on Midtown and there were alarms and alerts that would go off the moment he was spotted on the island. He knew he couldn't sell the plans to Batman Inc., they hated spooks. Private intelligence doing clandestine work for people with big pockets was a major no-no for the Caped Crusader. He aimed his infrared light to a set of floor plans and found the watermark he was told about. He had them, finally after searching all over, and in an hour's time he would be 25 grand richer. His life was going to easy street until he tried to open the door. It wouldn't budge. He tried for 10 minutes before panicking. He took apart the lock, but the door was clamped shut from above and the bottom. The spook could hear voices outside. Started going over his credentials, ID, and his CIA cover story. Called outside, "Can you hear me out there?" The voices went silent. Put the gun on the floor and your hands above your head. He did as he was told. The door opened and a man with a gun walked in. He seemed to be alone. He was the source of the voices. He was Two-Face. The spook was terrified and started praying. He remembered going to the Baptist church with his grandmother in the Wisconsin town he grew up in. He remembers her devotion. "What brings you to the world's biggest building?" Two-Face peeked at the set of plans and placed them back in their place. He sat down on a chair, careful with his black and white suit, and took out a coin. Terry Orbrecht prayed a Hail Mary. He knew what the coin was about. There was a sensational movie with Leo DiCaprio about the old Two-Face Mafia. The coin was an obsession. Scarred on one side. "Who do you work for?" asked Two-Face and put the coin back in its pocket. Terry was so thankful that he gave away his life story, the agency approaching him in Denver, his time in Strasbourg as a B&E agent, his ex-wife and Kelly's braces, the payment of $25,000. Harvey Dent heard it all with the one good ear. He could have asked him for his deepest fears and regrets and he would tell him anything. The only thing Terry cared for was preserving his life. Dent said something he didn't expect. "How would you like to make that every week? Payment guaranteed. Good dental plan, general insurance. A 401k. It's better than going job to job trying to make a little at a time." Terry composed himself and said, "You're hiring me for a job?" "Sure, I'm in." He wasn't about to say no to the dangerous psychopath with multiple personality disorder. "Thank you," he added, "for not killing me. Nothing personal, it was a job. I have nothing against you or the Court of Owls." Harvey Dent smiled, or at least half of him did. "I was thinking, debating with myself what to do with you. I don't see a reason why I have to kill you. You are empty-handed and I don't want there to be any bad blood between my operation and the C.I.A." Terry finally relaxed and wondered if Harvey was relaxed. Did he ever look relaxed? He was very different than from the movies. He did look like a celebrity. Half of him was very handsome, the other half had skin badly grafted and was aggressively ugly, hard to look at. Parts of the grafts were almost translucent in his face and left arm, other parts had partially or completely rejected them and were inflamed or discolored. The skin grafts had been done by parts, instead of one single surgery. There is just one single problem, a hiccup by my part and, professional to professional, is an embarrassment and I apologize. I have to flip my coin just once, I don't have to do as it says, I'm taking plenty of medication for that, but I just don't feel complete unless I do it. I'm a slave to appearances. Harvey took out his coin and flipped it in the air, catching it on his hands. The left hand and arm were noticeably bigger. He didn't look at the result and pocketed the coin. Terry sighed and let out, "Oh, thank God. There is something I would like to ask you. Give me your wallet." He was annoyed and after searching the wallet he took the ID, but said, "This is probably fake, isn't it?" Terry got worried again and quickly told him his address. "A week from now, I'll send someone there. You'll talk to him, you'll tell him everything you have on Mabius. Ask around to your fellow spooks, your boss, everyone you can ask. Mabius. It's a German last name. Give him everything you find. That's all. After that you and me don't see each other, if we do however, if we happen to bump into each other again for whatever reason I'll kill you, I'll do it or I'll have someone do it. I will put you down. A week from now, next Thursday around 7 p.m., Mabius." Terry got up and looked at the door. "So, can I leave?" he asked. Harvey was struggling, his compulsion to know what the coin had to say was there, even though he took his medication regularly. He finally took it out, it was the burn side and almost without thinking he raised the gun to Terry's face and controlled himself at the last possible moment. "I don't have to do what it says. Not anymore. Anyone asks what happened, I wasn't here, a security guard caught you. You mention me and I'll know. I already know what they know of Mabius, but I want to know what they tell you in confidence. Now get the fuck out of here." Harvey sat there and almost forgot to send message to his assassination squad to spare the intruder. He added, "Scare him." He was cured, or as cured as he was ever going to be. No more two personalities, no more Harvey Dent the schoolboy, no more coin or obsession with duality. He wasn't deranged anymore. His need to be in the light was gone, now he could give himself freely to the darkness. He was just another inhabitant of the night, wearing his ugliness at the surface instead of concealing it. He liked to think himself the anti-Bruce Wayne, one half is good-looking and the other half is brutal and violent. One foot in America's corporate world and the other in the streets. Bruce Wayne used his corporate knowledge to make Batman Incorporated a force for good, while Harvey Dent used his knowledge of law to be the CEO of Mabius, an international criminal conspiracy firmly incubated and nested in the world of corporations, banking, and finance. It was an endeavor that generated billions of dollars. It was more profitable than Whirlpool or General Motors. It required a web of banks to launder the money. It employed thousands of people. A select few knew that the corporations, banks, and companies they work in are in fact a front for Mabius. He had been inducted into a far-reaching conspiracy that made $20 billion exporting weapons to Mexico, Colombia, and the rest of Latin America. It required 2 limited liability companies, dozens of cash business franchises, 2 banks, endless office space, lawyer firms and the knowledge and expertise of hundreds of people. He was just a Gotham reject and they saw in Harvey the potential to make something of himself. He would always be a failed gangster, but now he could be a CEO. Batman would have to find him if he wanted to put him back in Arkham Asylum. If, that is, they still used Arkham Asylum instead of any other prison for the mentally insane anywhere in the country. Things had been changing ever since Commissioner Gordon was kicked out of the city by making it policy to have 5 commissioners instead of only 1. That was a Court of Owls move. So far Batman knew very little of Mabius. Maybe he knew of the guns. Maybe he knew of the services he rendered the Gotham Mafia. He didn't know about the fraud, insider trading, Ponzi schemes, identity theft, corporate insurance fraud, cyber crimes, embezzlement, counterfeiting, money laundering and espionage. He didn't know how he diverted more than $400 million through a network of 128 ghost companies, with money laundering that involved 11 federal agencies, 8 public universities, various private companies and more than 50 public servants. A lot of the right people was making money out of that, including some people in the CIA. Harvey was in charge, as CEO of Two Head Eagle LLC. The international side of Mabuse was making $347 million annually from counterfeiting, illegal fishing, illicit oil, illegal wildlife trading, art theft and lumber trade. Harvey inherited a system in place and added a $200 million annually deal with the Secret Society of Supervillains and the Court of Owls, buying Chinook fluid from Mr. Mind and installing it in Midtown buildings owned by the Court of Owls. He doubted Bruce Wayne ever made that much to his family's enterprises. Harvey keeps the supply coming, the Court of Owls maintains the equipment and everyone gets paid. Two-Face remembers that Bruce Wayne, Harvey Dent's dear friend, is Batman. There is nothing he can do about it. Batman has a constant operation going, fooling people into thinking that Bruce Wayne and Batman are two different people. No one believes Two-Face, and even if they did, Bruce Wayne is untouchable. He's part of the superhero set that travels the world giving TED Talks and pretending to care about causes to keep the checks coming. A grifter, like all the others. Everything they say is revered and respected by the large portion of the country and of the planet. Batman has saved lives in all the countries in the world, whether alone or with the Justice League, and Bruce Wayne is always close by to be associated with the superheroics. Bruce Wayne has averted wars with a phone call. If it wasn't for his enemies, and the people the Court of Owls control, he would have been given a Nobel Peace Prize or at least get nominated. The CIA, like the other intelligence agencies, maintain the difference between Bruce Wayne and Batman. They believe Wayne has impersonated Batman a handful of times and Batman has left all kinds of hints and trails that identifies him with different people in the world. Everyone has a theory, but nobody knows anything and it's all confusing. If Harvey could start again, that's exactly how he would have liked to play it. Harvey exited the office and lighted a cigarette. He had started to smoke Lucky Strike. The responsibilities of a CEO included nicotine addiction. He walked to the subterranean mall under Gotham Plaza 1. The subway station at its center was constantly bringing people from all over the world to see the first colossal building ever made. It was the size of 4 city blocks, it towered 632 meters, same as the Shanghai Tower, one of the tallest buildings in the world. The other skyscrapers of Midtown were dwarfed by it, the plaza dominated the skyline. It had 128 floors and contained a small city within the city, connected by the underground. Pumping Chinook fluid day and night, hundreds of gallons of it. The fluid is absorbed into the body through the skin and it affects the perception of the mind, effectively building a reality of its own, seemingly real. It requires a great deal of specialists and laboratories to construct a reality worth paying for by the hour. Subscription-based reality. Vast swimming pools, alien beaches, idyllic vistas, the possibilities are endless. The substance is considered illegal. During the war tribunals of the 90s they accused the Balkan Republic of Moravia of war crimes for spraying their minorities with it, set on a nightmarish false reality. Two-Face plans on injecting Batman with it. He would prefer to carve his heart out. The assassination squad came out of hiding and Harvey finished his cigarette. They would wait for him. When Mabuse approached him, he was living in the Narrows, hiding alone. He didn't have friends, he didn't have soldiers. His personal guards were an elite international assassination squad. He commands 600 soldiers with a phone call. He could bring down the municipality of Gotham, or the state of New Jersey, with a quick text of his special unhackable phone. He had mother boxes and boom tubes. He could be anywhere he was needed in America. He was doing good, and he planned on keeping it going. He shouldn't be in Gotham, Batman was out there, but he liked the danger of it. Danger was an addiction that no amount of pills was going to eliminate. Wendell Whitley Coffin is here to see you, boss. said one of the assassins in sharp suits. The man in question was a thin, pale man with a curiously bulbous big nose in a very fine suit. Harvey peeked the shoes. London. He preferred Italian shoes. Mr. Coffin was an owl, and seeing how Dent was in their territory unannounced, an explanation was in order. He could have ripped his head from his shoulders with his bare hands, he had done that before. He wasn't going to, and he rejected the idea of consulting with the coin. Fuck the coin, he thought to himself. He had to be careful, it was a very rich secret society. The court's wide web of financial criminals at the Gotham Exchange allows them a wide range of financial crimes. Billions are siphoned out of thousands of corporate accounts through a front company of the Gotham Chamber of Commerce, Hydro-Alc Enterprises Limited. They operate deep moles across all Gotham-based financial firms, banks, and fiscal corporations. Fraud, Ponzi schemes, insider trading, corporate insurance fraud, identity theft, counterfeiting, embezzlement and money laundering generate a total of $50 billion every year. The machinery's wealth is what keeps Midtown alive and changing. Harvey said, I had to make sure the plans to the underground tunnels were safe, there was a spook trying to steal the plans. I set him straight, said Two-Face. Mr. Coffin was surprised the intruder, he actually called him interloper, was still alive. It was my call. Executive decision, said Harvey. Mr. Coffin didn't like it, the court doesn't forgive CIA assets. He was just trying to do his job, that shouldn't be a hanging offense, he could be useful to me, and the CIA doesn't forgive having an asset whacked. I don't want that heat in arsenic investment. If you want to track him down, you go right ahead. Mr. Coffin pretended the whole thing was somehow funny and put on a show. This royally pissed Two-Face, he hated these overly dramatic Big's hots. He refused to go along with Wendell W. Coffin's display of emotions. The Court of Owls was filled with people that don't spend enough time doing crimes and instead foreplay as criminals with ever more elaborate fantasies and scenarios. Harvey made a point not to recruit anyone like that into Mabuse, it's supposed to be a serious thing, not the stage for a character play acting some narrative. MI6 guys were like that for the most part, he didn't like them either. The big names of the Boston aristocracy, Adams, Powers, Coffin, Elliott, Endicott, Forbes, Peabody, Quincy, Winthrop, and the others, populated the rank and file of the Court of Owls. Homeland Security treats everything about them as if they were battle-hardened mujahideen plotting in the caves of Afghanistan, but in reality, they are ninth-generation nepotist of a name that doesn't carry any weight in the modern 21st century world. No one cares that his last name is Coffin, no one is going to go to prison for fear of the Coffin family, it's the Court of Owls' infrastructure and resources, not to mention the talons, that carry the weight in everything he says. Mr. Coffin, a man can be bought, corrupted, compromised, and he's more useful than just a body dissolving in a vat of acid. Killing is an option, but it doesn't have to be the only option. I understand killing is more direct and permanent, but it doesn't have to be tonight. Mr. Coffin processed that and finally said, Harvey, you are a new man, aren't you? I was a caterpillar, I was only larva, I have become Mr. Coffin, become into a moth. I have abandoned my dogmatic faith in the euphemisms, the shibboleth, the coded words that mean nothing. It's all a racket, that's all institutions are, the civil society Batman took away from me are just peasants devoid of any real power. Kings, presidents, emperors, racket bosses Mr. Coffin, they managed to keep civil society believing they had a regal nature. The first Gothamites learned this, they were trappers, frontiersmen, rogues, and criminals, they saw the racket of the King of England. They became, you see, they became. Harvey tried to read Mr. Coffin's face, but failed, so he decided to press, do you yearn, Mr. Coffin? I yearn on becoming all civil society, even if it is one at a time or all at once. They will all become into the moths they truly are. This seemed to please the uptight Mr. Coffin, who added a pope of crime in Gotham, or so I've heard. The pope of made men. I don't know how I feel about that. Harvey smiled and said the new generation decided to work with the costumes, now the whole city is theirs. It's the 70s all over again. Harvey and Mr. Wendell Coffin walked to Harvey's car parked in a service tunnel on the side of the underground mall. We are going to build a new Gotham under the old one, a whole underground city, Mr. Dent. The sheer wealth of Gotham's dark money can build cities over cities, mazes over mazes. Harvey got into his black Mercedes with white upholstery and said his farewell. The night was still young, he had places to be and decisions to make. He was stronger than his coin. He was strong enough to carve a big piece for himself in the clandestine world of dark money inside Gotham City. He was a new man, a complete man. Bruce Wayne's dark reflection. At 9 p.m. Batman arrived at his office, had a short bathroom break and changed into his blue and grey costume. He considered it a more civilized outfit, one he wishes he could wear on the streets, but unfortunately, he required a more aggressive attire for that. The criminals of Gotham were like animals, they didn't have time for anything less. He remembers well that, when he started, he carried a blue cowl with a bat symbol in yellow. It doesn't always work, as it's preferable to wear black to stick to the shadows. The offices of Batman Inc., in Robbinsville Uptown, a few blocks from the Gotham's Port Authority, surrounded by skyscrapers, are ample and modern. It takes him a second to catch his bearings, he isn't in the mean streets of the Narrows anymore, he looks over the papers on his desk and prepares himself. Bruce Wayne is in the office, going through the company's figures. That's really shapeshifter Jayons of Mars, who has everybody convinced that Bruce Wayne couldn't possibly be Batman. Dick swings to the windowsill and greets Batman, he moves with the grace and daring of a circus performer, over 70 floors above the pavement. Batman greets Dick Grayson, who is in his Nightwing costume. The young hero has nothing to report and wishes him good luck at the meeting. He says goodbye with a juggling trick, throwing himself into the void without hesitation. In the air he is free, nothing holding him back, without responsibilities or worries, living in the moment. Dick always wanted to have the meta-human ability to fly, arguing with Damian about the best superpower to have. Damian wanted speed, Tim wanted invulnerability and Dick always dreamt of flying. Batman looks out the window, smells the Atlantic breeze, watches Grayson perform tricks in the air and wishes he could read his mind. Nightwing is locating the source of so many operational leaks to magazines and sleazy publications, suspects Garfield Logan, Beast Boy. Dick is busy most days chasing down the chenic fluid of Mr. Mind. He had already uncovered a conspiracy between the media and the Court of Owls. He managed to hold it over the media moguls to keep them from attacking superheroes and being anti-costume. Grayson wishes he could read Batman's mind too. He suspects Bruce is beginning to doubt the real world. It's called multiverse syndrome. The so-called cosmological events leave behind psychological damage, experts agreed. A rift has formed between them. Bruce remembers the normal world before trans-dimensional travel, teleportation, parallel Earths, and mass casualty events and wants to return to it. Dick knows that the future can't be resisted successfully, that world is gone. Nightwing has a strong presence online, after he appeared in numerous social media apps, calming the population after they learned of the existence of infinite Earths, begging the question which one is the real one and how do we know? Nightwing appeals to the expertise of super science to determine which is the prime Earth. The speed force and its vibrations are unique on each Earth, however, there's a subset of the population at cultural war with super science. Super science is becoming ubiquitous in American life, an industrial revolution. A subset of costumes wants that new world to be materialized as soon as possible and prohibit any rebellion against it, while there's another subset of costumes aligned with the anti-superscience crowd and even carry out terrorist events against the Industrial Revolution. Grayson keeps the peace between them, Kissinger of tights. Nightwing wants the Industrial Revolution to be carried out at a snail pace and give everyone a chance to adapt to the new realities. Teleportation technology will change trade, but is illegal in the West by America, UK, NATO, IMF, and UN, but Russia and China, however, want to allow it for trade and war as soon as the kinks in the system are resolved. Anti-teleportation technology is being financed by Cord Industries and others. Batman remembers a specific case that made him pause. "Haven't we done enough?" said Batman, after seeing a triple suicide in a garage with a poster that read "Our world is a fake, beam us out into Shangri-La." Dick keeps thinking of that moment. The future is here, but is the future worth fighting for, is the major theme in costume discourse and ultra-politics. Batman detests ultra-politics, the politics of superheroes and supervillains, but Grayson is a natural for that world. Dick doesn't want to fight a war against crime his whole life, he wants to change people's lives into something better, something worth fighting for. Animal Man and Dick often argue about whose values are being imposed on general society and on what justification. Nightwing put it in perspective when he asked, "Would you rather the justifiers educate the children on their values and morals?" Nightwing works on Batman Inc. for now, but he plans on moving on with his wife Barbara, leaving Batman behind. The Dark Knight can't stop him, won't draft him by force to the war on crime. He watches him grow more and more distant as something colossal called the future transforms the world Batman fought for 20 years. The superscience industrial revolution is creating dissenters by the day, some of them in positions to do something about it. There have been movies and shows representing these voices, like Dweller of Ruins or None Can Deny, the streaming show Tight Fit and HBO series Identity Crisis. It all points toward a singular event, the election that the justifiers wish to make, presenting the public with the possibility of the absolute domination of the alien god Darkseid, of Planet Apocalypse. Batman opposes such an election, but Dick and Barbara want to beat the justifiers at their own game by trusting the voters, to them is symbolic. Batman isn't ready to see Dick grow up to adulthood and away from him and his never-ending war against crime and corruption, so he looks away and calms his mind. Batman walks into the boardroom and greets everyone, unconsciously checks his gloves for any sign of grime or blood. Batman keeps those two worlds apart. He sits down to the right of the fake Bruce Wayne and opens his folder, clearing his mind from his son, the inevitable future and the coming world. He focuses on crime statistics. They're alarming and haven't seen a real slowing down yet, after only 6 months of operation of Batman Inc. He reads the figures of reports and memorizes them. Homicide, 80 a month /2.6 per day. Rape, 53 a month /1.76 a day. Kidnapping, 10 a month /0.33 a day. Carjacking, 1,250 a month /41.66 a day. Mugging, 757 a month /25.23 a day. Bank robberies /ATM robberies, 36 a month /1.2 a day. Residential burglary, 45/1.5 a day. Truck hijacking, 25 a month /0.83 a day. Robbery of a delivery person, 171 a month /5.7 a day. Robbery of a subway passenger, 29 a month /0.9 a day. Robbery of a taxi passenger, 27 a month /0.8 a day. Business robbery, 275 a month /9.1 a day. Intentional injuries by firearm, 9,276 in 2020. Per day, 25.41. Nonviolent investigations initiated per month, 11,835 a month /394.5 per day. Violent investigations initiated per month, 2,913 a month /97.1 per day. Complaints, 1,968 a month /65.6 a day. Batman Incorporated functioned like a police department, building prosecutable cases for the district attorney and the Justice Department, who oversees the operation. Every day the work team would get together and discuss the cases and processes. Seating down was the district attorney, Dante Townsend, along with his assistant DA. Lilia Lopez, the chief deputy district attorney Rufus Hill, Major Crimes Bureau of the District Attorney's Office Sabrina Thomas, Justice Department Criminal Division Chief Marwa O'Neill, the Justice Department Office of Intelligence Dean Barber and the judges Dewey Flynn, Justin Horn, Alec Berger, Sally Little and Malika Brown. They preferred to work with Batman Inc. rather than GCPD. There was less corruption and didn't cut corners as much as the police department. Batman's crime-fighting army was directed from this office. Barbara Gordon, Dick Grayson's wife, had uncovered 3 cases of corruption and they didn't want the GCPD warned. After all, the police department was a nexus of corruption that always took measures to make evidence disappear or cases thrown out by a judge. Anson Shivani Wesley, a corrupt young public official in the Department of Veteran Affairs, Lucas Whelan, Social Security Administration official, and Kia Magdalena Fonseca, of the Department of Motor Vehicles. The corruption had gone on for quite a while and the GCPD, who had previously investigated them, had covered up their crimes. Batman was sure he could make them confess, make the process easier for everyone. If they didn't, for whatever reason, he could call on Tim Drake, Red Robin, to add them to his list of people to break psychologically. No one there had any idea that Red Robin had moved on from regular superheroics into a far darker exercise of justice. He would harass and stalk his victims with help from the community, using old methods like surveillance and new methods like holographic projections inside the target's domicile to break their will and force them to confess to their crimes to 711, the Batman Inc. emergency line. Dick, Barbara, and Jason didn't know, Damian knew but kept it to himself. Tim, an overworked chief of detectives, had a secret double life, far away from the gossip magazines of costumed adventurers. Batman had taught him the power that comes from fear, and even though Tim wasn't a fearsome person, his mind was. Batman didn't want Dick to know, he was too soft and was better suited to work as a district attorney liaison. I have reasons to believe Carmine Galante, boss of the Galante family, controls his family from his Ohio penitentiary using a telepath. Said Batman, I want to use Marty the Martian to track him down in Ohio. I suggest we keep the FBI in the dark on this. It's a meta-human related problem, not an organized crime problem. The Martian Manhunter, who brilliantly played clueless Bruce Wayne, wasn't officially an employee of Batman Inc. He was only doing Batman a favor. Batman had found Marty years ago living in a ruined house in the Narrows, half buried in the ground. He couldn't shapeshift like the Green Martians, but he wasn't a White Martian either. He was an intelligent desert creature with a completely alien form living in Gotham, hiding from people. Batman gave him a place to live years ago and, taking advantage of his ability to make himself invisible and reading minds, invited him to resolve the crimes only a telepath could. Marty, now living in a small apartment in Park Row, covered in 6 inches of Caribbean beach sand, has helped Batman Inc. capture a dangerous white Martian that was killing people and assuming identities. There was a gray area when building cases with help from telepaths, as Judge Flynn reminded the Caped Crusader, a person's mind had complete freedom and privacy, except when a human life was in jeopardy and was to be treated, by the legal system, as mailing correspondence, sharing the same right of privacy. The White Martian was a different case, pressed Judge Flynn. He was actively killing people with its own claws, but a criminal conspiracy, even one which includes murder, doesn't cover the grounds of search and seizure of a person's mind. Batman answered with it's illegal for a meta-human telepath to make money from his ability. This is about finding a dangerous telepath that gets paid to serve as a mental Zoom call system. It may not be illegal to communicate telepathically, but it is illegal to schedule telepathic communications for money. Judge Flynn took a moment to think it over and nodded in agreement. A problem for the FCC, said Judge Berger. They have handled similar cases. Batman, quick on his feet, replied with, if the FCC wants to challenge us on this, then we'll follow the decision, but unless they formally request it, I won't be sharing information and sources to them. Berger whispered fair enough, and went back to his notes, keeping himself busy. Both judges, Dewey Flynn and Alec Berger, had been made hostages and were going to be executed when Batman showed up to catch the bad guys and save their lives. Many of the people in the ample table of the boardroom had been saved by Batman, or had a family member that was saved by him or Nightwing. The young hero was outside the building, standing guard in case anything should happen. His role was to assist the district attorney's investigators. It was a role Batman had wanted to change for a while. There is a community of homeless people in their encampment and surrounding areas of the Narrows, the Hill and, since Monday, Amusement Mile. The Gotham Mafia preys on people like this, besides the drug pushers. I want to infiltrate the community to keep track of the city's response and identify the people that prey on them. I would like to use Nightwing for that," said Batman. Dante Townsend, district attorney, looked at Rufus Hill, chief deputy, who shrugged and said it would be nice to know the difference between Gotham's municipality and reality. Lilia Lopez, the assistant district attorney, added it'd be better if we didn't infiltrate the lives of innocent people struggling to get by. Batman knew she would say something like that, so he responded with the infiltration of the gangs is about to be a success. The units are in position, in fact we need signed warrants for 42 cars and 107 domiciles. There are 205 names to be arrested, figureheads and nodes. Wayne has the paperwork. It will send shockwaves to the criminal world. Some suppliers will come to the light, and I'll be there for them. Jason will oversee the raids with his SWAT unit. For this to work, the Midtown restriction will have to be ignored, in favor of the prosecution of major felonies. I imagine the DEA will probably want to take over, we can share our files with them. Bruce Wayne passed the folders along to the judges. I'll have them for you tomorrow morning. The intelligence officer of the Justice Department, Dean Barber, raised his finger and said, we have some investigations opened on the gangs of Gotham, we might have some people in there too, we should coordinate this together. Batman responded, I know who they are, we are giving them all the allure of legitimacy we can, tomorrow morning we can go over the details. However, there's some light reading for tonight. Batman gestured at the Martian who, shape-shifting as Bruce Wayne, struggled to get the right folder in his comically overstuffed briefcase. I compiled all the reports detailing your men in that file. My men don't know they work for the Justice Department, although they do suspect their allegiances aren't tied to the streets. Probably GCPD. We can control the amount of information we let out, since these gangs will be replaced by other gangs. It would be unfortunate to expose the identities of the people responsible for these arrests. The less people know, the better. That was the Batman's philosophy on all things. He was a trained prestidigitator and stage magician. Batman can do the impossible was one of the first descriptions he made about the creature he was to be. Judge Horn wanted Robin, Damian Wayne, to appear in his court to testify on a somewhat polemical trial of a sports coach that murdered his wife. Robin had given him a beating and he is the one that discovered the evidence in the bathroom. Batman promised to make sure he would show up to his court date. Speaking of which, he'll be busy for the next 2 weeks. There are reports of a ring of serial rapists in Gotham General. I want him to shadow the doctors for a while, see what they get up to. That doesn't mean he'll fail to show to trial, he knows how important each case is. He almost added he's a good boy but stopped himself. He disliked showing affection that way, and thought Batman shouldn't say things like that, appearing more as an otherworldly being than a regular father, proud that his kid loves him enough to follow in his steps. Batman raised the point of placing the Robinson Park decoys in rotating turns, however the pay was to come from Gotham Parks and Recreation. After all, reasoned Batman, they hired Batman Inc. as general security, but what they need is our premium security package of on-the-clock rotating protection. Bruce Wayne smiled, it was finally his turn to say something insightful. Parks and Recreation will agree, I can sell that, no problem. He was a good man, but stupid and vapid, thought everyone. A bit too clueless and aloof to be completely normal. The psychological operation was a complete success. Celebrities, CEOs, bankers, financiers, and politicians all were convinced of the useful fiction of Bruce Wayne. It was played with a depth and relatability that clearly distinguished Bruce Wayne from Batman. We also need more decoy cars rotating uptown and downtown. Said Batman, we can't foot the bill to anyone, traffic duties still follow under the GCPD, but it's our safest bet at curving those numbers. Carjacking is way too common in Gotham, people don't want to buy fine cars, they get stolen the same day. There are 1,250 carjackings every month. Bruce Wayne fumbled some papers and tried to come up with a solution, but it was an issue he would have to cover in the morning meeting. In those meetings the Martian shapeshifter took the form of Batman, while he was simply clueless Bruce Wayne. G.C.P.D. has a monopoly on protection of the subway and the sewer system, said Batman, although he suspected the answer he would get and didn't hold much hope. There's a trail of killings, 5 people so far, dragged by the currents. The case is sitting in GCPD collecting dust. The so-called task force consists of overworked detectives with instructions not to figure it out. These killings are probably owl business, that falls on the jurisdiction of federal authorities and the Justice League, and as a core member I say we either go to them or write down the names of the people that block this case as accomplices of a terrorist organization. Batman knows it probably wasn't the Court of Owls, lately they just disappeared the bodies, but uses the issue in his campaign against the GCPD and its political allies. The chief of the Criminal Division of the Justice Department, Marwa O'Neill, raised the objection of the jurisdiction and court-ordered restriction of Midtown. Even a Justice League founder member must obey the courts, she added. Batman knew it would be that way, but had to try it. One day he would get to hunt the owls. That was the day Jean-Paul Valley, Azrael, and Captain of Patrol Services, dreamed of every day, when he would unleash 12,000 Robins against them and hunt them down to extinction. Batman and Jean-Paul often fantasized of fighting Talons on the rooftops of the Midtown skyscrapers, maybe forcing their way into Gotham Plaza One like a medieval army breaching a castle. It would be, as Azrael was fond of saying, righteous. The meeting went on, but Batman could feel the impulse of the job. It was nearly 11 p.m., time for the nightly intimidation tour. There were many criminals that lived in Gotham and didn't fear the Batman. Every chance he could, he would fly around Gotham scaring criminals and sometimes roughing them up. He wanted their fear, it wasn't enough to plan and sign papers, he needed the criminals he warred on to actively fear him and be uncomfortable at night. Batman started to take his leave, he still had to change into his dark uniform. He wolfed down some donuts and half a cup of coffee before leaving the boardroom. Marwa O'Neill and Judge Flynn both thought the same thing. What an odd man. Under the same stars, but on a different island, in Midtown, the Gold Flake restaurant stood inside a high-rise, with a long mechanical stair on the sidewalk. A black Mercedes with white interiors parked on the side, followed by another car. Harvey Dent and his assassination squad stepped into the sidewalk and enjoyed the night air. It was crisp, a good pleasant night. The valet parking attendant was shocked at seeing Harvey Dent, but didn't recognize him. Among the crowd waiting to go upstairs to their tables, was an old acquaintance of his, Tallyman. He looked completely different than his tall, gaunt and costumed visage. He was in a tracksuit, with a towel around his neck and a golden chain in his chest. His real name was Daniel Manning, but no one called him that. He had returned to Gotham and became a collector for the Mafia, becoming an important and respected figure by the wise guys. Together they were seated with New Jersey Senator Patrick Tillman in a booth with privacy. The assassination squad filled the tables around them. There were some wise guys in the building, but they were providing security. Most restaurants in Midtown were kicking a percentage to the mob, which made them targets of other mobsters, which meant they always needed security. Harvey insisted on keeping the phone and other devices in a special Faraday cage to avoid being listened in. It was a business meeting, not a dinner between friends. Tillman facilitated the contracts that Mabuse companies used for the illegal lumber trade with a Cleveland-based LLC. He wanted more than money, he wanted control over aspects of the operation and had begun to use his own companies for corporate asset acquisition in a bid for the control of the lumber company. It wasn't a ghost company, it had offices working every day 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The assets in question, however, were part of a well-calculated corporate move to reduce costs of the operation. The senator had seen the gold mine Harvey was sitting on, and wanted his share. Dent knew better than to slam his head against his food and threaten him with a gun. He avoided thinking of his coin, which still rested in his pocket. Two-Face made a look to Talaman, only half his face moved and the gangster didn't understand the look of "Can you believe him? Talk to him." Daniel Manning figured it out and interrupted the senator. "Wouldn't it be more prudent letting Mabius sell and buy office space and equipment?" Senator Tillman looked at him like he was an idiot. "So," Manning added, "your companies are the companies of friends of mine. It would mean exposing shell companies to the authorities. They'll look into it, you know. These friends of mine wouldn't go for it. Better let the corporate gangsters do their thing." Tillman smiled and realized his attempt for control was too obvious, so he dropped the issue and said, "You're right, Daniel, these things are better left alone. After all, what is a few grand in an operation like this?" Harvey toasted to that, knowing that the next attempt wouldn't be so obvious. Harvey, in his daytime job as CEO, oversaw the corporate loan of one of his companies. He was marveled by the idea of making money out of signing a piece of paper. He didn't need to steal the bank, he could simply ask for the money under false pretenses and get richer. He had a dozen identities, a dozen signatures, over a dozen companies. It was simpler than having goons making heists like he usually operated. A license to print money out of thin air. It was a great temptation to kill the goose with the golden eggs. It always happened, he thought, every single time. Who was it going to be this time? Maybe Tillman, maybe Talaman, although he doubted it would be him. Daniel Manning enjoyed his freedom too much to try something with Two-Face. Daniel had been raped in a federal prison for the mentally insane after he was found guilty of 67 murders. He was institutionalized in Des Moines, Idaho. His uncle, Senator Andreas Manning of Tennessee, tried to get him released and eventually got what he wanted. During the riots of the darkest night, in Weepog, Arkansas, where Manning had been moved after his rape, he lost his left pinky finger and almost died bleeding in a sewer. His expert lawyers, and his senator uncle, got him released after the infamous riot left 117 people dead, and left Manning without a pinky finger, bleeding internally for 27 hours and with a fracture in his hip. After he came back to Gotham, he was received as a hero by the mobsters. Now he has a crew working with him, highly respected by all the families. He keeps the peace between them to an extent, given that by virtue of not having an Italian father he can never be made. His status as an outsider serves him well in his diplomatic role. He makes his tally from mob cooperation in the streets, serving as an intermediary. He was currently under FBI investigation. Tillman, on the other hand, was freshly re-elected and worked closely with the intelligence community. He could get compromised and would divulge a great deal of insider knowledge into Mabius's corporate labyrinth. Harvey hadn't told him much of the operation beyond the lumber. It would be used against him if Tillman decided to fear prison more than Two-Face. Turnbull doesn't want to play game with the contracts, the trucks haven't left the site, said Two-Face, probing the waters. He needed Tillman to resolve the situation with a phone call. The senator enjoyed his lobster, serving himself to a good portion of the butter. "There might be an issue with the permits, or so I've heard," said the senator finally. "You should have that looked at." Two-Face decided that was the wrong answer. "You could call him, get him to sign them. Get it over with, instead of fighting over permit fees." Harvey's divided face seemed fearsome, he was practically growling. "Turnbull wants to wet his beak, don't blame the guy, plenty to go around, Harvey." Two-Face grabbed his hand, "The lobster fell from the fork. If he doesn't sign the papers by midday, tomorrow, he is going to end up in a container submerged in the middle of a swamp. You'll make him company, Tillman." "You're right, there is plenty to go around, but I decide who gets it, and your boy is out." The New Jersey senator realized he wasn't fooling around and composed himself, saying, "I'll see to it that he signs the permits, first thing tomorrow morning." "Good," replied Harvey, letting him go. Talaman seemed tense. He knew how Harvey liked to make a point with violence. He was surprised at his composure. "You better get an early night's sleep, Senator, you have some calls to make." Harvey got up and 7 other people did as well. It seemed half the restaurant had ceased their activities, eating, drinking or talking, and like a well-trained army they stood at attention. They left, with Talaman following behind them, leaving the senator fearing for his life. It wasn't the only meeting Harvey had on his schedule. At 11 o'clock Batman and Robin, his son, descended upon the Water District in Midtown. This was the luxury bayside malls, casinos, and marinas that entertained, wined and dined the powerful and connected of the American Northeast. Glass domes, spotlights, buildings of glass and steel, skyscrapers with modern designs with Gotham Plaza one behind them towering over them and the Atlantic in the front, choke full of ships waiting to enter the Gotham docks. Batman liked to compare the Water District with the Narrows, where small buildings are covered in black wires and barely urbanized, or the Hill, where buildings are evacuated and later reused by squatters. The first Cosa Nostra hotspot on the list was Farah, a big upscale restaurant with a small stage and band. Batman and Robin gained entrance through the roof and spied on the diners. They quickly made a few gangsters eating and enjoying the show. Angelo Little Mo Provenzano, street boss of the Beretti family. He was dining with Vincent Big Fella Cases, an FBI informant, along with Nick Chompers Costello, a Batman informant, and Epifanio Coco D'Angelo, one of the names in the list of Red Robin's gang-stalking victims. The real boss of the Beretti family, Angelo Beretti, was hiding in Sicily. However, the men require someone to be always on top of them, so that's why they had a street boss who answered only to the Don and managed the empire. This evening they were entertaining 2 construction tycoons, Kyle Burns and Bob Grant. Construction was a big business for the mafia. They received a cut for every window placed on a high-rise, on the constant reconstructions of the city after mass casualty events, among other deals. They had formed a powerful real estate cartel, owning as much of Gotham as they could. A deal with tycoons like this could make them a couple of millions, easily. Batman wanted Robin to learn the subtle art of intimidation. It wasn't enough to ruin their fun showing up, maybe roughing up 1 or 2 guys. They needed to drive the point home that the criminal lifestyle is one without peace of mind. Coco D'Angelo understood this. He was being stalked by strangers in his neighborhood. Always filming him, signaling to cars and being downright obvious. Even now, in one of the most expensive restaurants in America, he feared any stranger with a red t-shirt or a walkie-talkie in his hand. He hadn't told anyone of this. He feared it was the NSA or the FBI, and he feared his own friends might kill him just in case. While the diners discussed the new developments in Somerset, Batman prepared his trusty batarangs aiming at the bottles on the table. A moment later they exploded, drenching everyone in wine and champagne. The dynamic duo appeared by the table, and before anyone had said anything, Batman slammed street boss Angelo Provenzano's face to his plate, breaking it and tossing glasses and silverware. The women screeched in terror. Robin took a small pouch from his belt and tossed some itchy powder on everyone. It was a technique he called vibe check, which cancelled any previous mood. He didn't want to try that with a flash grenade, as there were too many people in the restaurant. Farah's band stopped playing. The whole place was staring at the 2 costumed strangers. "Where do the bodies go?" Batman asked Little Mo, who denied knowing anything about it. "Who cleans the murder scene?" he asked, almost growling. The street boss head was slammed again and a 3rd time, to no avail. He wasn't talking. Robin signaled at construction tycoons Burns and Grant, "Want to be treated as criminals or would you rather confess?" They played it dumb. Robin slapped Burns and threatened Grant with a razor-sharp batarang. "Don't make me lose my temper." They looked at the mafiosi on the table, knowing that they could be killed if they talked of their dealings. Batman flung a smoke grenade and, while they were coughing and spitting, the dynamic duo gave them both a beating and, by the time the smoke cleared, they were both gone. The next Cosa Nostra hotspot was Atira, a few blocks from there. The establishment had a small parking garage underground. The dynamic duo hid between the cars and spied on the group of patrons. There was the Batman informant Armando Palestrino, Red Robin's target Eugene Tremenglino, and Nicholas the Battler Di Stefano. Those three, and their girlfriends, were entertaining the brothers Mendelsohn, Tucker, and Hugh, real estate power brokers. Gotham wise guys knew the world had changed. There were informants everywhere and federal investigations, meaning most would end up doing decades in federal prison or even dying in prison. The money and the lifestyle, on the other hand, was far too enticing. All of New York's dark money, the untaxable fortunes, ended up in Gotham, tied to construction among other enterprises. The Bertinelli family was now ruled by Anthony de Gregorio in Quebec, a Cosa Nostra stronghold. It had two street bosses, Anthony Tony Bunny Rabbito and Joseph Shotgun Spadaro, each dealing with specific capos and keeping the dirty laundry as compartmentalized as possible. If, or rather when, a capo informed or testified, it wouldn't bring everyone down and someone else would pick up where the other left off. The only thing that mattered, in the end, was the money, and every cog in the machinery could be replaced. Robin helped Batman by placing the explosives in the patrons' cars. They were returning to them and Robin gave Batman a signal, but he wanted to wait and see. Eugene Tremenglino seemed tired, bags under his eyes. His fingernails had been bitten off completely. He seemed preoccupied and expecting to see someone or something. Red Robin had used a very credible hologram to scare him at home, making a strange hooded figure walk in his living room and go through a wall. He was implanting the suggestion of confessing to all his crimes and, little by little, he was getting through to the murderer, racketeer, extortionist, arsonist, woman-beater and degenerate gambler. Batman calculated he was almost primed to be questioned with assistance from synthetic truth serums. He didn't need violence, he needed to corroborate his worst fears. Let them run, especially him. Let him have good luck. He is almost ready to be turned against them," said Batman, and Robin nodded. The caped crusader pressed a button and the lights went out. The gangsters calmed their girlfriends, it wasn't a big deal. Batman pressed the button again. An explosion took out a tire in one of the large Lincolns parked a few feet away from them. They all started to freak out. Tremenglino saw Robin hiding behind a Lamborghini and freaked out, running for his life as a new explosion took out the rear window of another Lincoln. Tremenglino left his girlfriend and ran screaming for his life. The others called him a coward, until Batman pressed for a last time and the main door of the last Lincoln blew open. He let them see him and everyone grabbed their girlfriends and ran for their lives. The two Mendelsohn brothers stood there too afraid to do or say anything. The dynamic duo hunted down Palestrino and Di Stefano, hiding under the cars and between them. Batman jumped against Palestrino's back, his reluctant informant who hadn't told him that the Bertinellis and the Mendelsohns were together in business converting the warehouses of the old Bertinelli crime family into office space. Batman left a razor-sharp batarang stuck to the ground next to his head as a warning. Robin ambushed Di Stefano on his way out, coming from between two Bugattis with a flying kick that landed on his face and tossed him a few feet. The costumed pair pulled their disappearing act after that. The next stop was Swims, a marina yacht club. The two-storied structure of the club was encased in glass and allowed for a perfect view of the yachts on the Atlantic Ocean. Batman and Robin spotted the mafiosi, James Black Jim Coletti, a Batman informant, Constanzo Valenti, Stefano Steve Mena, Ralph Duce, Red Robin target, Giuseppe Grimaldi, informant of the FBI, Vincent Garofalo, DEA informant, Philip Phil Lucky Giacone and William Dara. The investigations started on them, as well as their subsequent trials would take years and, by the time it was all said and done, someone else would be used as a cog in the mob's machinery. The business associate with them was Gotham Fairness Commission of the Department of Labor, Hugo Sturgeon. The Casamento family, ruled by 75-year-old Santo Casamento from a prison in Sicily, had their claws on many labor unions. Back in the day they had expected, from all the pull they had on Gotham labor unions, to be awarded with some political juice, but it wasn't meant to be, and the Sicilian Don changed the way the family ran business. According to information provided by Black Jim Colletti, a new casino was being built in the Water District and they wanted a piece of the construction and the day-to-day operations. Batman and Robin fell from the ceiling in front of the party of the second floor of the yacht club. He showed them a small handheld device with a button on it, and after pressing it, one of the yachts had an explosion on the side and quickly started to sink to the bottom of the Atlantic. Constanzo Valenti was so angry he tried to hit Batman, but Robin stopped him, smiled and gave him a karate chop to the throat. Batman threw Stefano Mena down the stairs and grabbed Hugo Sturgeon by his lapels, hiding a small listening device on his clothes. "If you're in business with them, I'll know," said Batman, and Robin took that as his cue to push Jakin against the glass overlooking the ocean with such strength that the glass parted. Batman helped him out, kicking Giacone out of the building and through the glass, falling 2 stories down to the club's docks. After that they took advantage of the commotion to throw a smoke bomb and disappear. The next spot was Crown Shy, a place in Theatre Row, the Broadway of Gotham, where all New York artists that want recognition try their luck. Crown Shy had started as an underground nightclub on the backstage of a defunct theatre called Crown Road. The place retained the aesthetics of the underground, with a bar, 2 dance floors and a stage for a DJ with a second story for offices. The management of the club had to surrender their offices to the Galanti crime family. It was swept for bugs every week, uncovering a listening device every so often. The family's consigliere, or advisor, was Vittorio Victor Vincent, an old but savvy gangster that had survived the grand juries of the 90s. The underboss of the family was there, the number 2 of the organization, Salvatore Arsalanello. The dynamic duo could see the capo regimes, John Sonny Boy Campanella and Matteo De Gregorio. The upper management of the Galanti family was engaged in what they did best, turning the Irish gangs of the docks into earners for the family. Batman and Robin entered one of the offices through a window and, using a directional microphone, listened in on the conversation between underboss Salvatore Anello and the Irish mobsters. They discussed the dispute resolution methods, their words, of the Gotham Mafia. It extended beyond the Talaman, and Anello kept it hush-hush. "Bigger than you could imagine, I know only a few details, it's bigger than anything that New York had going at the late 80s. A lot of money involved, so everyone who knows keeps it to themselves. You can get killed asking about it." Robin took out a strange-looking rifle, the line launcher, one of Batman's nifty gadgets. It was a 2-shot mechanism. The first would shoot a metallic base that firmly gripped any surface, the second would shoot a line, a thin cable, with a wide collar on one end. It was attached to the base and would reach a maximum length before contracting again. It wasn't always easy to use, most of the times the wide collar would fail in securing the target, which is why Batman doesn't usually carry the strange gadget. Robin shot the base against the ceiling and the second shot went straight to John Campanella's ankle. The collar grabbed Campanella, and when the line started to shrink back it pulled him to the roof and dangled him. As his personal effects dropped from his pockets, he screamed confused. The other wise guys didn't stay to help him down, they started running. Batman improvised, breaking the top of a table and hurtling it like a disc that flew directly to Salvatore Anello's knees. The man fell to the ground while everyone ran on top of him to get away from the possible mass casualty event. "You think they got the message?" asked Robin as the pair exited the building through the same window they had climbed into. "They got the general gist of it, yeah," responded Batman. They climbed to the roof using the wires and exposed ductwork to make it. Gotham's buildings were, for the most part, repurposed instead of replaced. They saved every penny, cut every corner and reused pieces of the previous building to make the new one. That meant that places like Theatre Row, in West 15th Street, had plenty of buildings with the insides on the outside, not to mention the neon signs and various screens. It constantly caught fire, it constantly caused accidents, but the authorities wouldn't change it because it would impact their bottom line. The dynamic duo made their way to Tamarind, on Theater Row, a restaurant/bar for the theater crowd and wise guys. Batman knew the place well. He had diffused a hostage situation by entering through an air conditioner duct on the side of the building, on top of the kitchen. "Made our way through the kitchen, then?" asked Robin, but Batman shook his head. "No, Robin, this time we should try something different." "The front door?" Robin looked at the building from across the street and asked. "We just walk in and harass them?" Batman smiled. "Yes, precisely. What are they going to do? Their lawyers can't stop me. I'm not a police officer, I'm a Justice League founding member on planetary business. One day you'll have the responsibility of harassing mobsters. I hope you remember the cardinal rule when dealing with members of organized crime." He waited for his son to say something. Eventually he said that they are scum and have no rights. Batman smiled. "No, that there is no line. They want you dead, all of them. There's no line they aren't willing to cross to have you killed, so neither do we. All except murder." Batman and Robin entered the trendy restaurant. The entrance has dozens of screens, the tables extend into 3 sections. Robin checks the registry and guides Batman. People fall silent as they see him walking, arms within his cape. They think it's bad, it's never good. It's probably another mass casualty event waiting to happen. People lose their appetite. Inzerillo family capos Samuel Hank Perrone, Paul Cinquemani, and Albert Battaglia stop eating and look at each other for a hint to what to do. As Gotham criminals, they know that Batman can always show up and brutalize them, and they also know that if they make it more difficult it will hurt even more. They say nothing. The guest is Raymond Horvat, who Batman recognizes as Administrative Vice Lieutenant GCPD. "So, what is the occasion, gentlemen?" asked Batman with his fists balled up and on the table. Robin walked slowly behind them. He was trained to kill them if they posed a threat and counted the ways he could remove them from the mortal coil. The Inzerillo family capos started mumbling different answers when Batman slapped Carmine Battaglia in the face. "Answer me, scum, what is the occasion?" "The GCPD. Lieutenant tried to salvage the situation. They're informing me, Batman, about a new porn ring that operates without the licenses. These people care about regulated sex work. Are you happy now?" Batman tossed the plates aside and pushed the lieutenant to the ground, where Robin kept a razor-sharp batarang to his throat. "Tell me of the porn ring." "I want answers, you want teeth," threatened Batman. Carmine Battaglia raised his hands, as if surrendering, and gave him the specifics of the new outfit in town. "Give me the number to the crime scene cleaners." Batman decided to test his luck. Battaglia took out his cell phone and showed it to Batman. It was indexed as dry cleaners. Duke snapped the video back in the Batcave and indexed the picture as evidence in the growing case against La Cosa Nostra and their mysterious benefactors. "Be seeing you around," said Robin as a goodbye to the lieutenant. "It's a private line, unlisted number, old school technique," said Duke on Batman's earpiece. "You call and they call you back once they have some idea of who you are and where you are calling from." Duke was puzzled. "How many of these numbers are out there?" Batman answered, barely in a whisper but audibly to Duke, "Thousands of them." Batman and Robin walked away. The patrons looked at them with disgust. They didn't care, they weren't there for them. The street-level crime that Batman interfered with during his patrols was only a fraction of the criminal landscape. These people were the administrator class of crime. They made sure the machinery kept making money no matter how. The thieves and hoodlums Batman preyed on kicked a percentage of their illicit earnings to people like Carmine Battaglia so that they could dine and wine a police lieutenant and extort sex workers in porn rings. The patrons that dined next to their table had no idea those men were rapists, murderers, thieves, and extortionists, and didn't care either. After all, made guys, mafiosi, were deemed cool. The dynamic duo made their way from the rooftops of Theater Row to the high-rises and skyscrapers of the Upper East Side, where Gotham Plaza once stood, dwarfing the tall buildings around it. They saw the area from above, from gliding and cruising with help of the grapple gun, and it was a completely different perspective than from the street level. Gotham seemed to rise into the night sky, swallowing everyone caught in the small streets, the rivers of light, white on one side and red on the other. Gotham did just that, devour. The colossal structure sat there as a symbol of Gotham's gluttony, its deadly sin. Gotham devours all eventually, like it will devour Batman and Robin, the mob bosses, the innocent and the guilty, if in fact there were innocents in Gotham. Kiseki was a trendy restaurant in one of the modern skyscrapers. It didn't have a gargoyle or an Art Deco detailing, it was a rectangle of windows and nothing else. The restaurant was on the ground floor, inviting stock traders and power brokers. It didn't feel like Gotham, and that was the point of the buildings. Of all the buildings like that in Midtown and especially in the Upper East Side, they felt like New York. This was by the design of the Powers family, an old aristocratic family that had been engaged in smear campaigns against the Wayne family name and aimed to transform the city into a clone of Chicago or New York. They couldn't kick out the Bat, so they kicked out Gotham. Batman and Robin entered through a vent into the building's service elevator and reached the back of the restaurant in an area without cameras. "Let's not get spotted," said Batman, "we'll be on top of them if we follow those pipes to the other side. Get your directional microphone ready." He smiled and added, "My young ward." Damian snorted and whispered, "The Virgin Ward fears the Chad Sun." Damian was pleased with himself and Batman only said those memes. He was a Generation Z Robin through and through, and was proud that he claimed the superhero lifestyle as cringe, refusing to attend Dick Grayson's parties and get-togethers with other superheroes. In a secluded spot of the busy restaurant, 2 tables were placed together, the girlfriends on one side, and 5 guests on the other table. It was a capo regime by the name of Patrick DeFilippo, of the Panessa family, and his soldiers Michael Consenza, Rosario Russell Andaloro and Giovanni John DeBella, DEA informant. Batman had previously abused Patrick DeFilippo into a hospital for 2 weeks and had turned him into one of his informants. He made sure to tell Robin not to rough him up, as any more abuse and he would probably set Batman up with some carefully constructed lie. The only guest who had brought his wife was the Electricians' Union treasurer, Carl Dunn. Batman studied the husky soft face of Dunn. He didn't seem to be enjoying himself. Maybe he wasn't so impressed by what mobsters called the life. His wife was shooting him stares from the other table and didn't like the vapid girlfriend's chit-chats. Robin was about to make a move when Batman shook his head. He pointed at the small directional microphone and Robin waited. Batman was hooked on Patrick DeFilippo's conversation. They were talking about whacking someone. "My sister will celebrate for days. In fact, she will include me in the family's will if we can do this, that is, if you can do it," said Carl Dunn, to which DeFilippo said, "Silver Banshee carries out that type of work, she just needs the name and she'll get it done." Batman's ears prickled. It was confirmation that Gotham's Cosa Nostra were in business with the secret society of supervillains. Ever since the days where the SSS almost won the war, when Gotham was plunged into chaos and was defended, surprisingly, by its worst elements, the United States government considered the secret society of supervillains a terrorist organization. The State Department would have DeFilippo arrested and dragged to a secret prison as an accessory to America's enemies. Robin was surprised, but masked it well. Duke, following along in the Batcave, only needed the name of the brother-in-law to have him under protection and set a trap for Silver Banshee. The woman had been charged with ethnic cleansing in Moravia, in '92. 30 years of an unnatural criminal career, after she got her powers by selling her soul to a demon. The FBI wanted her as a hood ornament in prison for life. After a few minutes, Dunn repeated the name of his brother-in-law Roland Phillips. Batman made a gesture to his young partner, who dropped a blue grenade on the table. It went off and covered everyone in a blue mist that knocked them out almost immediately. Batman dropped to the ground, grabbed Carl Dunn and pushed him to the ground, where he placed a device on his mouth so he could breathe and quickly picked him up to carry him with them, all the way to the elevator shaft. The mobsters barely even registered what happened. The Caped Crusader made it very simple for Dunn. He could spend a few months in jail awaiting a trial for aiding and abetting terrorists in American territory, or he could confess to Batman Inc.'s 711 phone number and get protection until the trial. Dunn folded easily and detailed their scams with the electricians' union treasury. When Batman left him on that service elevator shaft, he was frantically calling 711. The dynamic duo traversed their way away from the Upper East Side into the little bohemia of the Burnley Docks, a quaint neighborhood home of poets and disillusioned artists. Damian recited factoids of the New York and Gotham Mafia. It was a hobby of his. He enjoyed the colorful nicknames and absurd stories. Damian didn't go to school, he took exams to pass his grades and get a diploma. Instead of school he memorized FBI textbooks and criminal files. He reminded Batman that Luca Sicali had been arrested on Bucco Tavern, right in the heart of Little Bohemia. It had been during the War of Jokes and Riddles. He had barricaded himself all day with a hostage, but surrendered at night when the bat signal was lighted up. Batman showed Damian the ways into Bucco Tavern. He had been there as Batman for the arrest of a serial rapist and a murder suspect, also as Bruce Wayne. He had his picture taken there 15 years ago. The Scottish pub had framed pictures and screens all over their walls. Robin found Vincenzo Morcellino, a wizened old gangster from Sicily, a suspected drug trafficker in a booth at the end of the pub. He was with the New Jersey gambling regulator David Paz. Batman and his partner waited to catch the gist of their suspicious conversation, as they were in fact talking business over a steak and a tall dark beer. A piece of the casinos will go to Quebec, another to Sicily and a third part to be distributed among the families. Tallyman designed the deal. He isn't Italian, but talks sense into these kids calling themselves gangsters nowadays. Batman came out of the vent and quickly made his way to a discreet door, a room no bigger than a closet with wall-to-wall computers and cables. The screens were programmed from here and, with some assistance from Duke Thomas, he managed to hijack all the screens in the pub. Batman made a sign to Robin, who cleared his throat and approached the table. "Good evening, gentlemen." It didn't carry as much gravitas as when Batman did it, and the Sicilian drug trafficker decided it was a good idea to give him attitude. "Where's your brutish friend, little chick? I remember not long ago you would wait in Batman's car. As far as I'm concerned you should still be there." Robin got mad and pulled David Paz to his feet. "You're going to confess, Mr. Paz, or things will get ugly." The threat didn't carry much water and Morcellino laughed like a hyena with phlegm. "Go ahead, hit me. You think it's any easier in Sicily? You don't scare me or David, so might as well." His voice trailed off as he saw the screens without sound and recognized himself. It was a video of him savagely hitting a woman, a dancer at a club that disrespected him. People started poking their heads, especially since they saw Robin standing with another man. Morcellino got up, grabbed his things and got ready to escape as quickly as possible, as people were pointing at him. Batman appeared out of nowhere and without saying as much as a word, kicked his right leg with such strength it broke, then grabbed his left arm and broke it with a single motion. Morcellino fell to the ground, mumbling in Italian about the Carabinieri and Sicilian death squads. Batman and Robin allowed him to drag himself to the exit. People didn't want to interfere, nor did they want to help the man who beat the woman on the screen. David Paz was offered protection in exchange for his testimony and he agreed, calling 711 and asking for a Robin to come get him so he could make a statement. "Is it the growly voice?" asked Damian. Batman knew what it was about. He had failed to threaten the Sicilian monster into compliance. "No, it's not the voice," answered Batman. "It's the cadence. You need to practice it, eventually you'll find a cadence that fits you. A voice needs to be trained, Robin, needs to inhabit you until it sounds as if that were the only voice that could fit you. The secret is the cadence, it shows you don't panic under stress. You've shown that several times by now. Practice makes perfect, some 20 years of this and you'll be a natural." "What about Dent?" he asked, climbing the wires and pipes onto a rooftop. "Where do you think he is?" "I say Gotham, he likes the danger." Batman calculated his shot with the grappling gun on the edge of the building and answered, Harvey is smart, he likely operates from another city, Chicago most likely. Although the sightings are worrisome. On the next rooftop Damian said he has a teleportation device, how else is he in Tennessee and California in the same evening? He isn't using commercial airplanes, we checked with cargo airplanes, or as much as one can check on them. I still think it's a teleportation device. Batman crossed a bridge between two buildings and kept the conversation going. What is his role with the Gotham Mafia, then? If he is a national criminal, why would he be solely focused on this one city? Where every time he tries something, he ends in prison. What brings him here? Wondered Batman. Damian answered, he's insane, father, don't waste time trying to think like him. It could be because it's Thursday, or the coin told him, or his split personality is responsible. He needs Gotham. Batman shook his head. Seemed far more rational and careful now, almost like he isn't insane. No 2 shots in the face, or 2 themed crimes. Instead, mobsters mention him in hushed tones, not only fear but also respect. I wouldn't be surprised if he is behind these so-called crime scene cleaners. Maybe he got better. Damian asked who won, then, Harvey Dent or Two-Face? Batman didn't say anything, instead he growled as he considered the possibility that Harvey was truly gone forever. Batman did that on occasion, he would growl, like a dog, when the subject of crime hit a sore spot on him or when children were victimized. He could growl for long periods of time and have Duke checking his systems thinking it's some kind of interference. They left Midtown by the Pioneers Bridge, gliding and using the grapnel gun, above the dense traffic. Batman descended on the cargo of an 18-wheeler trailer, Damian landed next to him. The truck would take them directly to the Fashion District, the next step on their intimidation tour. Lesson to learn from Harvey, never do as he does, never be just Batman and no Bruce Wayne, or all Robin and no Damian Wayne. Your costumed persona must never devour the human being you are under the mask. Every time that almost happened to me it was a complete disaster. Damian Wayne must be your ace in the hole, the one thing no one can plan for. What Damian is, what he does, is up to you. You learn of the world by being a part of it, Robin can change it from the outside. Robin sat comfortably and thought about it like a sharp batarang on the sleeve of my uniform. Batman nodded exactly like that. Damian thought of his brother Dick. He loved being Nightwing but hated Dick Grayson. In fact, his worst enemy wasn't a costumed crook, rather it was himself. Unhappiness and neurosis. Dysmorphia, said Batman, you end up hating yourself. The trailer took the exit towards the elevated avenue into downtown Gotham. The building went from Gothic to modern in the Fashion District. What is Damian Wayne going to be? Damian responded, I'm already taking ballet classes, I think you knew that. Maybe MMA when I'm 21. A career kicking ass would be nice. Batman smiled at his son, you already have a career kicking ass, you want your civilian identity to do that too. Damian took out his grapple gun and while he aimed it said, this isn't a career, father, this is who I am. Batman and son were pulled by their grapple guns over the elevated train and onto the rooftop overlooking the nightclub Jolene. Lasers and neon lights came out of the 4-story building, cars coming and going, a long line and private security made of ex-cops and mafia goons. Batman looked up at the night sky, above their heads was the Batwing, a black spot that followed them around. I want to try something, I used it on Solomon Grundy, but it could be used on mobsters if there are more than 3. It might require some math and improvisation. On the 2nd story of the building, overlooking the L train, Sabatino family members Paul Sicilian Paul Caruso, acting street boss, Vito Peeps Rostelli, underboss, and Capo Regime Salvatore Bill Alfano, DEA informant, were arguing with the waste management consultant Dave Berg over the no-show jobs they had negotiated. These jobs didn't pay much, but was taxable income. The mafia's biggest concern is always cleaning the money, and these jobs were perfect for it, they didn't need to go to the office Monday through Friday, they would get a title, a plaque with their picture and a monthly check. The assignation of the no-show jobs were always delicate issues in the Sabatino crime family. Dave Berg couldn't create more jobs out of thin air, however Peep's tone of voice gave him the distinct impression that by the end of the night he would do just that. He was wrong, he didn't consider Robin, who looked at them with a big smile and a strange-looking bazooka. Robin fired before they could react and a big wide net was thrust out, swallowing them completely. He then moved out of the way, letting the rope that connected the net to the Batwing tense in the air. The mobsters cried out in fear as they saw the rope go from taut to tense, and suddenly, they were pulled by Batman's jet plane, flying above the Gotham buildings into another zip code, leaving them finally dazed and confused in an alleyway. The next spot on the list was Melba's in Gotham Heights, the luxurious residential area of the West End. A patch of green surrounded the area, with wide spacious avenues. It was hard to believe that the West End was on the same island as the Upper East Side. Melba's, in the 2 first floors of a tall glass and steel high-rise, had a spotlight on, illuminating the clouds above in the starless night. Damien knew the place, both in his civilian identity and as Robin. He followed his father through the service entrance inside the building, accessible through an air conditioning vent, bumping shoulders with the staff. They were instantly worried at seeing Batman. They observed the patrons from the security room, checking the camera's feeds. They could see soldiers in the Beretti crime family, Giuseppe Buxalato, a police informant, and Vincenzo Acero, who the Red Robin had been close to breaking. Acero seemed like a mess. He was sure his dead friends were haunting him. He had had a conversation with Mickey Palmiotti for 45 minutes in his bathroom, and Mickey had been dead for well over 11 years. He didn't seem as engrossed in conversation as Buxalato, who was talking to EPA public official Roger Cohen about making dangerous industrial waste disappear with the power of a pen and a lot of bribing. Buxalato, like the rest of his crime family, was in the business of city reconstruction after supervillain attacks. It was a booming industry. Batman and Son decided on the best course of action and took their prey by surprise, dropping a smoke grenade and slamming Roger Cohen's head against his salad, planting a listening device/GPS on his collar. Batman growled, "You chose to be a criminal, it's on you," and before they could protest, they were gone. The criminals, shook up and freaked out, forgot their codes of omerta, of silence, and passionately discussed their illegal businesses, trying to find out which did the Batman knew about. Turns out, he didn't know about many of them, but now he did. The dynamic duo used the Batwing to fly to the Fashion District, above the second-story avenue, next to the elevated train. They glided next to the elevated train station, making their way to Bungalow 3, 40 stories above ground level in a pedestrian avenue. Batman got lucky. The place had both street bosses of the Bertinelli family, Anthony Tony Bunny Rabbito and Joseph Shotgun Padaro, in company of Capo Tony Canzoneri. They were dining and wining the labor and workforce development official of the governor's office, Herbert Fail. Batman recognized him. There had been some controversy over the man who previously had that job. He had been accused of not doing enough to ensure safe and fair workplaces and even had a smear campaign conducted against him by the Gotham Herald, promoting Herbert Fail as a paragon of justice and fairness. The Gotham Mafia had news media backing. In fact, they counted on anything short of political power. Mafia family not only had soldiers and capos, but also associates, and these could range on the thousands to tens of thousands. They couldn't be made, especially if they didn't have an Italian father, but they enjoyed the fruits of a clandestine conspiracy and usually remained unmentioned in Gotham's trials against the mafiosi. Robin took out a pouch and covered everyone on the table with itchy powder. Everyone in the restaurant saw them with hate. Shotgun Padaro got up and pointed at Batman. "I don't have to take this from you, costumed freaks." He was wrong. Batman grabbed his fingers and broke them, making Padaro howl in pain. Cell phones out, everyone was recording them. The caped crusader decided to give them a show, so once Canzoneri got up to defend his boss, Batman grabbed him and lifted him up like a sack of potatoes, slamming him against the low ceiling and then stamping his head against a wall. Anthony Rabideau thought better than to protest and stayed frozen in his seat. The pair walked out of the restaurant and disappeared into the night. Rabideau had seen the cycle happen over and over. He was 54 and remembered how the mafia had hired every hitman and assassin that could conceivably take out the Bat, only to find the hero going after them until they were all in jail. He wouldn't do it again, regardless of what Padaro would want. They were simply outmatched by the Batman. All they could do was send money to the various anti-costume societies in Gotham and lobby against them, engaging in smear campaigns. The superhero costume phenomenon had geopolitical implications for the Western countries. They didn't want anyone messing with the goose of the golden eggs. The Justice League were a safeguard against any dangerous military conflict with foreign powers, so the anti-costume crowd, badly organized and poorly financed, couldn't do more than smear campaigns in a few newspapers and online. They weren't the only group that labored every day to rid the world of costumed crime fighters. There were also the Justifiers. The Justifiers were a cult, based on Planet Apocalypse, home of Darkseid, that aimed to instill a new worldview on people, one where hope and freedom are mathematically proven to be nothing more than illusions, superstitions of a previous world. The Justifiers promised political power to the disenfranchised once Darkseid's totalitarian regime was forced on Earth. The Justifiers were well financed, thanks in part to the Mannheim Mafia that sold apocalyptian technology to criminal groups. They were well organized and pushed for a general election to accept Darkseid. A democratic decision to embrace Darkseid's regime which, as they often said, was only a matter of time. The incursions of Darkseid's army had been repelled by the Justice League on numerous occasions, giving Batman practically carte blanche on his brutal methods. The Justifiers, who sought to justify people's innate desire to oppress, wished to replace religion. They had garnered a great deal of publicity. Enemies of the costumed people, they often praised the Justifiers' cult as a religious revolution on par with Martin Luther's Reformation of Christianity. The more Batman pressed the issue, stating that since their aims was complete human subjugation they should be seen as a terrorist organization akin to ISIS and many others, the more the public defended them, stating that freedom of religion meant exactly that, regardless of their ultimate aims. Nightwing even defended them and hoped to be able to vote against Darkseid's oppression in free elections. The Justifiers' cult recruited mostly middle-aged professionals and careerists. They targeted bureaucratic labor force. They engage in lawfare, that's where the money from the tiers inside the organization goes to. They want to stop paying taxes to the IRS, the same status as the Church of Scientology. The Justifiers' cult had connections with Gotham's criminal underworld that extended beyond the Mannheim crime cult or Prophet Mannheim Mafia. Michael the Saint Casale, street boss of the powerful Casamento family, represented their clandestine interests. Batman found him in Beatrixola, in the Water District. He was dining close to the giraffe enclosure with actor and celebrity Randall Pike. He had made some fame as Hollywood's Justifier connection, going up the ranks of the New Jersey organization as the third in command. Members were expected to buy courses and programs to be further cleansed of their old ways and justified, holding a great deal of power over the newly converted members. It was said that a justified member of society could always count on his brethren to accommodate him on anything, even taking away their houses and cars on the pretense of brotherhood and hierarchy. Batman couldn't treat them as criminals, but he asked his friend the question, René Montoya, to keep an eye on them and be ready to bring them down at any time. He considered to wait for Darkseid to make his next move and, once the population was scared and looking for scapegoats to be sacrificed, he would swoop in and offer the entire Justifiers network. It was a low tactic, but it was better than giving them a chance to take over society, demolish old forms of worship and transform people's lives into a replica of Apocalypse, where civil society lives in ghettos administered by the cult. Randall Pike was feeding strawberries to the giraffe while the Saint went on and on about Talaman's role as inter-family enterprise matchmaker. Talaman was a solid guy in Casale's estimation. He hadn't rolled over anyone during his trials. He wasn't the only failed costumed criminal turned into a serious operator. but he was the belle of the ball in Gotham's underworld. Batman made a note of this. He growled, remembered the 67 murders he committed. Casale went on to talk about the Justifier's bread and butter, the human resources departments in American corporate world. He said, "You gotta understand, Randall, we ain't a country of heavy industry, of factories, not anymore. America is a country of offices, and he who controls the general attitude expected from millions of Americans on a daily basis, programs the shape of things to come." Randall watched the giraffe walk back into his private quarters, where a team of veterinarians always took care of the animal. The creature lived better than anyone on the Narrows or the Hill, and Batman felt sick to his stomach. Not gonna bore you with the metaphysics of the grueling monotonous drudgery of working in front of a computer 8 hours a day, in an office full of other people in similar circumstances. You gotta understand that there needs to be an organ of conflict resolution, human resources, human capital. That's your crowd, your target audience. Randall thought about it and agreed with Casale, saying, "They put bread on my table, but how do I talk to these people, you know? I don't know the first thing about it. I was a trained masseuse, I've never worked in an office in my life. They seem like a sad bunch of people that wish they were like me, successful, justified, and free." The Saint Casale smiled, and after serving himself another glass of scotch presented him with his idea. There's a compound that makes it so their experience of boring work becomes desirable. They work, as always, but in their minds, they are in a paradisiacal beach with their friend Randall Pike talking about Hollywood and celebrity gossip. That's the power of the Chinook fluid, extremely illegal, in fact a crime in the Tribunal of The Hague, because it has been used to facilitate a genocide. Chinook fluid is programmed, in a way. It doesn't have to be some nightmarish false experience. Darkside technology can do something similar. There was a theme park of torture that made everyone happy and joyous, called Happyland. People were getting tortured and took part in torture, but by the end of the day they remembered things very differently. Pike, obviously interested, asked whatever happened there. Casale said, "Happyland? A bunch of new Genesis brats went through the place and destroyed it. A shame, really." Pike continued with his questions. "Bureaucrats are prime subjects for justification, but what about that fluid? Can they make it legal? It would be an easy sell." Casale seemed sheepish when he said Chinook fluid can only be made one way, with Mr. Mind. He is a caterpillar that gets into people's brain, through the ear, and controls them. Won't go much in depth about that nasty prick, a member of the secret society of supervillains. He mass produces the stuff, don't know where it goes, but I'll find out. We can make fortunes on this. The Walmart FEMA camps of the future require a great deal of record keeping, slaves need foremen, ghettos need cubicle jobs. People equate apocalyptic society with negative stereotypes, but haven't figured out that there's an entire upper crust that lives like kings of old. Those cubicle jobs will have Chinook fluid, I'll make sure of it, Randall, and they will be happy, which in the end, isn't it why this whole thing exists for?" Randall snorted, laughing. Batman hacked the sound system and the screens. He played conversations between Casale and the Justifier's hierarchy and showed footage of him beating a young kid outside a store. Randall got up and ran away, but Robin jumped on top of him before he could get very far. Casale also tried to run, but Batman tackled him from behind a mirrored column, tossing him to a served table and clashing everything to the ground. Batman stomped on his right knee with such ferocity he broke his bone and dragged him from his hair, pulling with all his strength until, outside, he tossed him to the trash. He wished he could glide and kick his spine into the past tense, but this would have to be enough. The surveillance and encounter had left him with a bad taste in his mouth. The forces of evil were well organized and effective. This, he feared, was a problem he would inherit to his son Damien. He didn't mind the anti-costume movements and half-hearted lobbying, he understood their discontent better than most heroes. The costumed crowd had forced the general public into a world constantly threatened. Regular civilians had no option but to witness an overclass dictate the destiny of nations. The Justifiers, although they shared an overlap with them, were a finer instrument of destruction, a well-thought-out affront to human dignity, liberty, and hope. Batman was in the mood for a fight. Robin suggested they visit Alibi, the bar in Coventry, uptown. It was a galante hotspot for mobbed-up goons and lowlives. The industrial sector of Coventry, with Trident Chemicals and the factories behind the Gotham Bridge, had never seen the sheer money that was on display in Midtown. They didn't have pet giraffes or yacht clubs, only hard work and crime. The dynamic duo spotted Gotham's labor treasurer Andrew J. Powell drinking and celebrating with Joseph Stabill and Vito Bonventre, one of Red Robin's targets. They celebrated the tax scams, overpaid construction material that made the Galante family powerful. Batman was angry, like he had been when he was just starting out. 20 years later, and he still profoundly hated criminals and the corrupt. All he wanted was to put his hands on crime's neck and squeeze the life out of it. Robin got into position and made a sign. He was ready. There were at least 7 people with firearms on them. No reason to take risks. Batman tossed a glue grenade against the group on the back of the club and, jumping from a balcony, started pummeling the patrons, making his way from one end to the other, while Robin was there to make sure the crowd didn't react cleverly. He kept an eye on the gunmen and kept them distracted, blowing out the fuses and obstructing view with smoke grenades. It became a bedlam, a barroom brawl. Batman imagined his punches and kicks made childish onomatopoeic sounds like pow, chop, kapow and wham. He wondered why it couldn't be simpler, with goons dressed in uniform, maybe with a number on their chests. The real goons wore suits, worked in fancy offices, managed important roles and functions of society. These unlucky, unintelligent scumbags, abusers, extorters, and rats were more like brute animals. They made their living abusing others in hopes that their bosses would elevate them in the clandestine underworld to be able to spend a Thursday night in a trendy restaurant, instead of a shoebox without windows getting their asses kicked by a huge man in a bat costume. The place, which was already a disaster, looked even worse. People knocked out on the ground, on tables, sprawled unconscious in a mound. Batman walked on top of them, aiming for the goons with guns. The unspoken rule was well known, the ones with guns always had it worse. Robin came down from the ceiling and together they left the dreary bar. It was nearly 1 o'clock. There was a last stop to make. Gardner Mirage, in Gotham Heights, on the West End, Midtown. The managers and administrators of crime would think twice before stepping out in public, as if they had nothing to fear. They would still work the day after, like Tommaso Blue Eyes Panessa, boss of the Panessa family, which Batman had given him a beating so fierce he had spent the last month and a half on intensive care in the Elliott Hospital, holding court with his capos and associates. The money was still there, he knew that was the problem, the untaxable fortunes, the dark money. It was as simple as extending your hand and keeping a piece to yourself, while holding off everyone else with your other hand. Moths to the flame, thought Batman. The flame had already burned down Gotham in corruption, in a way they had already won a decisive battle, but the war was far from over. The Gardner Mirage was famous for its holograms. It had been used for a trilogy of action films with Keanu Reeves. Mingling with the patrons, and projected from the ceiling, the holograms of famous people danced, drank, and partied like silent neon ghosts. Batman recognized Alfonso Tic Cataldo and Samuel Big Sam Cavalieri, Sabatino soldiers, dancing with City Planning Commissioner Melissa Rodriguez. She had obtained the job through a campaign on the app TikTok, denouncing Gotham's regressive policies. She promised homes for the homeless, then changed the definition of homeless and had the police brutally repel them from their encampments in Midtown. Batman smiled and kept to the shadows, looking for the computers and the master control system. Duke prepared the videos from the Batcave. Robin found the place and gained entry to the system. Batman inserted a thumb drive and Duke went to work. Less than 10 minutes later they stepped out, looking over a rail to the dancing trio. The holograms went offline for a moment, flickering in and out of existence, until all of them played the video of Melissa Rodriguez receiving money in envelopes and boxes, counting it on her desk. Batman got closer, attacking Tic Cataldo with his bat claw, tossing him over his head into a pair of tables. The music was turned off, the crowd was wild. Robin prevented Rodriguez from escaping through a side exit. Batman grabbed her hands and looked down on her. Confess tonight. She saw the holograms, as did everyone, and then looked around. Her mobster friends were long gone. She hung her head and finally relented. Okay, just okay. Robin accompanied her outside. Batman stared at the party-goers until the holograms were readjusted. The bright neon reds and pinks flashed everyone for a moment. Batman was gone. In the heart of Midtown, next to the Robinson Park, sits quiet calm University District, where the Gotham U campus educates hundreds of thousands of students every year. The offices of the Gotham University president, Dwight Simmons, overlook the greenhouse that the biology faculty maintains. The carpeted office, with cedar furniture and a stained glass window detailing ducks flying at dawn, was spacious enough to accommodate a small living room. The walls, adorned by wooden details, was decked with framed photographs of Dwight Simmons shaking hands with presidents, NGO activists, European royalty, and old aristocratic American families. There were a few ducks, made of bronze, captured in mid-flight on the walls around the ample windows. There were family portraits on the desk, a camping trip and hunt in the forests of New Jersey. A discreet lateral exit was partially hidden behind a bookcase. Harvey Dent's assassination squad got into position covering that door from the outside before Two-Face entered the office. He never entered a building or a room without knowing how to escape from it. Two-Face sat on one of the comfy couches and let Simmons offer him a cup of coffee. Harvey crossed his legs and let Simmons roam aimlessly in the office before collecting his wits. Dwight Simmons was, in Harvey's estimation, a good accomplice and a bit of a goofball, easily influenced by the powerful people he encounters. Dwight produced a small attaché case, aluminum made, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Harvey. This was the second payment of $100,000 and part of the mechanism by which Harvey, as Mabius, laundered hundreds of millions of dollars every year. The university, which helped deviate federal funds, had just opened a Subway sandwich store, making around $1 million in sales every year. The dozens of corporate franchises helped launder $1,267 million. Dwight, in his usual unsure way, wished to be let into the details of the massive scam. He swore up and down that he would never reveal a word to anyone, but wished to know more about the organization that made it all possible and further details of their plans. Harvey lighted a lucky strike and looked for an ashtray, but there wasn't one. Dwight quickly went through his things in his desk's drawers and produced a small ashtray with the university's symbol in it, a souvenir of times gone by. Two-Face took out a small plastic device with a blinking red light. It was extraplanetary technology that cancelled out any microphones. Harvey could feel the draw of the coin. He could let the coin decide how to answer his request, but remembered the miserable conditions of Arkham Asylum and the dozens of therapeutical techniques that seemed like borderline torture to him. He placed all thoughts of the coin away from him. He would never go through the same thing again, not now that he was in the biggest crew there was in the world, even more successful than the secret society of supervillains and far more discreet. The money, Harvey explained, it's not for me. Dwight took his glasses off, sat down and paid attention. Two-Face enjoyed his cigarette and continued speaking. The GCPD had been engaged in a war against La Cosa Nostra for practically a century. The police department was compromised, it's true, but they had declared themselves enemies of the gangsters and racketeers, trying to put them all in prison. Batman changed all that. His Batman Incorporated has sabotaged any serious attempt by the authorities to thwart organized crime. Crime, for a lack of a better word, has won over the GCPD and over Gotham's authorities. Batman didn't intend for it to happen, but that is the consequence of his decisions. This has begun a crime renaissance which will awaken a class consciousness among the criminals. Dwight stared at his good side for almost a minute, not knowing what to say or how to say it. Finally, he only repeated his words: a class consciousness of criminals. Harvey seemed pleased. The criminal is a class in society, one with revolutionary potential. Mabuse is a revolution against the state itself, and it's helped by the superheroes, who have sabotaged the state as the prime actor in society. Revolution is coming, Mr. Simmons. The day when we will extort money from all houses and apartments is coming. Total criminal victory. It seemed impossible in the 1930s Germany, but today it is more than possible. It's the future looking back at us. Dwight mulled over his words and timidly whispered, is Mabuse anarchist, then? Two-Face shook his head. No, not anarchists, Mr. Simmons, crime supremacists. Mabuse doesn't seek to destroy the state and replace it with nothing. Nature abhors a vacuum. Think along with me, Dwight. What is the nucleus of society? It's the family, isn't it? Well, the crime family is the basic unit of the clandestine society. A natural hierarchy of crime is forged in danger, it comes with the risk of life and limb. It's the superior organization for this reason. Mabuse wants the world to function by organizing itself as if it was a criminal enterprise, because deep down that's what it is. This organization starts as a family, but as families form societies, the bosses organize into a commission. This commission's members elect from their ranks a CEO that presides over it. These CEOs vote and get elected themselves. Crime has a political dimension. Dwight lit up a cigarette and exhaled smoke as he thought about what to say to that. It weaponizes crime's political dimension? Is that it? Harvey shook his head. No. Bigger than that, Dwight. Mabuse is a future-oriented political organization. It's the silent party, walking hand in hand with Adam and Eve. This silent party should command the Leviathan, it should kneel before its master. A silent state that doesn't require democracy, because it's above democracy itself. The clandestine is the last freedom of mankind. Danger is the last frontier. Dwight started to understand and, as a hunter himself, he enjoyed the feeling of danger and how it made academic accomplishment completely irrelevant. He mentioned a few close calls he had had in the woods. A lone and famished wolf was sniffing him about. Danger is the primal truth maker. It makes things real. Pressed Harvey, things are defined in danger. Those that make their living in danger should be in charge, criminals and combat veterans. The overclass of clandestine costumed criminals proves it. Dwight nodded sagely and added, I imagine that Mabuse wishes to make a sort of republic of crime, yes. Harvey finished his cigarette and said, from the many, one. That is why this money goes into education. The costs are high, but a learned criminal is an investment into the next chapter of history. A crime revolution is made through education. We're talking a clandestine takeover of America and the West. Dwight, excited about being part of a historical event, urged Harvey to say more of this wonderful new ideology. He clarified it wasn't all that new, but defended it by saying Mabuse is the only ideology that capitalism hasn't appropriated and exhausted. The only worldview that can counter the liberal worldview of the Western nations. That's why its most powerful weapon against civil society and its government is education. Mabuse serves as a library to the incarcerated, educating them, but we must go further still, Dwight, get them young and active in the streets. We help gangs form clans, and clans form societies. We further horizons and offer new revenue streams to active networks on a regular basis. We put some on MBAs and through business school. Our methods were designed by German sociologists in the period of 1932 to 1956 in medieval universities in the Black Forest. The technology is kept up to date by MIT and the University of Tokyo. Gotham U will develop its sciences. We must not forget how the Soviet worldview made their own Soviet science, now forgotten. Mabuse science will be developed in Gotham U. Our own generation of genius scientists and pioneers in crime. Harvey lit up another cigarette. He was hooked. So Mabuse was created in German colleges? Is that still its major power? Harvey laid back and shook his head. Once upon a time, maybe, but not anymore. Mabuse is a distributed network, each cell provided with their own resources. Reaches internationally, and its network, its true shape, is known only to some Mabuse in Germany or Bangkok. There's a London Mabuse, a Paris Mabuse, a Tokyo Mabuse, and so on. Dwight summed it up by saying a true free society of agents. The sovereigns of the earth. This pleased Harvey, who continued, a Mabuse is a free man that kneels to no one and lives the life of a free agent, seeking to make all men free. He's a liberator through the flames of danger. A torchbearer. The Japanese mafia had relations with the Japanese emperor, same as Chinese triads with their emperor. They were seen as the inevitable shadow of the empire. The West lacks an emperor, Mabuse would be his equal. Now only the CIA and MI6 pose a threat, they are penetrated and misdirected. In this highly controlled world, the man who is truly free is a mirage. Dwight added, the revolutionary potential of crime is the only real threat to the CIA and Pentagon domination. Our instruments of liberation. They talked of failed revolutions, American-backed revolutions, and dirty revolutions done by wetwork operators in the jungles of Guatemala. Harvey dreamed of walking into the Oval Office and receiving an attaché case like Dwight's from the president and his staff. A tax to let them operate freely. Dwight remembered reading something about the night side of Eden, of black and forbidden magic, and what would be more forbidden than Mabuse? He thought of Harvey, in that sense, as a black magician making fortunes appear and disappear. He also thought of Lenin, striking deals with Russian criminals and prisoners to engage in revolutionary praxis. Dwight was content with the deal and the arrangements. It seemed to be a small cost to a great and liberating revolution. He didn't ask about Gotham's organized crime. He knew that Harvey was very active in Cleveland and other cities, and didn't know he served as a peace officer of Gotham's mafia, providing them with the infrastructure necessary to carry out their crimes. A corporation on top of a family-run business. Dwight brought the issue of Batman back to the discussion. He wanted to know how Mabuse would handle the costumed crime fighter. The only way to deal with the Bat is to keep him distracted and penetrate his organization through the corruption of his members. He isn't going away anytime soon, but the more he fights crime, the more crime wins. They delegitimize the state and its monopoly over violence. Police departments are sabotaged. People go to jail, but the networks stand by replacing its members. There are always more people to choose from. Once a mechanism of wealth is produced, even if you arrest the members of the conspiracy, others will continue on to produce money. Batman raises the stakes of the danger always present in crime, but fear is not enough to keep people from becoming rich. People fear the federal government more than they fear Batman. 50 or 60 years sentence is worse than any beating Batman can dish out. Man's right to better himself and make his fortune cannot be overshadowed by Batman's violence. The revolution will compromise the Justice League, corrupt the so-called incorruptible. A world beyond America is an eventuality. The public is opening their eyes, the legal authorities lose the battle for the hearts and minds of regular people. The sun has set on the empire, the American century is over. The new day prepares to come out, unstoppable by even the most powerful superheroes. Batman can't punch people's disillusion, and Superman can't stop the revolution from being carried out. The American illusions of hard work and fair play are a thing of the past, a dream we have woken up from. A dogmatic slumber. All we need to do is open people's eyes and they'll do the rest. Dwight checked his watch. It was almost 1 a.m. and his wife would be worried in bed if he didn't get home. Harvey picked up the strange plastic device and the money and promised to keep him informed of Mabuse's progress. He even hinted at his move against Batman, but quickly added, "It must be done carefully, of course, without him knowing." Two-Face exited the office and the assassination squad stood at attention. He still had more meetings tonight. He had to keep moving. The job of crime CEO didn't stop. He had meetings that night and the following morning, some in Gotham, some across America, and the following night he was expected in Mexico's largest port, to oversee the sale of metric tons of weapons and ammo. Batman and Robin separated at 1 a.m., the young lad went to see his nocturnal friends, while Batman checked up with the night people, as he called them. Gotham's inhabitants of the night, Batman's domain. He started in the abandoned amusement mile, what had been several times the domain of the Joker and now served as homeless camp. He stick to the shadows, getting closer and closer to the strange man known to the future of 853rd century as Cubista. Cubista was an old enemy of a Batman of the future that had traveled back in time, along with his superhero friends to visit the original Justice League. Centuries after Bruce Wayne was dead, gone, and forgotten, there was still a Batman. Cubista was a rare member of his rogues gallery, a man content with strange, almost inexplicable crimes, like stealing all the light bulbs in a house, or the microwave plate or city park furniture. The crimes didn't make sense to anyone but himself, and seemed content living on his own, surrounded by homeless people. He hadn't hurt anyone, which is why Batman allowed him in his city, constantly observing him, keeping an eye in case he should change and become violent. Cubista had a light blue box over his head and, using technology from the far future, produced holograms around him, mimicking his environment as if it were a cubist painting. Anywhere he went would look like the Guernica. Cubista himself seemed capable of some limited teleportation, appearing and disappearing into the live paintings around him. Batman, hidden among the fair's machinery, abandoned and covered in spider webs, observed the strange visitor from the future as he sat outside his trailer reading a magazine about Gotham's art scene. If Cubista was somehow alerted to his presence, he never showed it. Batman didn't know how he could see anything with a box over his head, but assumed he used some kind of futuristic technology. He didn't look forward to the Batman of the future showing up and fighting in Amusement Mile. The homeless people respected him, camping around the trailer and giving him enough space to have a small garden that he tended every day with great care. Batman wished to have Dick Grayson there, an extra pair of eyes on Cubista and protecting the derelict from the drug pushers and the crazies. Cubista was a night creature, like Batman, and the Bat was fascinated by the people that experienced Gotham at night. It seemed as if there were two shifts, the day shift and the night shift, and the two lived in completely different cities. A city within a city bordered by sunset and dawn. Cubista finished reading his magazine, turned his holographic projectors on and entered his trailer through a displaced door. Batman couldn't understand how he had done it, but made a mental note of it in case he needed to break his bones. He came out the trailer with gardening tools and tended to his garden. He couldn't be so bad, Batman mused, he respected the things that grew. Batman retired, traversing the cogs and tubes away from Cubista to shoot his grapple gun to the net that the Batwing kept hovering over him. There were more than just criminals at night, there were also the liminal, the night owls and the scumbags. The caped crusader kept a watchful eye on all of them. He descended over Midtown's Coventry and focused on the night flyers, groups of adventurers with enough money to buy flying systems, ranging from rocket boots to small delta wings on go-karts. They had been inspired by Batman and his family of adventurers, traversing Gotham's architecture like birds in flight. It was an extreme sport for them and a good way to make money online by advertising it on social media. Celebrity podcasters attached to wings and a rocket doing tricks 500 meters over the pavement to an audience of vapid online influencers. Batman didn't think much of the new forms of media, that was Damien's domain. Jenny Huber, Instagram influencer, an occasional actress, preached Marxism-Leninism while strapped to a propulsion system on her back. Ofelia Rios, art influencer, condemned the lack of Maoism and preached anti-urban politics while planning to fly circles around the tall bridge over the factories. It was a scene, a milieu, a who's who of Gotham society. Maximilian Chase, famous for his passion for extreme sports and online following, greeted Batman on the rooftop of a factory's administration building. "Check out these lunatics, hey!" he welcomed. Batman smiled and said nothing. These were a touchy crowd, he knew they could be offended by anything he said, so he tried to keep his interactions to a minimum. Batman shared a flight with 6 other people, shooting his grappling gun to a tall chimney and getting spat over it, opening his wings and gliding around them, going down and gaining speed and turning up and gaining altitude. Gina O'Connor, former Congresswoman for Illinois, flew her rocket packs too close to Batman and they two almost collided. They made their way to a low rooftop and she expected an apology, but Batman simply said it got dicey there for a moment, didn't it? He remembered the shouting session O'Connor gave a barista in DC, he had seen it on TikTok. Gina decided to play it smart and almost apologized. The wines are rough. Jamie Henry, also known as Hank the Tool Guy, local celebrity, praised Gotham, calling it the first in the new type of city, the seed that carries adventure to the future. He mentioned the first city in recorded history, and Batman couldn't resist himself, saying Gotham's not the first city, it's the last. Enjoy it, when the nuclear war starts all this will go away and we'll have real concerns. All we can do is witness it and care for the survivors. Everyone stood there, silently, looking at him like he was either insane or wise. Batman said nothing more, jumping off the ledge and traversing his way to the taller rooftop by the chimneys, where a group of enthusiasts were double-checking their equipment. Aidan Kelly and Elizabeth Frost were two multimillionaires Rhodes Scholars. They enjoyed talking about ethical capitalism, hinting that their donations were somehow an ethical eraser that eliminated their previous faults. Batman thought about it, it seemed to him that they wanted to be greedy, but also to be above reproach, and remembered the Wall Street guys of the 80s, getting insanely rich by scamming people and cleansing their conscience with retreats and missionary work. It's literally so easy, repeated Aidan, people that don't go for the bag are just misguided, it's all there, millions to anyone with a brain and an education in business. I don't get poor people, don't they want to get better? Batman observed him quietly, aware that someone had taken out an iPhone and was recording him. Criminals just need an MBA, concluded Elizabeth Frost. Change the prison system into a school system and Batman will be irrelevant. The caped crusader looked to his side. Lottie Williams was hiding a smile and gave him a look of confidence. You don't change evil with money and opportunities, you change it with judgment and punishment, said Batman. This seemed like the wrong thing to say. Everyone started swearing up and down that evil didn't exist, it was a man-made concept, a social convention that didn't mean anything. Lottie whispered to Batman, Darkseid and Mogul are just misunderstood by our regressive social norms. Batman almost liked Dottie before she said that would make for a fire tweet, certified banger. Batman parted ways from the group, reminding them to call 711 should anything happen and recommended triple-checking their flying machines. They considered Batman a bit of a dork, someone who wasn't up to date with America's pulse. Batman's next stop was in the West End, Gotham Heights. This group of night dwellers weren't active online and only a select few knew about their existence. They were the Fortunate Sons, a cult-like society of people that every 2 weeks adopt a new persona and exchange their lifestyles between each other. Identities were shared, people were fungible tokens. They got together at a penthouse with a large outdoor balcony that had a pool and a bar. They would chill on the weekends, starting Thursdays, sometimes drinking themselves to oblivion. Thomas Gibbs, relaxing on the pool, was only Thomas Gibbs that week. Someone else would wear his suits, his pajamas, his worries and secret triumphs. Salman Juarez, in the small DJ booth of the lounge, had been Thomas Gibbs, and Thomas Gibbs had been the DJ of the strange group. Batman sat on a corner, petting a cat that lazily jumped from one couch to the next. They weren't criminals, or not any more than the night flyers. He worried that someone would take advantage of them as they seemed to shirk off the burden of identity. Adil Pacheco, for example, had been a street beggar for 2 weeks, a CFO of a corporation in Midtown, an art critic living in Little Bohemia, a music teacher and a married father of 3. That had been before the event that created him and the rest of the Fortunate Sons, the Joker event. It killed 5,000 people, the Fortunate Sons' brothers, husbands, wives, children. They saw as buildings, teeming with people, fell like flies. Their world had been robbed from them, they couldn't go on, they didn't look for revenge or tried to make a statement in society, they retreated to their group and abandoned who they were. Batman decided to take a moment for himself. He hadn't stopped moving since 6 o'clock. He observed Mikey Woodard drink himself to a stupor while watching his friends play cards. He joined the Fortunate Sons after his brothers were consumed by the tidal wave of Joker zombies that teared people limb from limb. Batman felt it again, the aching suspicion. The Joker event had been the first indicator, although not the only one, and the death metal event had woken him up to a terrible possibility. It was a possibility he had discussed with Duke Thomas, also affected by the Joker event. It all makes sense if you think about it as a comic book, Batman had said, extra-dimensional forces meddling with people's lives, destroying entire universes. It's the stuff of comic books, video games, cartoons, and movies. It's not real. There is a writer, he killed Alfred, he made me hit my own kids, he writes my adventures, and there's a universe where all this, the Batcave, the costumes, the explosions and high stakes, are all part of a monthly publication. Duke processed all that and gave it some thinking. He understood Batman's point but didn't understand what that meant for them. Why fight crime, then? It exists because someone writes it, and then writes you fighting crime, why go on? Batman shook his head. No, I don't think every second of our lives are written down, and besides the suffering of regular people is very real, that's not a fiction. As long as the weak are being preyed on by criminals, I'll be Batman. What I want to do now, it's to escape to the real world and force the writer to write a happy ending for everyone. What happened to your parents, Duke, and to mine, must never happen again. Justice must prevail. Batman had shared his suspicions with his family. Damian said nothing, but got very serious and after a while finally said, the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born, now is the time for monsters. Dick Grayson, on the other hand, started to doubt Batman's sanity. Perhaps, he reasoned, meeting variants of himself on different universes had affected him beyond a certain point. Jason simply said, I'll kill the writer first chance I get. Get me in a room with him, Bats, let me change his sick twisted mind. Tim Drake heard Batman's suspicions, but he theorized that there would also be a universe where the comic books, movies, and video games were about those comic book writers. They themselves would have writers. An infinite loop of creativity, writers being written down to write about Batman. The Fortunate Sons seemed to have grasped that elemental intuition and it broke them. Batman feared for his sanity. He had been written before to go insane, but fortunately he also had a plan for just that, the Batman of Zur-En-Air. He remembered every part, every bit, he was sure he had lived his life, on that he was sure. But slowly he was being assured that the fantastical adventures, the farcical situations and insane stakes had to have been the result of the writer's imagination. Batman looked at the Fortunate Sons and feared he would end up like them, no longer Batman or Bruce Wayne, but something else entirely, something that wasn't anyone in particular. The shell with the form of a person that no longer exists, dwelling like a ghost in a haunted mansion. Would that happen once the comic books and video games no longer existed? They must have been made in a universe without costumed vigilantes. He wished he could escape the panels and witness the real world. Wondered what that meant about the people suffering in Gotham, if there even was a Gotham in the real world. Thinking about comic book panels, boss? Asked Duke on his earpiece. Wondering if there's a Gotham in the real world, said Batman. To which Duke responded with, remember, it's as real as this universe. Looks the same, is experienced the same. Maybe our comic books are real in that other universe you want to see. Batman shook his head, although Duke couldn't see that. No, he said finally, our war on criminals will end when the writers decide, regardless of what we do. I can win the entire war if I can get a hold of the writers, convince them somehow. The revelation of infinite universes running concurrently meant there was no real primal universe, not one above all the others, or so Mr. Terrific had said, but Batman knew the multiverse was a writer's invention and there had to be a prime universe. There would be no Joker events there. Things just don't add up here, Batman continued. Maybe things add up in reality, wherever that may be. Batman got up and walked among the fortunate sons, who all made as if they couldn't see him. He wished them the best and shot his grappling hook to the net above him, disappearing into his jet plane. The next stop was the Diamond District, downtown Gotham. The Art Deco buildings form a maze around the Royal Hotel, a massive building of 100 stories divided in 4 tall towers, with a bar suspended between them, granting it an unparalleled view of the district. The Parkour Movement Rebellion is composed of the Robins that did not make the cut for Batman Inc., or that didn't want to form a new police force. They rebel against authority through parkour of Gotham's skyline, posting stickers in every nook and cranny of the city. It's a subculture of free expression. They measure their unusual accomplishments with memes of their own. Batman followed a couple of guys practicing their parkour between the repurposed buildings, jumping on ductwork, going up walls and using Batman gadgets like a grapple gun, sold in European markets. They listened to electronic music, jungle beats and synthesizers. They loved Gotham City every bit as much as Batman. Batman greeted the parkour rebels and followed them to a rooftop overlooking the bridges between buildings and the elevated avenue. The grapple gun and the Batclaw, Batman inventions, were mass-produced in Europe for a hefty price. The rebels wore harnesses that always kept their parkour tools close to them. After all, a mistake was all they needed to fall 20 stories to the pavement. Lars Sterling Hennig, a German national living in Gotham, enjoyed rubbing shoulders with the Batman of Gotham. His father, like most of the rebellion, worked in big tech, in the Silicon Alley of Gotham that, unlike the one in New York, never went bust. The technology industry in Gotham carried a great deal of respect. It had suffered the big dot-com bubble and half a dozen other economical crises, but it always moved on to better and greater things. The business magazine Forbes called it the little engine that could. Batman tried to ignore the fact that Jervis Tetch, dangerous psychotic pedophile, was a bright star in those circles for his work on bonding the brain, the mind, and the computer. Criminals had become cool in the 90s and 30 years later they were sage wisemen for industry and commerce. Some of Batman's earliest villains had changed their stripes, giving interviews online, teaching in colleges and holding TED Talks all over the world. Some had been completely insane and had been treated successfully, others were odd ducks that didn't fit in with other crooks and gangsters. Batman's beatings were a rite of passage for them, a topic of conversation for a podcast, a stamp of approval of authenticity. Batman didn't mind, they had done their time in prison and, as long as they didn't fall back to crime, he let them be. Lars, a tall and surprisingly nimble member of the rebellion, showed Batman his Batclaw quick-fire technique, as he called it, shooting the hook to a ledge and pressing the trigger to retract the line and push him up. He seemed oddly stimulated, but Batman feared his taste in stimulants might lead Lars and his friends to a dark path. They enjoyed synthetic drugs, manufactured by designers based in Amsterdam. They spoke of this drug makers as artists of sensation, masters in different techniques, much like painters in the times of Monet and Van Gogh. The subculture merged expressionism and obscure internet philosophers into stickers of expressionist paintings and irreverent memes. Lars had plastered a window with a sticker of downtown Gotham in the style of Van Gogh in the 23rd floor of a building. They despised criminals and drug dealers, avoiding the criminal underground, getting their drugs directly from the Amsterdam scientific mafia. The stimulants had the shape of a postal stamp and were sensation-specific, meaning a dose might give the user the sensation of solving an impossible problem, or of winning the lottery, or of falling in love for the first time. These chemical stimulants were largely ignored by the Gotham Mafia, partly because they didn't touch drugs anymore and partly because they were expensive and non-addictive. Lars was addicted in a way, a psychological dependency on the postage stamps, especially the stamp of Bolesław Bierut, the president of Poland, which generated the sensation of pulling off an impossible crime. It made Lars feel like $1,000,000. When Lars stopped using at least once a day, he would fall on a depression. His aunt Kirsten had suffered depression for 2 years before taking her life, scarring Lars forever. He was terrified of depression and didn't mind abusing his body to avoid it. Each stamp cost him $50 and he was sure it would wound his brain somehow. Lars wasn't alone in his habit, the sensation seekers were all getting dependent on the numismatic drug. At least, thought Batman, they're not smoking venom, the crystal drug made of the steroid by the same name, used famously by Bane. Les Jesus Peru, Lars' friend, had been a Robin when Duke created the network to protect Gotham. Duke remembered Luz, a crazy guy with a big mouth and even bigger dreams, as he put it. Luz's father, Matthew Peru, was neglectful of his oldest son, which is why he didn't stop him from being part of a vigilante network. He was busy founding Linetix, one of the biggest software companies in Gotham, setting up shop in the old financial district. Matthew Peru also sat in the board of directors of Wordom, which employed over 100 private intelligence agents with cover stories that were backed up by the company, serving as industrial and corporate spies for heavy industry companies based in the city. Matthew Peru had made his son the head of his department and kept Liz away from the industrial espionage conspiracy. Linetix, which made software for specific industrial machines, wasn't a dream come true for Luz. He wished to work with his friend Lars programming video games. Being the head of his department, though, he could enjoy the weekend starting on Thursday. These were Robins without training, a makeshift league of misfits. Some joined the ranks of Batman Incorporated, becoming patrolmen or detectives, but people like Lars Hennig or Liz Perot weren't in it for the violence and the dangerous situations. They wanted nothing to do with Gotham's criminal underworld, satisfied to pour in their weekend into parkour sessions and hangouts. To them, Batman Inc. was a mistake. It was a chance for Gotham to do what it always does, devour. Its gluttony couldn't be stopped with an institution. They suspected that Batman's 12,000 Robin Legion would turn corrupt, would take the easy way out, cut corners and get compromised just like the GCPD a century ago. To these people, Gotham and all its people, all its conflicts, were simply scenery on a stage, and they were the actors that refused to say their lines and preferred to explore, treating most people as if they didn't exist. They only see each other, anyone not of the group is treated like scenery, validating only those they consider to be peers, adventurers like themselves. They, and they alone, would survive the ruins of Gotham after the AI takeover. The massive casualty event would spare those working in tech, would adopt them probably, and rule over the ruins of dead Gotham like Thulhu awakening in his sunken city of Arli. Normal people were as good as dead, they rather not form attachments to the future corpses of the biggest open-air mass grave in human history. Gotham was a single gigantic structure to them. Instead of the chaos of 25 million people trying to live in harmony, it was a colossal playground to be personalized. They held no ideas of progress or ideology, they were accelerationists, desiring to push the pedal and arrive at the future as fast as possible. They were preparing themselves to share the playground with the artificial intelligence which soon would conquer all, a superior intelligence so far removed from what is human that it might as well be an ancient god, resurrected to wage war against the mankind that, once upon a time, worshipped him with sacrifices. There was little space for the taboo, the forbidden. Those things were of a world that no longer existed. Now Prometheus was unbound and looking for revenge. Reason itself was somewhat abandoned, preferring art over logical ideas. Nothing human passes that point, Liz had said. A general artificial intelligence gone rogue was the culmination of a process started in agrarian England before the Industrial Revolution. The use of complex calculations for the optimization of labor had given rise to an intelligence which only grew in power as time went by, finally given form in an artificial general intelligence. Cold reason would have a voice, and it would be like the roar of the trumpets that brought down the walled city of Jericho. The AI was the sixth angel of Revelations, and the consequences would be mass death, probably through nuclear and biological weapons after the takeover. They couldn't process the magnitude of their beliefs, was Batman's suspicion. It drove them half insane. Organizing through the social media app Queenberry, the parkour artists started to fill the rooftops. Batman checked in on them. Reese Hayward had his father in the hospital after getting shot during a mugging. Jeffrey Sims was raising funds for his mother's cancer treatment and asked Batman for help, taking a photo with him holding his mom's picture. Batman gave him a dull-edged batarang as a souvenir. They were sold online in the international market for a small fortune. They ran around the neighborhood doing tricks and pointing to the colorful stickers, plastered everywhere. Batman enjoyed their glee and enthusiasm, their strange conversations and memes. "We miss the times, not the place," said Hayward to a friend, and asked Batman, "What times do you miss the most?" Batman was tempted to say he missed the no-man's land of Gotham, after the great earthquake, but thought better of it and said the times before Bane, before the earthquake. Gotham was a different beast. Perrault added, "The past is a foreign country, the only thing that matters is creating a passport. Navigating time is the technology of the future, a technology that denies all other technologies." They meant the postal stamps. Some could give the user a sense of absolute déjà vu. They characterized it as traveling through time. Batman made a mental note to track those drugs down to their Amsterdam origin, before the drug aspect of their rebellion became the only glue holding them together. The Night City, as Batman saw it, belonged to them and to anyone who wanted to enjoy it, and if he let them abuse those stimulants, then Gotham would devour them, as it had devoured practically everyone else. "What we want, what we need, is a new time," reflected Lars, and Batman agreed with him. Lars Hennig, known to his friends as Sterling, had been working in his office, at a game developer's studio, when the supervillain attack alarm blared off. There had been a bomb in the building. A pair of costumed supercriminals had used them as hostages to keep Batman busy. There weren't as many supercriminals in Germany, and he thought it was appropriate that America had developed new technologies in crime, but it didn't make him hate Gotham. On the contrary, to the surprise of his family, the event made him love Gotham even more profoundly. "Keep calm and call Batman" was a common phrase to explain supercrime. Costumed society had not only developed supercrime, but it had also developed superscience. There were explorers of other dimensions, of other universes, sharing their discoveries with the world. There was also super technology, which made its way to consumers little by little, and he hoped one day video games would be powered by super technology, maybe playing them without hardware, using only the mind, using existing psychic technology. He didn't know what would happen with super technology, but wanted to be on the ground floor and watch it change the world. Batman's grapple gun was an example of super technology, and he was getting good with it, not enough to use it without harnesses, but one day, he was sure, he'd be as proficient at it as Batman or Nightwing. America, he often argued with his dad, had to put on costumes to keep progressing to better and bigger things. Germans, like much of Europe, had a negative view of the costumed folk. They seemed to leave nothing but death in their wake. Lars had dreamed of being a costumed Avenger, once upon a time, many college debt payments ago, when he could fit into a Nightwing costume in his 20s. His brothers had moved to Dubai, saying it was the city of the future. Both were urban architects. Lars preferred Gotham, where the streets made mazes and the city was in constant change, rising to the sky like jagged fingers of some angry titan escaping Tartarus. He had heard Batman talk of Gotham like some force of nature, or rather, a force of man, some undeniable expression of the human spirit. He didn't think Batman was pretending, like some of his parkour friends thought. He always seemed sincere and odd. He imagined that Batman, underneath his cowl, wanted to be a normal person like Bruce Wayne, but was always an outsider at war with the criminal element. Lars thought he would be let down by the League of Robins. Most didn't want to fight crime like a well-regimented army, but Batman seemed happy to see the Robins running around and enjoying Gotham nights. "I have to keep an eye on the O.G.S," said Batman, referring to the hustlers known as Old Gothamites. "They're harmless," opined Lars, "get-rich-quick suckers." Batman had his suspicions about them, saying they're small-time racketeers and pimps. The Bat of Gotham deeply detested pimps, it was well known. "They're accelerating their way to a jail cell," said Les Perrault, and Batman smiled, which was a rare occurrence. "Hard work isn't a guarantee of anything," said Rhys Hayward, "might as well try a get-rich-quick scam." Rhys, who didn't like Batman very much, thought the caped crusader would reply something deliciously antiquated, but he only said pimping is never the solution. Reese thought Batman was antiquated, a grizzled soldier after 20 years of war, stuck in a world that had moved on from the war on crime. He reminded him of Rambo, struggling to make sense of an America wholly unconcerned with warfare, unable to go home because his home is in the past. Reese belonged to the anti-costume camp in the online culture war, a prolific poster and mimer, as they were called. The 4 American political parties were evenly distributed on the so-called costume question. The Republicans and Democrats each had their costumed mascots, while the Libertarian Party hated them with revulsion and the Liberal Party held them as exemplary citizens. Reese thought the costumes didn't serve much of a purpose anymore, the main positions had been filled, Justice League and Teen Titans. They didn't really need more costumes and less police, it was quite the opposite in fact. Batman Inc. wasn't the solution, it was at the core of the problem. Lars had argued with Reese that the solution wasn't more institutions, these had all lost their legitimacy, it was rather about outstanding citizens and their individual efforts. Reese knew better than to fight over it, most of his friends had been Robins at some point, but nevertheless held the suspicion that the turn away from institutions would turn America into a hellscape of mass casualty events and unbound greed. Batman suspected the same thing in fact, but the two of them never talked about it. Batman parted ways with them, he had to keep moving. He decided to traverse downtown all the way to Old Gotham, a small district located to the west of the Diamond District. Lars stuck behind him, pirouetting his way through pipes, ductwork, cables and ledges. Lars' eyes were full of hope, if a bit overworked, and Batman liked that there was no hunger behind them. He didn't seem hungry for money and status, unlike the night people of Old Gotham, the original Gotham Hustlers Syndicated, or OGHS. They were showing off their cars and taking pictures against the old buildings. They wanted to be influencers, decision-makers, shot callers. They thought they had been born at the tail end of the good times, of the family fortune-making years of American economy. Born for a world already gone and half forgotten, they built audiences through social media and small events. Batman observed them from a gargoyle above the street, looking out for the telltale signs of pimping or drug dealing. Many of them had dealt with drugs or pimped a few of their friends online. It was a quick way to make money and they weren't above that. As long as the dollar was green, they didn't mind leaving behind broken people and victims. Batman understood quickly that their minds were set on a game mode, where life was a game, other people were non-playable characters and the dollar was the only outcome that mattered. Maybe in 80s movies, he figured, maybe they watched one too many movies as if they were documentaries about America. Maybe they fit in an 80s movie. Savino Gusmoon, Italian-American influencer, was using his phone's flashlight to show the bottom of a building. He was obsessed with underground cities, portions of buildings that had ended up under the ground, being built over by new buildings. He theorized of a Great Reset, where at some point of the 20th century it was decided to cover the world in mud and build a new one on top of it. Old Gotham, originally constructed in 1780 by Dutch settlers, was modified in the 1800s by repurposing existing structures. Savino was an encyclopedia of urbanism. He was also a small-time wannabe gangster that had participated in some rackets, in a terribly unlucky criminal career. Neil Guyampere Ellsworth, known better as Dog G, was an Instagram influencer in his 60s, a muscular and masculine man that wished to teach young gangsters how to act and think like a man. He hid his homosexual inclinations, along with his 22-year-old boyfriend, in Midtown's Gotham Heights. In Old Gotham, Ellsworth was simply Dog G, a man's man. He had been involved in some fights, but kept away from crime and real gangsters as much as he could, which in Gotham wasn't much. He had been, for a short summer, some years back, the pet of the Galanti family. He had been wined and dined, joked with and listened to, a dream come true for a masculinity influencer, but quickly got let down by the goons after watching them abuse a teen stripper. He refocused, got his life in order and stopped showing up to mob hangouts. He rented models and prostitutes to show up to his spontaneous vlogging, surrounding himself with beautiful women with very little going on in their heads. That was the only way Ellsworth could enjoy the company of a woman. He secretly detested them, but shaped his life around them. He was escaping the Matrix, as was the common parlance in that group. Batman wondered where he was escaping to, where he wanted to go and what he wanted to do, not what he wanted to show other people, but what Neil Giampiero really wanted out of his life. Batman got spotted by the smartphones and he descended the gargoyle using his bat claw 5 stories to the ground. The Night Runners always wanted to take video of him, the Parkour Movement Rebellion always wanted to talk to him, but the Augs always wanted to fight him, challenge him in some childish way over bravado or ego. They flexed their muscles, they faked their voices, they secretly smoked venom to get better muscular definition, they worshipped Bane and his steroid poison. The Caped Crusader didn't fall for their traps, he treated them like children instead of adults, of disobeying pampered kids instead of criminals. "I'm keeping an eye on you lot," he would say, "I'll break you if you cross the legal line," he would always promise. He had even delivered on this promise. After a couple of Augs pimped 5 teenage girls, Batman procured them a legendary beating. Those Augs, now in prison, were seen as the black sheep by influencers like Neil Ellsworth and Savino Moon. "Hard at work, securing the next mud flood," hissed Savino, "ready to cover us all up and build on top of us." Batman had put Savino's uncle, who was like a father to him, in Blackgate for armed robbery. Savino wanted him to drop his guard and shoot him in the back, but he was afraid of carrying a gun. Neil, trying to ingratiate himself with the Bat, changed the subject slightly and said, "You know Gotham 10 Ways from Sunday, is that part of Gotham under the mud?" He was pointing at the bottom of a nearby building, the masonry made it clear that it had been repurposed. "That's an old Dutch 2-story building, the first 3 floors above it was made by the American nobility, the descendants of the Pilgrims, the next 7 floors were built in 1920 and the top 5 floors were built after the earthquake," explained Batman. Back in the 1700s Gotham was mostly this part and the other islands were farms. It grew similar to New York, power exchanging hands between ethnic groups, getting repurposed constantly. He was being videotaped by Neil's models, he would buy the footage from them for $40 and use it in his influencer videos. "Whatever, meat space is ruined, follow me on my Linktree," said Savino to the camera. Meat space was the world outside the online world. "You're not gonna bury the truth, we are reaching out, Batman, reaching out to the men out there." Savino was inspired, a little dulled by the liquor. The Caped Crusader got close to him, towering above him with a serious look, and said, "If you choose crime like your uncle did, I'll bury you under the emergency room. They'll have to undo the knots I'll make with your bones." The models enjoyed Savino getting humbled, who decided to keep his mouth shut. "We haven't been approached," said Neil, guessing why Batman was keeping an eye on them. "Mobsters dislike social media." "Let's keep it that way," said the Caped Crusader. Descending from enormous SUVs and jeeps, a group of Augs faked surprise seeing Batman. They had their smartphones ready and were more preoccupied with looking good than making conversation. Each of them had a stock phrase and a specific look to them. Matthew Valentine Stafford, a 34-year-old influencer and gonzo journalist that had gained popularity during Bane's conquest of Gotham, reminded the Dark Knight of Bane, not physically but in the eyes and the voice, and the peculiar affectation of his voice. Batman's hate of Bane was a constant growl in his mind. He had killed Alfred Pennyworth, his best friend and mentor. He figured he'd eventually hire a maid to do Alfred's job and let him retire into his old years, when his hair was all white. He figured Alfred would survive him, he wouldn't come back one night and Alfred would go on, bringing flowers to the grave of his parents. He figured wrong. A part of him suspected a writer had written Bane to kill Alfred, but he knew it could have been pure Bane without the use of a mysterious extra-dimensional writer. A part of him was reminded of Bane by this short stocky goon, Matthew Stafford. A part of him wanted to break Matthew Stafford's face in a million pieces. The influencer gave looks to Batman, as if he were measuring him up or planning some idiotic mischief. He idolized the Santa Prisca mercenary, a beam of light in a world feminized. He carried weights with him at all time, challenging anyone with a dissenting opinion to a fitness contest. The other influencers either followed him or copied him, denying him this way of a niche in internet culture. There was a constant fight for status, the best cars, the best clothes, the little games and dynamics of the group to seek validation, and for flattering definitions to apply to themselves, their own version of the mafia nickname, with names such as the Golden God on the wooden board. His real name was Albin Lamar Verboom, German national, gifted counterfeiter of banking documents. Served 6 months in a 2-year conviction. Recidivist. Batman planned to turn him into an informant and in exchange not get beaten into the emergency room. He would fold. He was the type. Verboom didn't copy Matthew Stafford, he had a grift of his own. They both bought venom crystals from a drug dealer owned by one of his mob contacts. Batman walked up to Stafford, and without exchanging words, took the gun he was carrying under his belt on his back. Batman checked the gun, it had no bullets. "It's only a replica, coward," said Savino, hiding behind a tall model like a child would do. Matthew chuckled pleased, he loved watching the Bat in an uncomfortable situation. Batman walked over to where Savino was hiding, people cheered and hissed. Batman placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "If I ever have to find you, I'll look where the cockroaches hide." He slapped Savino once with force, his face turned red and he let out a tear to the delight of the group. "Don't start something you can't finish, like that uncle of yours." Batman took out a smoke grenade, looked over to the 15 people holding smartphones and remembered Damien's phrase, "Vibe check." He tossed the grenade, covering everyone on a dense cloud of smoke, hiding his departure. Gotham's night people weren't always humans, some belonged to a category beyond the multiverse, paranormal creatures that defied any scientific knowledge. Batman traversed Midtown in his jet. Duke had the coordinates, right above a small secluded neighborhood, partially hidden by the overpass and the bridge that connected the island to Uptown. Batman prepared himself for the jump, the wind felt like a claw trying to pull him to his death. He traversed the night sky at 80 km/h, falling 3 meters for every meter he glided with his cape. The observation point for the small neighborhood was a building overlooking the overpass, the only place with view of the mysterious night walkers, magical creatures residing in Gotham and keeping to themselves. These were the fairies, the elves, the strange monsters, changelings, and werewolves, the magical beings that looked nothing like a human, more connected to nature and magic than to the city and science. Batwoman was their protector, she regularly checked in with them and kept things going smooth. Batman had promised not to interfere, but that didn't mean he couldn't keep an eye on them himself with help of a curious friend called Rory Reagan, the Rag Man. Rory was a Jewish man dressed in rags, in charge of paranormal investigations in Batman Inc. The suit of rags, or suit of sorrows, was formed by stitching together rags of every color and texture, each contained the soul of a corrupt man, whispering malignantly to Rory. Batman understood magic, at least enough to know he had to keep clear of it. He wouldn't have asked Rory for this assignment if it weren't for the fact that the fairy folk, the night walkers, often took children to their world, transforming the child into their folk and adding him to their ranks. Batman and Batwoman weren't the only notable Gothamites with concern over the Night Walkers, there was Jason Blood, who was the prime envoy of the Black Law, the infernal justice system that ruled the Night Walkers and kept them in check. Jason Blood could transform himself into the demon Etrigan with a simple incantation and it gave Batman a bad feeling. He had helped save the world in multiple occasions, he had been an elemental part of the Justice League Dark, but Jason obeyed and imparted the Black Law. Batman couldn't trust him enough to be part of Batman Inc., while Rory on the other hand, kept his nose in the grime of the city, in the battlefield as Batman called it. Rory wasn't part of the Black Law, he had fought against it on numerous occasions. The Ragman, a Kabbalist, had a close relationship with God and Batman always praised him for it. "Good night, grab some coffee," said Rory when he smelled Batman in the observation apartment. Batman helped himself to a cup of coffee. "You smell of sweat and leather," he had said multiple times. "It smells like a rough biker, but without the gasoline smell." Rory often judged the character of people by their smells, because according to his logic, a man's smell is the result of his decisions in life, and you can't hide the smell no matter what you do. He was a mystic and, even though the rags spoke ill to him all the time, they couldn't change his good nature any more than perfume could hide a man's smell of sin. Batman checked the recent photos. There were fairies and strange creatures dancing around half-naked dolls in a strange ritual. Some angel-looking creatures seemed to enjoy eating rotisserie chickens on the roof of his building. A half-moose man grew a garden in the small park between the buildings. The cockroach monster was back. He seemed angry with the elves, but nothing came of it, reported Rory. Batman drank his coffee and said, "I'll ask Batwoman about it." Rory knew she wouldn't be happy to know that Batman Inc. kept them under surveillance, and knew the big guy didn't care, not after the magical creatures had taken out all his microphones and next-generation surveillance equipment. Batman sat down next to the camera with telescopic lens and tried to relax a little. The Augs would love to kill him, but he was safe with Rory. He told them of the night flyers and Rory started ranting again about the inane chit-chat expected of people nowadays. They had nothing of value to say, he felt, but had enough content to keep dozens of podcasts going. Rory thought of crime as a case of possession by the forces of evil, in a millenarian struggle between the forces of God and the forces of evil. His suit of sorrows, which Rory hated and loved with equal passion, was proof enough for him that the corrupt concede to evil a piece of their immortal souls. As long as he kept those souls, they wouldn't go to hell, so the souls trapped on his suit of sorrows knew that, even though they hated him with passion, they wanted to stay safe from hell for the longest time possible, aiding him in his investigations and adventures. The suit of sorrows keeps in check his instinct towards violence and destruction of his darker self. He told Batman that those influencers would end up in his rags one day, whispering to him about strange new diets and viral political ideologies. "The smell," said Batman, "is like what you said, is like evil or sin. It has its own peculiar odor. They reek of it." Rory avoided romantic entanglements. He suspected the suit of sorrows would taint the souls of those around him. It had a precedent. Batman knew that Rory thought he was abominable to the Lord because of the curse that made him the owner of the rags. He didn't know how to change his friend's mind about that and thought that Rory's baseball team would make him see the truth. He coached for a team of mentally challenged kids, and still thought of himself as a stain upon the world, a black mark in God's creation. Batman had showed up to one of his games, gifting doll-shaped batarangs to the kids and taking pictures with the parents. Rory was a different man when he wasn't using his suit of rags, full of enthusiasm and very positive. He changed with the suit of sorrows. He was still an optimist, but wasn't a positive man, suspecting the corrupting nature of sin to be lurking in the eyes of everyone around him. Batman had tried to set him up with a lady friend of his, but Rory kept her away. He was fearing for her immortal soul. The Batman of Gotham tried the pastries on the table. Rory always got his hands on the best pastries in Gotham. "Clementina," Rory said, "it's from a small shop in Somerset. Smell them, they smell just like my aunt's kitchen. It takes me back." Batman enjoyed the taste and smell, trying to be transported somewhere else, but couldn't. "You should try that Thai restaurant in the Diamond District, it smells exactly like the jungle outside of Chiang Mai. I trained there for 2 months. It had a smell like lime or lemon, even though I didn't see a single lemon tree while I was there," Batman suggested. Rory recommended a Jewish restaurant in Cape Carmine, "Smells of the Holy Land. It has that fragrance the synagogue has early Saturdays, like you have all the time in the world." Rory sat in a couch and ordered the cards he used to play solitaire with on a table by the police radio. "I would have been a perfume maker, Batman. I would have taken people to a whole other universe of olfactory reality. It's the brain that smells, not the nose. I could have taken those brains in voyages beyond their wildest dreams." Gotham's perfumer, extracting the smell of agrarian 1700s Gotham to clients that can't conceive the city as farmers and trappers. The sweat of labor, with a tinge of cardamom, a drop of wild honey and the secret ingredient of the Reagan family, some generational despair, it would have been a hit. "Let me ask you something, Rory," said Batman, watching the neighborhood from the window. "What do you make of all those universes, maybe infinite number of universes, that we have traveled to? What is a person to make of all that?" Batman apologized for not framing it better, and Rory thought about it for a moment. He took out tarot cards from under a pile of newspapers and magazines. Kabbalists tried to warn humanity for over 1,000 years, all that people cared about was having a way to tell the future. Hidden inside caves for 40 years at a time, contemplating nothing but reality and its manifestations. They came out of those caves with a treasure trove of Jewish wisdom. They didn't think in terms of a universe like a fish tank where all the planets exist. Those notions didn't exist back then, rather they thought of reality as something that emanates phenomena in 10 dimensions, with 1/11th hidden dimension. The other universes were seen as manifestations of different Sephiroth. He meant by that the connecting dots of the tree of life, the diagram of reality. The Kabbalists knew there were bridges between dimensions. The tarot cards were organized originally according to the 32 paths of the tree of life. Even though they lacked the words, the conceptual framework, it's all there and people rather not discover it, because it would mean that God is real, and so is sin, and people don't want to see God, they rather read the wisdom authors and remove God from the equation. It becomes a maze without God, goes without saying. We aren't actors on a stage under the floodlights of God, we are multidimensional beings capable of creating reality around us. People are going crazy with the idea of an infinite amount of themselves living through different choices, as if it negated their existence, as if one dimension or alternate universe were any more real than this, what we know. They're all equally real. God is a fountain of reality, falling under the Sephiroth like jars that overflow and fall on lower jars. Reality is a fluid, it moves. This planet Earth isn't more or less real than the planet Earth where dinosaurs still rule. God created them both. They both manifest by divine will, and He allows us to visit them, but I fear we will colonize them for resources and treat the people there like the Spaniards treated the Aztecs and Mayans, or the British and the Native Americans. Batman took that in and thought about his suspicions of this world merely being a comic book or video game in some other alternate universe. He didn't share his suspicion with him. For his escape to be possible he needed to keep the suspicion as hidden as possible. Rory shuffled the deck of tarot cards and chose one at random, the Two of Swords. The image was of a blindfolded woman holding 2 swords crossed over her chest. Batman knew what it meant. She was on the crossroads of a difficult decision, with a blindfold that represented her uncertainty about which choice to make. Rory was very preoccupied by choices, fascinated by the choice of sin, a choice that rebelled against God on such a profound way it was downright paranormal. The caped crusader looked around. There was the bright neon coming from the windows to the south, the night sky was a reddish purple, there was dust in the air, visible by the lamp on the corner. Cars and trucks passed through the overpass, civilians in a millenarian war that Ragman and Batman were a part of. The Powers family will eventually buy up their land and build more modern high-rises. Where are they going to go? Asked Batman, changing topics. The same place they were before they all moved out there, answered Rory. They will be hidden from view all over the city. There's a psychic vampire with them, little more than a shadow of a being. It lived in a condo for over 20 years, 0 problems. Batman pointed at a picture of a newspaper with the Powers family united in front of a new construction. The Powers and the old Gotham families have designs for them. The Court of Owls has always been interested in harnessing power from strange sources. Batwoman will have to protect them from them. She's not part of Batman Inc., she decided against it. The Owls are politically protected, at least for now. We'll destroy their Gotham Plaza one in due course. Rory got up and poured himself another cup, offering Batman, who agreed with a smile. This too shall pass, Rory said, leaving a pregnant pause that Batman understood well. We are all very transitory beings. one day we won't be here and the world will continue to spin without us. Those creatures will still live, if you call that a life, and will hide again, remembering the days they could live together in harmony under the protection of costumed adventurers. Don't get distracted with what, one day, will be the remote past. We're meant to enjoy the present. They're all good and safe, surely that will change, surely things will work themselves out. Batman thought of his dark reflections in the multiverse, the Batman that laughed, the Batman that killed, the Batman that was like a god making and unmaking reality. Would things truly work themselves out? They almost destroyed God's creation, if it really was God's creation and not a writer's creation. He never asked to be a primal force of the cosmos, he didn't choose it, it was chosen for him, and yet he was to live by choices he didn't make. He thought of it as his cross to carry, the burden that God had placed on his shoulders. "I hit my kids," said Batman, out of the blue, and Rory looked at him in disbelief as he continued, "Dick, then Jason, then Tim. A slap, a punch. I didn't choose to do it, Rory, it tears me inside, but I would never hit Tim across the face, yet I did. I didn't choose to do it, I was written to do it, compelled to do it." Rory finished his coffee and got comfortable, trying to think something to say. "It wasn't my decision, it wasn't my call." Batman continued to say. Rory replied, "God knows when we choose and when we're compelled by foreign forces. Have you told them of this?" Batman shook his head. "No, tell them, Bats, it's eating you up inside, I can tell." Batman finished his coffee and got up, placing the coffee next to the coffee machine and looking through the camera once more. Rory imagined he didn't like talking about it. Batman was his friend, he admired him and often forgot he was only a human being struggling to be a good person in a sea of sin and during a lifetime battle with crime. God will surely judge him by his successes, Rory thought, his sweat smells of exercise and city air, without a hint of evil. What can torture a man like him? Rory Regan knew the answer: sin. His friend couldn't smell evil, but he knew it well enough to dance a danse macabre with it. He had prepared 20 years for the physically and intellectually demanding war on crime, but he wasn't prepared to have kids and make mistakes with them. He hadn't factored in fatherhood, he was flying blind as a bat and was unable to relate to other fathers, given how dissimilar his daily life was. "They're good men," said Rory. "All of them are." Batman smiled a sad smile that broke Rory's heart and simply said, "They keep me good, they keep me from falling off the edge. Just wish I knew what I'm doing with them. Not just Jason, mind you, Tim and Dick as well, their future is as uncertain as the future I faced when starting out. Tim breaks my heart the most, he didn't choose this life, the life chose him. A supervillain, one of Flash's rogues, killed his father with a boomerang. A razor-sharp boomerang, by some cartoon character, some idiot with a shtick. It's not fair to Tim, that's why I keep him close, chief of detectives, he's perfect for it. If I keep him overworked, if I can keep him alienated, just for enough time, he'll become a well-centered adult. At least I hope that's how that goes." Batman had seen another Tim Drake, from a different universe, who had inherited the cowl and started killing supervillains for their technology, conquering a piece of Gotham and fighting bullets and lasers against the authorities and the very people he swore to protect. It had broken his heart and swore he would never let Tim end up like that. "I don't know, Rory, maybe I'm making it worse for them." Regan accompanied Batman to the door, saying, "You stopped them from becoming costumed criminals and mass murderers, I think you've done a great job." Batman remembered Alfred Pennyworth, he would have said the same thing. The two friends parted ways. The Bat of Gotham counted on Rory Regan, he was an invaluable ally to have in the war. Outside the building he shot his grapple gun to the net suspended above him under the jet plane. The war goes on, unending, he thought to himself as he programmed the Batwing to a mall in Gotham Heights. One last stop to make. One last night creature to check in on. His name was Jurg Alcide Edgar, Georgie to his friends, Metro Seeker to the newspapers and superhero gossip magazines. Unlike the Oggs, the Night Flyers or the Parkour Guys, he preferred isolation and loneliness. The mall, an enormous structure in the shape of an isosceles triangle, had been dead for some time. He bought it for a small fortune as he developed the Radical Movement System or RMS for military and civilian use. Batman descended from the skies to the building's slope. His boots slipped some meters down while he was trying to find the entrance to one of the windows. He made his way inside and looked at the camera as a hello. He was sure that Jurg knew where he was and decided to wait for him inside one of the enclosures of the mall that the inventor had manufactured. The mall had been converted to a series of enclosures, sometimes with grass and trees and sometimes made of plastic. These enclosures transmitted a strange sensation of calmness and nostalgia for a future that was never meant to come true. The enclosures had huge walls and big open spaces, sometimes with a pool or lazy river, usually with different levels so that he could climb them and explore them using the RMS. Jurg had called the general aesthetics of his unique home vaporwave. Damien recognized it immediately and enjoyed the relaxing music coming from hidden loudspeakers. Batman felt like he was in a strange world in another galaxy. Batman sat on a wide and comfortable couch at the edge of a pool that extended to other enclosures. The lights dimly changed, announcing someone else entering the enclosure. Jurg greeted him from above, his Radical Movement System allowing him to traverse the air by shooting cables with harpoons and railing them in. The machinery, carried on the hips, was large and bulky. It shot up to 8 harpoons and had a machine to retract the line on command of a button that Metro Seeker always kept in his hand. He had developed the machine in conjunction with the suit to use it, but it wasn't a superhero costume. Jurg protected his head using a bulky metallic helmet. It covered his whole head up to his shoulders. He protected his body using shock-absorbing plastics, like Batman's cape, that were hanging from him like heavy feathers on a bird. When the contraption failed, or when he miscalculated, he would fall to the ground and be protected by the shock-absorbing plastics and the metallic helmet. It wasn't designed to look good, it was designed to save his life, because Jurg Edgar wasn't a superhero, he was an urban explorer. He kept trinkets in his apartment, deep inside the mall, belonging to old explorers that traversed the world on horses and ships. Georgie also had a bust of Magellan in his living room, which Batman liked, hiding a secret button to his prized collection of museum pieces that he had been collecting over 20 years. Gotham is the last frontier, and I'm here to explore it, he had told Batman and Robin. Batman agreed to a limited tour of the enclosures. The Radical Movement System fascinated Batman. It was the beginning of something new and amazing, something called professional urban exploration. It would leave the parkour boys in the dust and it would obsess the night flyers. It wasn't quite ready, it malfunctioned a great deal, but swinging from buildings across the city would be the future and Batman was here for it. He feared what it would do on the wrong hands, same as Jurg, and together they kept the invention secret and guarded from intruders, mostly spooks and spies, that wished to patent their own RMS and make an easy buck. They still keep watch over the mall. I see the same van on the monitor every day," said Metro Seeker as he swung from one platform to the next over an enclosure of a quiet afternoon beach. "They're surveilling you from somewhere else, the van is there to keep you on a false sense of security," said Batman. The two had chased away a group of spies that had made their way into his engineering lab. Georgie swung from the ceiling through an opening to the next enclosure. Batman was taken aback by the beauty of the environment. It had a small hill with a tree on the top, with a white staircase leading to a room with columns in each side and a well-illuminated pool, only a few inches deep, with plants stationed between the columns in Greek and Roman vases. At the end of the columned structure sat a replica of a Greek statue, white against the sandy color of the wall. There wasn't a mote of dust, there wasn't disorder or any sign of the outside world. It seemed to Batman like he was in a replica of heaven and longed for his eternal rest in ways he didn't know he could. The structure led the way to a different environment and Jurg swung from the ceiling into the green enclosure. It had 2 different levels, like a curved balcony, the other wall was covered in green vines, it had a lazy green river in the middle with lounging chairs on each side. "The future," he once told him, "is a dead mall." Neon signs announcing products that don't exist anymore, that could have been. Nothing hits more than that which could have been if the world had only been a little better. That had made him think of Selena, of what could have been to be married, to have someone expecting you back to bed every night, someone to whisper to your ear that it's not getting worse out there, that there's time and there's a chance we can all avoid the worst. The things that could have been haunted the dark night. They were more powerful than ghosts or bad dreams. Jurg had left Richmond, Virginia. He left a marriage, left a family, friends, business contacts, and an entire planned life. He had left what was supposed to be in order to find what could be. He refused to make new friends, to form a new family or to experience the world like most Gothamites. Instead he dedicated his life to an ideal no one else could understand entirely, and Batman respected that. The conversation turned to spooks, private intelligence officers hiring their services and expertise to the public sector. He collected an internet magazine widely distributed among spooks and tried to understand their menace better by their own publications. Powers Industry is said to expand to casinos in Gotham, said Georgie. Batman had heard that through the mafiosi grapevine. I'm monitoring the situation. They made their way to a white enclosure, with a crystal-clear lazy river, a white spiral staircase and small palm trees. My online contacts keep me informed of their methods, but I must be careful because they're also online and very active, shaping public opinion and cultivating potential assets. The shooting in Vegas, for example, that was a gun deal gone wrong. The media is complicit, totally complicit. Jurg swung from one tall orange wall to a platform on top of a sandy beach and almost fell. The black and bulky plastic pieces shook over him, but he managed to keep his balance. They keep compromising video that could shatter anyone's career. They do this on journalists, politicians, and even superheroes. They learn the methods of the KGB and apply them. Jurg sat down and Batman stayed on the sand, walking around the blue body of water with white spheres floating lazily. I have my designs over the costumed population. Confided Batman, the CIA wants to control the costume class, they have plenty of plants in different teams. Superman doesn't want to touch the issue, he's scared of the geopolitical consequences of fighting intelligence officers working at home. I have my other allies, we'll keep them out, in the dark, and feed them useless information. Their disinformation campaigns have TV backing, but are losing the online audience at an alarming rate. Truth is, without their powerful media friends, they aren't nowhere as astute and powerful as they would like. Military psychological operations, SIOPs, are legal to be carried out on the American public. Spooks like to claim to be part of a SIOP to be able to operate domestically. Jurg checked his rig while he talked. The American public is actively misled by its own government, their civil liberties have been stripped away to fight terrorism. Truth is, any American individual holds very little power. Until, that is, he or she wears a costume, then it's different. Costumes can change the world, but the price of admission is a video of a compromising nature. Gatekeepers of superheroics, silent and powerful. Jurg descended to Batman's level using the RMS. Batman gave him a dull-edged batarang and showed him how to throw it so it would come back. The environments were big enough to throw the batarang and have it return. Jurg had made a few batarangs in his lab and enjoyed throwing them, although he rarely caught them and most of them would end up disappearing or hitting him. The wrist, you see, explained Batman, you're throwing with your wrist, not with your hand. Imagine a large curve that comes back to you and use your hips to throw. Jurg signaled to his RMS rig on his hips, he was already using them. Swinging is also by the hips, I'm trying to smooth it out. So far the machine pulls your hips so strongly it's difficult to achieve the right pose to shoot the next harpoon and keep swinging. A batarang hit a statue of Venus and fell to the water, making ripples. Batman threw one that went around the statue and back to his hand. Spent 6 years throwing and catching these things, before I put on a costume. Jurg smiled and said, that's not a costume, that's your skin. Batman, why do you think you wear underwear over your tights? Because you don't want to feel naked. Batman looked down and wondered about it. He was probably right. I must patrol on the Batmobile. It's almost 2 a.m, I'm making an incursion to enemy territory by car. Robin will be there, I'll remind him to keep this mall safe and bring you some batarangs. Better not try the razor-sharp ones, you'll cut your fingers off. Batman would have preferred to stay a bit longer, to marvel at the environments and chit-chat with a friend, but he was on a schedule. Hey, a quick question, said Jurg, taking off his metallic helmet and wiping away at the sweat that had him covered. Do you think it's possible that those maniacs that shoot up a mall, a school, a synagogue, or whatever other place, you think it's possible that they were all manipulated by spooks? Many of them were known to authorities before the catastrophe. Maybe they get activated, you know, a man calls them up and gives them a code that programs their mind. Like Sirhan, RFK's shooter, he was transmitting Morse code through his blinking and was probably activated with a woman with the polka dot dress. Batman thought about it, it was a scary possibility and he couldn't deny that it was possible. It could be, I've looked into these events, there are too many moving parts, but if there is a design, maybe to change laws around guns or any other policy, I'll find it and expose it to the light. I don't need the media to do that. One speech by Superman and the entire country will want to take apart the intelligence community and hunt them down. First, I need the evidence, because coincidences don't really do it for the Boy Scout. Once I have the evidence, I'll bring them down myself, keeping Batman Inc. away from it. Jurg nodded and, while he accompanied Batman back to the enclosure with an entrance on the roof, promised to send him an email with everything he had collected. Now that Batman had an email account in Batman Incorporated, he received thousands of crank mails, from conspiracies of Flat Earth, to very convincing private sleuthing by private citizens. Do me one last favor, said Georgie. Tell Robin to bring that line launcher you said you had problems with. You said it didn't always work and you couldn't depend your life on it, but I'd love to look at it and maybe improve it. Batman smiled. He'd love that, he's a big fan of the gadget. The pair said their goodbyes and Batman exited through the window into Gotham's night sky. He was on his jet plane in a matter of seconds. Boss, said Duke over the earpiece, the car is gassed up and waiting. Robin is there, he wants to drive tonight. Batman smiled, he was a good kid, he would make it, he would grow up to be Batman, he would fight the temptation, he would never kill, he would die and go to heaven and he would be waiting for him there. The Batmobile was waiting in Sprang Bridge, which crosses the Sprang River and connects the Upper East Side with Robbinsville and the Bowery in uptown Gotham. Wanna drive, chum? Go for it, said Batman, getting in the passenger seat. Robin was ecstatic. The new Batmobile, a gift from Cord Industries, was a similar model to one of Batman's earliest models, but had all the technical innovations that money could buy. The Dark Knight referred to it as the Beast. Robin made the engine roar. He had defended the streets of Gotham from a flotilla of self-driving cars gone rogue. Robin smashed them with the Beast, it was one of his most treasured memories. Batman got comfortable and with a series of blinks changed the mode on his eye-slit screens. The screen in his cowl had a mode for patrol, with the time, compass, and map on a corner of the screen, had another mode for when he stalked his prey as a predator, with a motion and noise sensor, heat signature, and limited X-ray capabilities. There was a mode for the office, with screens highlighting micro-expressions and heartbeat, giving him the ability to detect dishonesty. The Batmobile mode focused on speed and mathematical calculations to avoid crashing at 300 km per hour into his grave. Wiretaps, and step on it partner. Robin obliged, accelerating his way out the bridge at 180 km per hour. The motor purred in the cabin. Ted Kord had excelled again with a machine that was every bit powerful as it was silent. They were in Midtown, where the traffic cops tried constantly to push them out of the road. Technically Batman wasn't allowed in the island to patrol, but his excuse was simple, he wasn't patrolling, he was enjoying the freedom granted to any American to travel through the city's streets and, if he happened to stop a crime, it was only his duty as a good citizen to do something. Traffic laws, or as Robin called them, suggestions were ignored thanks to the Batmobile's computer system that turned the lights green for them and red for everyone else. GCPD patrolman gave them the finger. It made Robin smile. Batman opened a compartment that allowed access to the trunk, where the colony of bats was sleeping and eating. Batboy, Batman's fruit bat pet, came out of the dark and climbed up Batman's cape. He kept his pet on his hands, feeding him strawberries from the glove compartment. Batman had extensive notes on every network he encountered, especially in networks that involved drugs, and he kept tabs on their configurations. Network disruption, taking out key elements of a network, often had predictable outcomes. The Dark Knight was no longer a lone creature of the night, roaming the dark streets of Gotham and happening upon crime. He was a team effort, which required the gathering of intelligence. Batman's operation had become a war machine. Commanding a proverbial legion, his intelligence-gathering capabilities had grown exponentially, and he was planning on invading society, its networks, mapping Gotham society by starting in the underworld, through his mafioso informants, and working its way everywhere else. He needed more storage room. He wanted files on every network operating in Gotham, lawful or unlawful. He thought of it as a probe scanning a tunnel system. In his scan of society, he would find the corrupt and put them in prison, he would find the abuser and rescue the victim. He would still patrol the streets, but he would also patrol society. The information would be extremely useful to ad companies and sales professionals everywhere in the country. Batman Incorporated had hired the best security firm in Finland to keep the information secure, Gotham Society's map, exclusive to the corporate high command and safe from spies and bad actors. There was always the chance that the information would come out, and Batman suspected it was an eventuality. The Dark Knight had no real way to deny the corporate board of directors from accessing the information. The Caped Crusader had all the right, as chief of intelligence division, to keep the methods and some of the outcomes entirely to himself. Batman wasn't a new sheriff in town, he was a new FBI director. He used the thinking of the FBI for the task of policing Gotham. People that subscribed to Batman Incorporated usually did so as a network of people, a family, so the task of policing those networks was handled with FBI strategy. Bruce Wayne had attended FBI school, he had researched how they handled the task of policing a federal territory. It had been part of his training, and he imitated their constant up-to-date methods and techniques. Many people saw the methods of the FBI in fighting organized crime as inhumane and blurring the line between the good guys and the bad guys. Batman had investigated the FBI enough to know there was no low they wouldn't sink into. They were Uncle Sam's unwavering, ever-victorious fist. Uncle Sam did some low and terrible things across the years. Batman had decided to be better than that, but not by much. He was going to surveil thousands of networks of people minding their own business, not breaking the law. It was not going to be clandestine, unless Batman decided to make an exception, always to serve the citizen. He never imagined that his war would bring him to such a possibility. Alfred wasn't there to see it, which broke his heart. It's disheartening, losing someone. He had told Swamp Thing once. He wasn't a pair of gloves in a domino mask, he wasn't a costumed adventurer, he wasn't a solitary figure or an embittered lone wolf. His pack had grown, they would have packs of their own someday. Someday Batman would stop patrolling the streets of Gotham, he would spend too much time in his office, he would command an invisible army deeply entrenched in Gotham society, so nothing like the Court of Owls would ever happen again. They had kicked the Waynes to the dustbin, he would take Gotham away from them. They had eliminated a powerful weapon in his never-ending crusade against crime and corruption, so he would form a new weapon. Matches Malone had been his connected persona, alter ego of the Batman, a small operation for specific goals and tight maneuvering. He would now command thousands of Matches Malones. He would eventually retire from the office and active duty, stay in bed, be surrounded by loved ones, and he would have a heart attack at 86 years of age. He would open his eyes again in heaven and the toil would be over. Batman had seen this future in one of his adventures with Dr. Fate. This future wasn't set in stone, it was the end result of trillions of small decisions across decades of life. It was probable, not certain enough to risk his life needlessly. The Court of Owls was only the tip of the iceberg. There were hundreds of secret societies in Gotham, more or less successful in accomplishing their goals and outstanding in keeping their secrecy. Batman planned on aiming this new weapon against all social classes, from the untouchable elite of Gotham to the homeless camps under the bridges. He suspected Harvey was part of a powerful network of businessmen. He would find them too. "I have plans, Robin," the infiltrator Robin, the livestock guardian dog sniffing out wolves, keeping the herd safe, infiltrating any organization bigger than a book club, 12 people or more. Wandering bishops, like the Protestant Christian Archana tradition, they could enter whatever church they wanted and look around, keep an eye on them, but not really a bishop, as he was ordained dutifully from a different background and lacks a career to serve the functions of its station. They were aware of the comings and goings of their communities. They were kingmakers and highly respected figures serving a social function instead of a religious function. They weren't baptizing children, they were taking note of the church hierarchies, who goes up and who goes down, and using it in his advantage when he unites people, puts people in communication. The infiltrator Robins will attend meetings and take part on the daily life of social groups, lobbies, lodges, unions, even political parties, always in the lookout for criminals. They will be added to the group chat on Wednesday and get someone arrested on Friday. The infiltrators will need logistical support. Every second they are on the battlefield they will rely on a network of support having their backs. I presented this revolutionary approach to the war on crime in the FBI Academy. They called me insane. They lambasted my ideas and described my methods as an affront to human liberty and an insult to the Constitution. I left the FBI Academy having acquired the best training in the world and, after 20 years of being the Batman, I can carry my design on Gotham society. 12,740 Robins. Criminals are bred in society, so in society we'll find them out and punish them. Hidden networks of operators hidden inside unsuspecting society. The methods of the League of Assassins with a superior end goal. The media must never know of this, of any of this, and while Azrael is the captain of uniformed Robins, you'll be captain of the infiltrators. Any Gotham community, society, circle, network, association, company, bank, club, or organization must be accounted for. They won't be in Batman Incorporated's books, their identities to be known only to the two of us, the paperwork on file in the Batcave. We are starting a whole new level of crime fighting, one that requires a great deal of logistics, and even though you're only 14, I think you are ready if that's what you want. This would take time to be effectively running, maybe by 16 would you see any of the action. These will be your G-men. Damian Wayne will have an office in Batman Incorporated, a false designation, a pretend job, while you secretly manage and direct the infiltrator Robins. Maybe something online, a smokescreen. If any of your G-men misbehaves, you'll personally punish them in a swift and severe way, not in a brutal way, and never killing anyone. The infiltrators aren't police officers, they can participate in crimes like anyone else, you'll be the judge of that potential grounds of misconduct. As long as they don't cause the crime, the Batman Inc. lawyer teams can get them out of trouble, if it gets to the level of being presented before a judge. The judges will be on our side, and that's a fine line. The infiltrators are to steer away from government groups, like the police union or the judicial system. Say one does drugs and beats some people half to death, as long as he didn't start the fight, he'll be fine. The Gotham judges will be aware of the operation, I trust them. If any of them abuse our relationship with the judges, I'll personally turn them into shopping carts. We are the clandestine legion, and if the media gets a hold of it, or the internet, I'll provide the punishment. There will be a discretionary fund, overseen by the Intelligence Division. They will be able to spend a couple of bucks, all kinds of per diems from Bruce Wayne's corporate ties, but they will only use their guns for life-saving circumstances, a last resort. They're not to arrest anyone, they must be distanced from the arrest, the agent fingers the suspect and he is arrested, but he doesn't arrest anyone or pull any cowboy stunt. The clandestine nature of their work must be instructed to them and you'll be responsible for it. God forbid something goes wrong and there are dead bodies and every media on top of us, you are responsible, Robin, not Damian Wayne. Robin is part of the Justice League so he can't be prosecuted for his methods. All you get is negative press, at the most I put Dick in charge and you get something else for a while. This is an outcome I really don't want to see come about. You're my partner, please don't change that. The clandestine militia will have wardrobes for their identities, car pools, office space, apartments from Bruce Wayne's real estate connections. I want you to oversee that personally, if you choose to. Their numbers will grow naturally so it's important you filter the aspirants that work from the ground up, keep track of them, separate them by generations, be conscientious, always keep an eye on them yourself. Keep the work teams isolated, don't let them commingle, one hand doesn't know what the other is doing. Keep them on the dark on the rest of the operation that doesn't concern them, don't give them your trust, but give them your life if it comes to that. They must be safe, or as safe as possible, and once they depend on you, you must be on call at all times. As far as targets are concerned, we can discuss it together, but it's your call. All that I ask on that front is that you don't go after the justifiers yet, plenty of other fish in the sea. Let the justifiers alone, don't let them come into contact with the Mannheim Mafia, or anything related to Darkseid. The people that do crime, they organize, they are social creatures, they find each other, they grow, like moss, in any institution and form networks of agents. Over time you and I will have a good idea of that ecosystem and we'll bring them down together. Every institution in Gotham, from every walk of life, whether related to the public, or the political or the religious, is rife with corruption. We'll use our own techniques of trust measurement, like truth serums and lie detectors on a constant basis. Agents of the Robin. Damian absorbed all that and mulled it over. They were in the middle of Uptown, leaving the Coventry and entering the luxurious Water District. People on the sidewalk looked at them with a tinge of fear. The night was theirs, soon the days would be theirs too. You mean, any religious institution, any bank, any? Robin tried to understand it. Batman smiled, pet his fruit bat and said all of them. War reaches everyone, Robin. The infiltrator Robins will be social chameleons, fitting in among bankers and among the homeless, among company executives and among college students. Gotham is rife with corruption, and as much as we want to fight the corruptors, we won't find them in the streets. They will keep an eye on other infiltrators like FBI, DEA, and CIA, they are not to interfere with them. Spooks are a dangerous breed, we'll investigate them too. Robin smiled, avoiding cars and switching lanes. I'll keep hitting those FBI books, he said. It was his schooling and he excelled at it. The bad guys won't know what hit them, but what about Dick? He won't like it. Jason won't understand it, though, but he won't care. He's married to the streets. Batman pet Batboy and said Nightwing may disagree with my methods, but he doesn't have to know, at least not yet. The Batmobile made a hard left turn into a narrow street, disappearing from the traffic. Slowly Damian navigated the streets and alleyways behind the most luxurious nightclubs and malls in America. Batman got out, Batboy flying around him. Damian activated the car's defenses and followed his father. The Dark Knight activated the sensors on a brick wall, opening a door into the hollowed-out building. This was his hidden data gathering point in the island, collecting audio from over 10,000 microphones hidden across the 3 islands. The server room, with 5 metal bookshelves with hard drives and computers with hundreds of cables carefully organized on the floor around a central battery. Batman and Robin replaced the hard drives, disconnected devices and connected others. The hard drives contained over 23 hours of recording which the artificial intelligence in the Batcave's Batcomputer would parse out, allowing for searches using specific noises or words, identifying in most cases the sound of someone's voice. Snitches, moles and double agents would hide in different locations and leave messages. Batman's directional microphones targeted windows, measuring the small vibrations in the pane of glass and reproducing the sounds and conversations. The files went to the Batcave, not to Batman Inc. Bats are guided by sound, he had told Tim Drake when installing the microphones. I'll navigate this city's hidden side through their conversations and sounds. A Gotham of sound. The dynamic duo returned to the Batmobile with the hard drives. Time to put people on notice, partner. You drive, 7404, Haysburg's apartment 836 Uptown. Said Batman, whistling to Batboy to return to him. He fed him a banana on the car. The creature chirped and devoured the banana while Batman petted his head. Damian got back to the main roads out of Midtown, shooting grease to patrol cars' windshields. He slowed down near the bridge and pointed to a small child, approximately 8 years old, walking alone with a teddy bear of Bugs Bunny. Batman got out of the car, approached the kid kneeling by his side. The child wanted to find chips in a store, but everything was closed and his mom was working late. Batman made a sign to his partner to follow them on the car and he offered the kid, Peter, to walk him back home. Damian was always taken aback by how much Batman cared about children, dropping everything to assist any child in a potentially dangerous situation. Batman walked with Peter, showing him his fruit bat and a dull-edged batarang, and listening to him. He really listened, he cared about their opinions and dreams, and this was one of the things that set Batman apart from other superheroes. A patrol car passed them. GCPD officers seldom cared about kids wandering around Gotham in the middle of the night. It was a little after 2 a.m., streets mostly empty. The night was hot and humid. The Bat walked Peter back to his old brownstone and said his goodbyes. Who would do that after his death? Asked Damian to himself. It fell on him. He would be Batman eventually, he would fight for kids like Peter and care for them. It was the only thing he had to do really, he had to care. It was simple and extraordinarily difficult and, as his father had insisted many times, most people form mazes between themselves and other people just so they don't have to care. The Dark Knight got back into his car, time to put the fear of God on Anson Shivani Wesley. Damian played music on the radio, he wanted to pump himself up for this. He knew how much his father looked forward to punishing the corrupt. The Bat was growling like a dog. Robin was slamming his hands on the steering wheel to the rhythm of the song. Two strange creatures cruising the streets of Gotham like predators in the savannah. They reached their destination. Robin pressed a button and let the colony of bats free. The Bat was ready to change Anson's life forever. The high-pitched chirping of bats filled the air. Anson's building had a few lights on. A sign on the side announced Jesus Saves in a purple neon cross. Robin wanted to howl. He reveled in the hunt and jumped out of the car to get a better view of his father's work, using his grapple gun to climb the 8 floors and peek through a window. The Bat was nowhere to be seen, swallowed up by the night's darkness. Anson Shivani Wesley, who had a side hustle leeching off the combat veterans in the Department of Veteran Affairs, was sound asleep in his small bed. His room had trophies, basketball in high school, baseball in Gotham U and 2 medals received during his stay in Bealia. He dreamed of kissing his 3rd-grade teacher in the Oval Office. Little by little his dream was invaded by the chirping of some strange animal. The weather changed drastically, started to rain in a thunderstorm. His teacher didn't want to kiss anymore, asked what's that sound. Shivani opened his eyes in the dark room, the clock by his bedside table announced it was 2:13. The uniform was in his desk's chair same as he had left it, but something was different. The chirping intensified and he got out bed thinking there was a raccoon in the trash bin again. He took a baseball bat and walked, yawning, to the kitchen. He heard something scratching at the windows and peeked outside. A dozen bats flew against the window, slamming their bodies, hissing hysterically and scratching desperately. The lights turned on and he let out a shriek of panic. Batman was standing next to his bedroom's door. "You've made over $250,000 in bribes. Batman said, "It's been years, do you even remembered why you started doing it?" Anson didn't say anything back. His military instincts told him he was in danger. He launched himself against Batman, trying to hit him with the baseball bat. Batman was ready for that. He took the weapon from him and gave him a powerful blow against the stomach. Anson ran to his room. Batman tossed the bat against the window, letting the creatures inside. He kicked the door of the bedroom down with a single kick, filling the room with angry bats that surrounded Anson and pricked at him with their sharp claws. He shrieked and yelled, hidden underneath the bed. Batman tossed the bed to the side and grabbed Anson by his arms. "Welcome to the world of crime," he said, and tossed him to the wall, where he slammed his head repeatedly as it went down to the floor. "You're going to prison, Anson, and if you don't help the investigators, I'll personally visit you every night until you can't sleep anymore." Batman grabbed him by his head with one hand and used the other to break the window. The air rushed in, along with bats. "Prison is the only safe place for you. The feast is over, Anson, the bill has come due." Using his extraordinary strength, Batman practically tossed Anson out the window, securing one of his ankles to a rope he had secured in the bathroom. Anson begged Batman not to drop him. "I'll confess, I'll do anything, just don't let go of me, I don't want to die." The Dark Knight dropped him. The rope went tense and suspended him by his ankle while the bats surrounded him. Upside down and crying, he couldn't see Robin perched above the window, laughing out loud. Duke tagged him for pickup from the Batcave. The Robins would find him dangling and Anson would confess to everything without reserve. The next notice was in 234 112th Street Suite 663 Midtown. Damien stepped on it. The roaring engine accelerated over 150 km per hour. Buildings and parks turned to blurs. The GPS screen on the windshield warned of the turns and curves, and a few solitary cars. "I wish I could strangle the very idea of crime," said Batman, apropos of nothing. Damien knew his father was fond of sharing his deepest thoughts, unconnected from any conversation and out of the blue. He was growling again. He deeply hated all criminals. "Hating your enemies is a mistake, you lose perspective," he had told Jason once, but added, "You must never hate your enemy when you fight him, but when you aren't engaged in fighting him, you should hate him with every fiber of your being." The car, the interiors, the two occupants, the bats, it was all part of a single being traveling at high speeds. The world around them seemed to form a funnel, curving at the edges. Robin wanted to attach a speedster, Kid Flash maybe, to the hood of the Batmobile and have him run at 500 km per hour. Damien knew he couldn't be trusted with superpowers, and in that sense, he was like his father, who often fantasized of using a power ring, like those of the Green Lanterns, and abuse it completely. Damien didn't want some alien ring, he wanted speed. He wanted to run so fast he could pass through walls. He wanted to slam his fist into a corpulent villain going at 700 km per hour. More than that, he wanted to achieve the Zen state that could only be managed by going extremely fast, darting through a blurred world. He had met Max Mercury, one of Flash's friends, the Zen speedster, and he wanted to know his secrets. Lucas V. Wellen, 40-year-old man, lived in a 2-floor suite with his family, wife, and daughter. Lucas had made a fortune, hundreds of thousands of dollars, in the Social Security Administration, leeching money away from Gotham's most vulnerable population. The suite was wood-paneled and painted white, it had a bronze chandelier and fine carpets. It had never seen violence, it had never seen abuse. It was all paid from fraudulent Social Security checks. If it weren't for Barbara Gordon's conscientious research, it would have never been found out. The suite was protected by a central alarm system and different sensors in the windows and on doors. Batman disabled the system with his miniaturized electrical tools. His cowl screens were set for Predator mode. He could see in the dark, could see the lasers and the movement of air. He located the subtle noises emanating from the bedrooms and looked around, making sure to check for any surprises. His feet were accustomed to tread lightly, bending the wood without cracking it. Moving like a ghost, he visited his daughter's room and cracked open a small bottle under her nose. She smelled the substance and fell on a deep sleep. Batman moved to the master bedroom, careful with the phone's wires going from a table to the bedroom. Batman used the chemical compound to give Wayland's wife the deepest sleep of her life. The two women would dream of pleasant dreams, while Lucas V. Whelan would enter a world of fear. Batman dragged Whelan out of bed, carried him into the hallway and tossed him inside the guest bathroom with such ferocity the man slammed against the sink. He would pee blood for a few days. Lucas was crying afraid, trying to explain his dark secret. My family got used to the finer things, I couldn't stop, I had to. Batman pushed him out of the bathroom and placed his boot on his head. Robins will pick you up, you'll cooperate with them or I'll visit you at night. You hide something from them and I'll know. Whelan, you hear me? Lucas nodded, or tried to nod, saying finally yes, I'll confess, but you'll scare my family. Batman propped him up, as bruised as he was, and helped him find a chair to sit down. Batman explained to him that his wife and daughter wouldn't wake up for another half hour, and the Robins would be here by then. I just couldn't stop. Batman, you don't know what it's like to have a family, I have responsibilities. They must have a better education than most to succeed. They can't go back to public education and eating meat once a month. Batman sat next to him and put his hand on his shoulder, relaxing him a little. Lucas, most people live with way less than that, you can't steal a way to a better life. All criminals have family that depends on them, it doesn't excuse anything. Whelan wanted to argue, but he was sobbing uncontrollably, and when he looked up, the masked vigilante was gone. 6340 Russell Street, apartment 243, downtown Gotham, said Batman, while getting seated and getting Batboy inside with him. Robin simply said Roger and accelerated. The bats flew above them, the buildings formed canyons for them. Batboy chirped excitedly while Batman pet him and whispered to his ear, "Nighttime Gotham is yours, little buddy. Criminals beware, the bats are out." Damian lived for moments such as these. To Damian the Bat family was like the Roman Empire deeply embedded in America. He was like an Italian prince, reading Machiavelli and applying it in the superhero scene. The world had changed since Batman first started, it grew around the superheroes, being molded by extraordinary individuals who wielded enough power to drive a medieval king insane with power craving. Damian had said to his father no one expected at the birth of a new millennium that buildings filled with people would be blown up and brought down. It opened the door to a series of horrors that normalized mass casualty events. Every other day there would be a piece in the news: Metropolis destruction, Star City, Gotham, Hub City, Keystone, Central City, you name it, some maniac in a costume took down a building or a city block. All they have in common is the costume. Damian distrusted the costumes, he wore one but he'd always say it's a uniform, not a costume. While Dick and Barbara lived in a costume utopia, Damian had his nose on the grime of the city. He didn't want to form a police force of costumes patrolling the different universes and adventuring. Damian, like his father, deeply mistrusted Checkmate, the federal agency in charge of policing costumes. Damian wished he could police them, intimidate them into virtue. He was costumed aristocracy, son of one of the three greatest heroes of all time. It was a distinction he would use for his unquenchable desire to procure justice everywhere and at all costs. Costumes are too familiar with violence for it to be an effective tool, Batman had told him, rather they fold when charges are formed. They can't fight their way out of a judicial process. Always use your methods according to the situation. Kicking someone's teeth out is only effective if it overwhelms the victim, otherwise you are only playing on their field of expertise. The Russian FBI, the FSB, has developed an anti-Batman task force. Read the files on the Bat computer, there is an anti-Robin task force as well. Batman informed him. Damian nodded and smiled, saying, "I'm honored, that's how you know you are doing something right." Batman ate the apple his pet was nibbling and continued, "You are an enemy of this evil world, they will stop at nothing to kill you, Nothing is too low or forbidden. You must have a Damian Wayne that hides his enmity to the world, that soothes the world and puts it at ease, someone that will play ball, that will go along to get along, someone no one would suspect of being actively fighting the evil of this world. Damian answered, I'm a little ashamed from taking ballet lessons, but in a few years, Damian Wayne will shock the world of MMA. I'll kick some ass, make some commercials, act like a petulant man-child and make people think I'm just another vain celebrity of the internet age. In short, the kind of person no one would suspect of being Robin or Batman. Batman added, Bruce Wayne will help you promote your MMA career, make a few lame jokes and look like a fool. Damian was excited. Fight crime? LOL, LMAO even. Not Bruce and Damian Wayne, those idiots, those fools. A false sense of security. I like it. Robin slowed down in downtown Gotham. There was some light traffic around government buildings. Batman checked the computer on the dashboard for information on his new target. Kia Magdalena Fonseca was a single woman living with 3 cousins in a big apartment overlooking the courts. Fonseca was a second-generation American. Her family came from Sweden and Guatemala. She had made herself head of her department in the Department of Motor Vehicles. She passed fake registration papers of stolen cars for legitimate registrations at $4,500 per car. Batman wanted to know her clients and accomplices. Robin offered to guide the bats into the apartment from a broken window, but his father shook his head. He needed to add some punch. You'll learn something tonight, Damian, come with me. The dynamic duo passed the alarms and gained entrance to floor 24 from the elevator shaft. Kia, a 27-year-old single woman, slept alone with a mask over her eyes. Robin removed the mask and Kia started to wake up. Batman gave her a punch to the face so hard she was instantly knocked out. When Kia opened her eyes again, she was on the tracks of the elevated train. Fear turned to panic as she smelled the salts in front of her and, once completely awake, Batman slammed her head to the steel rail. I know of your business with stolen cars. You'll be arrested tonight and you'll cooperate or I'll make it my business to terrorize you every night. Batman lowered his head so she could see his cowl. The clients, the accomplices, the mechanism, you'll give it all up, Fonseca. She struggled and tried to break free as the rails started to shake. The 2 a.m. express is always late, lamented Robin, 10 seconds away. Kia tried to break free and Batman kept pressing her. Do you understand, Kia? He repeated over and over. She started to cry and finally broke. I'll confess, I'll give them all up, but let me go. She was shouting and squirming as the train got closer. The light of the train was on top of her when Batman let her go. She tried to get up and run, but her knees gave in when she saw the train advancing towards her, sounding the horn. The conductor was panicking. She thought she would die. Batman got her with his bat claw and pulled her to the side just in time. The train passed along next to them. She saw the wheels. They were bigger than her head and would have crushed her like ripe fruit. Confess, Kia, or next time I won't pull you out of danger, said Batman. Fonseca, with tears in her eyes, tried to plead with him. She had people that depended on her, medical bills that were almost impossible to pay. Life was too expensive to work honestly without taking some money for herself and her cousins. Batman didn't have the Wayne fortune to set her up and her cousins somewhere else. That was gone. Who'll pay the bills, Batman? You? Robin? The Justice League? He'll die without treatment and the insurance company won't pay for it. Batman looked at her and growled. Those cars were taken, sometimes with violence, sometimes killing the owner. They got away because of you and your sob story. Batman got her on her feet and let her take a minute for herself. Robin tied a rope to a light post and waited for his signal. You hide a name, a contact, a deal, and you'll see me again. Confess to everything. Prison is the only place I won't be able to reach you. Kia thought of living in a cell next to killers and dope fiends. She had never been more scared. Her comfortable, peaceful bed seemed a million miles away in a life that no longer existed. She was trapped, cornered. Batman expected her to try and hit him or slap him, and Kia thought of that, but ultimately didn't go for it. Who do you think you are? The indignation in her voice was almost palpable. I'm Batman, said the caped crusader and kicked her out of the elevated platform with a kick to the stomach. That was Robin's signal. He secured the rope on her left wrist and let her dangling and swinging from the light post. Robin's en route, said Duke from the earpiece, tough costumer. Father and son returned to the Batmobile. It was time for a patrol. The Batmobile came outfitted with microphones and sensors, besides the offensive and defensive weapons. Batman got most of the colony back into the trunk. He kept Batboy with him. Robin set route to Theatre Row first. Kia would confess, the ring of carjackers would be exposed. It wasn't enough, not nearly enough. Batman's army would have to be enough. It was all they had, the last dimes of a vast family fortune. There was nothing but the mission. Damian had little patience to think on the money that any operation required and didn't miss the Wayne fortune, the mansion, the vast library and its furniture. Damian, like Bruce, were used to elite accommodations and swam in that world effortlessly, but they knew they weren't like the elite. Damian didn't miss the luxury, he missed Alfred, and now that he was gone, he regretted calling him only Pennyworth when he had the chance to be closer to him. That had been a missed opportunity and Damian learned from it. The Batmobile was on the prowl in West 15th Street when Robin spotted a suspect tailing a couple into a darkened street. This just isn't his lucky day, said Robin, while pressing buttons to have the weapons on the car take him down. A wide net was shot from the front and captured the thief, who let go of his weapon and got trapped. Robin pressed a button and electrified the net. The suspect was zapped into unconsciousness. The couple never noted the Batmobile or their would-be mugger, completely enthralled by each other. ATM alarm, Gotham Heights West End. Batman repeated Duke's notification. The car shot flames as the boost was engaged. Batman typed the specific address on the dashboard's computer. Duke shared the bank's camera feed with the car. They were dealing with 3 suspects, corpulent, masked and armed. No reason to play it delicately. The 3 suspects left the ATM's booth with a heavy loot in 3 backpacks. Batman prepared the car's gun, it was outfitted with plastic non-lethal rounds. Robin intentionally hopped the curb, avoided the trash bags, and Batman opened fire. 3 shots, 3 hits. The suspects went down and, looking back terrified of the massive Batmobile, they prepared their guns. Batman shot them again. LOL, cringe, said Damian. Batman didn't know what that meant. He shot one last time, each in the chest. They were ready to be arrested, kept their hands visible and waited for Batman to walk up to them. Who is the money for? Who gets a cut? He demanded, stepping on the head of one of them. A suspect reached for a gun under his belt and Robin hit him with a dull-edged batarang. Wrong move, creep, said Robin, now answer the question, lowlife. The trio confessed to owing money to a Galante soldier, they had been paying a tax with interests. The only way from under these goons is to cooperate. Tomorrow morning Nightwing will check on you in your cells. Give him all the information you have, who you owe money to, who is squeezing and leaning on you. If you cooperate, I'll see the district attorney gives you a lesser charge. Be smart on this and all 3 of you could go free in a couple of months. The trio thought about it, they had no other choice. Robin's coming in hot, announced Duke over the earpiece. The Robin patrol car arrived a few seconds later and 2 burly Robins got out, dressed in red and yellow uniforms. The dynamic duo greeted the patrolman and parted ways back into the car. The Batmobile purred as it explored the quiet streets of the University District. Robin viewed everyone with suspicion, any of the young adults walking around could be criminals. Batman had a keen eye to detect violent offenders. It's how they move, how they walk, how they breathe, he had said to Damian. When you understand the nature of a thing, you understand what it's capable of doing, every small movement will have significance. Robin would point at someone and Batman would judge, shaking his head. Shops were open, a few streets were still active, while others were dark and lonely. They cruised the emptiest streets, spotting here and there the telltale signs of human activity. Batman pointed at a sock in the middle of the sidewalk. See the traces of paint? Someone's been huffing it around here. It's a good place for a mugging. They followed an occupied taxi, 2 blocks ahead, and noticed it swerved and let someone in. Batman activated something in him and pointed straight ahead. Now Robin, it's happening now. Robin accelerated and cut the taxi off. Batman got out and tossed a gas grenade. Robin assisted in getting the victim to safety, while the Dark Knight gave the robber and his accomplice a beating. "Boss, I got a phone tip just now," said Duke over the earpiece. "Heavily armed gang entering the Yankee Marina in the Water District. Want me to call Jason?" Batman replied, "No, we'll handle it. To the Yankee Marina, Damian, and step on it." Batman alerted the Batman Inc. Zeppelins and rerouted one over the marina. They couldn't interfere in Midtown business, but if the criminals got away on a boat, they would be able to shoot the engine and apprehend them when they got closer to Uptown. The floating fortresses shone their lights on the city, carrying on them a small platoon of Robins ready to rappel down. Robin made the engine roar, surpassing cars on both lanes. He jumped the curb and cut a corner, making the curve at 190 km/h. GCPD patrol cars activated their lights. The dynamic duo could listen in on their radios. Batman pushed a button and interfered with their radios. Robin surpassed a patrol car, avoided another one trying to crash, and with a slight push of the booster the Batmobile rammed against the patrol car and sent it flying away into a light post. Robin crashed against the marina's wire fence. Someone whistled, a spotter. There was gunfire in one of the smaller yachts. 3 gunmen ran away from the ship. The Batmobile shot a net that electrocuted them, and, while Batman was exiting the vehicle, 2 other gunmen came out with their hands up and bleeding. They had been shot. Batman checked the ship, plenty of blood but no bodies. It had been a drug sale that went sour when the 3 buyers tried to rip them off. "There comes the law, Father," said Damian to Batman as the patrol cars entered the marina and the cops came out their cars with shotguns and ready for a fight. "Did any of you called an ambulance?" asked Batman, but the cops were so furious with the 2 of them that they yelled and threatened, trying to work up the courage to shoot them. "Listen, they need medical attention," Batman tried to reason with them, to no avail. He walked up to them and pointed at their guns. "You think it hasn't been tried? I've been shot a million times, and I'm still here, so unless you shoot, I think you should put your guns down." Robin took out batarangs and was ready to attack, but Batman made him a sign with his hands to stop the hostilities. An ambulance reached the marina after a few tense minutes. The cops were still aiming. "Real tough guys, I'm impressed," said Robin. "You guys are cringe." The paramedics got to the gunshot victims and Batman went back to his car. "You're not allowed in Midtown," Batman said one of the older cops. "LOL, try something lameboy," retorted Damian, giving them the bird. The Batmobile went in reverse back to the street and left them there. "Let's go downtown, Robin. I'll hear of this in the morning." Robin set course to downtown and said, "Don't listen to them, Father, a bunch of cowards without integrity and a backbone." Batman advised the Zeppelin to return to patrol duties. The emergency was over. "Apparently there's a magazine called L, it had a story on multiversal threats, mentioned the Batman Who Laughs," said Robin, and Batman continued the conversation. "Who told them? Who got interviewed?" Robin shook his head. "Don't know yet, but I'll get to the bottom of it. I fear is one of the younger guys. Something funny about it, mentioned Dr. Manhattan." Batman thought about that. There were a lot of us in Mars ready to fight the blue creature, could have been anyone. Damian gesticulated with his hands. "It's worse than that, whoever talked knew more than most of the guys on Mars, knew of some alternate universe where costumes worked with the government. It ended badly and it's been used against us." Batman made a steeple with his hands and said, "The meta-human question, it started there. It's a fruitful narrative for many despots and dictators, has some truth to it. Must investigate further. Robin nodded in agreement. I'll get to the bottom of this, find the rat and have him pass misinformation. It could be worse than a rat, maybe G. Gordon Godfrey or the Bad Samaritan. They thrive on narratives like these. Prowling quietly through the Upper West Side, in the Diamond District, they kept to the side streets, following suspicious vehicles and people. Batman helped a woman get her cat from the top of a tree. The cat didn't seem interested in either of them. Damian listened to the GCPD radio. The lady eventually got her cat back and Batman said his goodbyes before returning to the car. Always stop and help people, Damian, no problem is too small or inconsequential. Damian listened to his father and nodded before driving again. A motorbike merged to traffic, and Robin spotted a delivery person running half a block behind him, yelling and cursing. Batman lowered the window and threw a batarang that got the thief on the head and made him crash and fall. Always wear your helmet, said Batman to the thief, disarming him of a gun. Robin signaled the delivery person and he got his things back. Let's check uptown, partner, want to drive? Robin didn't respond, rather he jumped back in behind the wheel and made the car growl. As they entered Park Row in the Northern Island, they heard a car alarm. Batman used his geolocation program and came up with the name of a street. The Batmobile accelerated through the narrow streets, making hard turns and going through an empty lot to reach his objective before the alarm stopped. The Nissan Altima was about to speed off when the Batmobile appeared, seemingly from nowhere, cut it off and turned the intense bright lights on, blinding the carjacker. Batman preferred to know what was happening, rather than going straight for the violence. After all, it could be that the owner had tripped the alarm by accident. The suspect was not the owner, he had a half-baked excuse of confusing his car for this one. He thought he could talk his way out of trouble. Batman carried him like a sack and threw him to the ground. Robin kept his boot on the thief's head while Batman searched him for ID. Dwayne Moore, no priors. Always a first time for everything, he said as he examined his pockets. There was a knife and a small bag with what seemed like cocaine. Robin's coming in 5 minutes, said Duke over the earpiece. Robin let him go and sat next to him, razor-sharp batarang on his hand. Dwayne told them of the expenses in his life, of his habit that got too far into full-blown addiction and the unfairness of the labor market. I'm not your case officer, bro, replied Robin after he put the plastic cuffs on Dwayne. You all should go after my cousin's husband, he tripping on power on his job site. He rips you off with the salary. Connected, know what I mean? Batman was interested in what Dwayne Moore had to say and asked for a name. Amory Bearden. You gonna beat his ass? Batman promised he would investigate it, and he wasn't lying, he planned on checking up on it in the morning. After 10 long minutes the Robin patrol car came and took Dwayne away. The dynamic duo got back in the car, this time Batman was behind the wheel. Batman drove slowly, his eyes were absorbing everything. He made a mental note of anything out of the ordinary. He almost passed the convenience store in a corner of Coventry. He had seen the third suspect arrange the gun under the sweatshirt. Robin pointed it out. 3 armed men held up a convenience store, urban cowboys as Batman used to call them. The Batmobile opened the trunk and Batboy directed the colony straight into the store, surrounding the suspects and terrifying them until they ran away empty-handed. Robin took them down by himself, a few kicks, a few punches, a fast maneuver to disarm, and the 3 thugs were on the ground in less than a minute. Call 711! Exclaimed the owners, a man and his 2 daughters, repeating the Batman commercial, call 711. They continued. Batman gifted them a dull-edged batarang and Robin shook hands with the daughters. The man, an Iranian American, wanted to marry his daughters to Robin and Damian didn't know how to refuse the offer. Call 711, said Robin, as a goodbye, and the pair was back in patrol. Batman pointed at a group of young men outside of an all-night pawn shop and Robin nodded sagely. Our enemies, he said, and Batman gave him a look. No, he went on to say, they're not doing anything, Damian, it's their city too. It was a test. He pointed at another lone figure and Damien gave it a second, before saying I got no clue. Batman stopped the car and pointed at the man walking, his hands inside his black sweatshirt. His steps seemed rhythmical and Damien picked up on it. Is he listening to music under that hood? Asked Robin, and Batman said maybe, although there are no wires. But what is that rhythm? Do you know? Robin didn't know. Look at the sports bar over there, look at the screens, it's the same rhythm. He's looking over there. Robin asked why. Batman answered that woman, the one in the silver shirt. Look at her walk, a bit tipsy, car keys on her hand. Look at him now, he's pumping himself up, deciding to do something. Robin understood and left the Batmobile. The thief took out a knife, hid it from view and walked up to the woman who was close to her Grand Cherokee. Robin threw a dull-edged batarang on his head and he went down. The woman gave a loud shriek, too drunk to understand anything. Robin placed the plastic cuffs on him, Duke got the Robins and the dynamic duo was back on the streets in 5 minutes. Batman drove around Cape Carmine. It was mostly dead at 3:21 a.m. Dock workers had left their bars, the drug dealers were hiding from Batman and a lone Zeppelin was shining its light in the narrow streets behind the warehouses. A couple of Irish goons spotted the Batmobile and hid in an alleyway, consciences filled with dark secrets. Robin could smell something mix with the ocean's smell, it was the smell of burning plastics and heavy industry. Batman drove past a pawn shop and suddenly stopped and put the Batmobile in reverse, giving it a second look. Look at this, partner, what do you see? Damien focused on the closed pawn shop, the door was closed, the windows didn't give off any light and everything seemed fine, telling Batman the same. Are you looking at the pawn shop or are you observing the drag marks on the sidewalk? They go to the door and are above the trash and dust. It was recent, but how recent? Batman checked the Batcomputer to know if the place had a back exit, it didn't. He accelerated a little, getting a block away from the pawn shop and parking between cars to avoid getting spotted. Drag marks. Damien was still trying to understand his father. Drag marks, he repeated, they could be there for a million reasons, Batman, that alone isn't. He trailed off after watching 2 men exit the pawn shop with a dolly carrying a heavy safe. Son of a gun, will you look at that? Robin was amazed, and his father said, are you going to let them get away? Robin smiled, over my dead body. Robin ran after them, tossing batarangs and a shock grenade. The 2 thieves got on the ground, surrendering and looking at the looming Batmobile like if a demon from hell. Robin got the zip ties on them, Duke had called the Robins, and Batman got out of the Batmobile, Batboy clinging to his shoulder like a pirate's parrot. The creature emitted a high-pitched squeal and the thieves started praying. Who set this up? Asked Batman, and the truth came pouring out. There was a small gang in Cape Carmine, working for mobsters, hiring unaffiliated robbers, claiming to be talent scouting. If they were talent scouting, why did they choose you? Asked Robin, sardonically. Batman had a different approach. They got you to steal that place, now you'll go to prison. Would you like some revenge on these talent scouts? The pair told names, dates, specific details of their interactions. By the time the Robins came to pick them up, the 2 criminals had given Batman excellent intelligence. Details, Robin, that's what the truth is all about, is made of small details, things that should jump out to you. Batman drove through the little Bohemia in the Burnley docks. The situation in Burnley wasn't as dire as in Cape Carmine. There were signs of hard work, bad pay, and dangerous streets, but unlike the Cape, the Burnley docks were an attraction to artists all over the country. Music genres were being invented there, modern art was shown in galleries and there seemed to be an independent theatre on every block. A man with dreadlocks and 70s clothes came out of an apartment building, calling 711 and chancing upon the Batmobile. My car, someone stole my car, I saw him over the window, it's a silver Toyota Corolla, said the man, and Batman accelerated at full speed and made a hard left. Robin reported the car stolen to the Zeppelins above them and they also started searching. They didn't have much time before the carjacker hid the car, then they would never see it again. 2 blocks west, announced Robin, while talking to the Zeppelin. Batman activated the boost, the buildings blurred around them. A few cars, lonely red lights and golden lights, were surpassed at top speed, while Robin looked around. There! Exclaimed Robin, and Batman prepared the weapons system. The engine roared and the silver Corolla tried to get away, to no avail. Robin tossed a gas grenade and threw it in the stolen car. The Corolla swerved all over the place and eventually stopped in the middle of the street. The thief got out panting and coughing on the ground. Batman nearly ran him over. Robin gave him a beating he would never forget. The patrol car wasn't far behind, with the car's owner. Damian finished the beating with a few kicks to the teeth and got back in. I must go to Batman Inc., we'll switch seats there. What are your plans for the rest of the night? Robin answered, not much, maybe hang around with a few friends from a group chat and go to sleep. Batman found that humorous, try not to mime too much, or whatever is it you do in a group chat. Damian, in a good mood, said, what else am I going to do on a Thursday night? It's not like I'm going to school. The next test isn't in 3 months and I could take that bad boy today and pass it with flying colors. What would you do if you were 14? Batman thought about it and said, naturally I'd hang around criminals. Damian thought about it, he could use some observation skills and the best way to do it would be to watch the criminals themselves. Now that you mention it, maybe I'll park this bad boy and hang in the Miller Harbor bars. Maybe invite Luke Fox, see if he's up. Damian concluded, texting on his phone. Is he? Asked the caped crusader, and Robin nodded, seemed he has a lot of thinking to do. Batman smiled and said, just like his father. Keep an eye on him, Damian. Batman parked in front of Batman Inc., got out and bumped his fist with Damian, who took the wheel. It was 3:45 a.m., a little later than he would have wanted, but it couldn't have been avoided. He switched the mode on the lenses of his cowl while riding the elevator to the 78th floor. Damian didn't drive right away, he was messaging with Luke, who was close to Miller Harbor and accepted a beer with him. Damian had seen thousands of car crashes, a lot of them because of texting and driving, so he knew better. Batman's office was deserted. The night shift only had a skeleton crew working on the upper floors, it was mostly security at those hours. He refused to let any cleaning company inside his office, so naturally it had trash and papers strewn about everywhere. He wanted to start work early, get things ready for the morning shift. He slept through power naps, like Da Vinci had done. He had a lot of extra time and enjoyed applying that time on the titanic task of warring on criminals. Damian found the office to be cringe, as he put it, but understood the value of a war machine. Batman pushed a button and asked to see the night crew Robins, go over their arrests and pending processes. He had intelligence to extract and quantify. Damian and Luke met outside Bobby's bar in Miller Harbor. The place was crawling with lowlives, criminals, and scumbags. Luke hated it, while Damian loved the atmosphere. They started drinking, guessing which of the patrons would eventually meet Batman first. Luke had uncovered a network inside GCPD working for the Russian Mafia, or what was left of it, and was excitedly sharing the details with Damian. The waitress handed them a beer for Luke and a glass of milk for Damian. Sorry sugar, we'll get closed down if I give you anything stronger. People at the bar were laughing. Damian sighed and said, thank you, I'll try to remain sober. Luke made a face when he tasted the beer. It's pretty good, said Damian, after tasting the milk and looking at the patrons and learning to observe the small details. Damian touched on the topic of gossip magazines and the costumes that give them information. Luke was uncomfortable and Damian wanted to know why. He hadn't told Batman, but he suspected Grayson to be giving information to the outlets. Luke pretty much confirmed this, although he had theories of his own. Luke was a consumer of adventure magazines, where superhero whistleblowers sold their stories of costumes and extreme adventures. It was a booming industry. Dick and Barbara want me to step up, be a big-name superhero like them. I don't know, Damian, maybe it's not for me. That's what Batman says, he doesn't want me to commit to a life of adventure. I must say it is tempting. Damian agreed with his father's assessment, adding that's a life for wealth and status, for clout. That's how the CIA extend their tentacles, it offers some coverage, a book deal, some clout, and before you know it, they are blackmailing you into going to a foreign country and robbing something for them. It has happened, unfortunately. There was more to it, but wanted Luke to say it. Batman and Superman, along with most of the Justice League, refused to participate in that culture, but not all costumed heroes thought the same way, and the new blood was eager for social recognition. Luke mentioned that he didn't want to be in that social pyramid, he wanted a fireplace, books, a dog, a wife, and kids, going to a fancy office and overwork himself half exhausted to a big retirement, with a boat in the Pacific Ocean and a lot of fishing and family trips to Europe. The lifestyle precluded those things, he couldn't have one foot in his company and another in the lifestyle. He explained that he was an engineer at heart, and described the fork on the road. I could be an inventor, make some super science and be famous, or be a somewhat anonymous corporate executive. Luke would be successful either way, it was the difference between a penthouse in Midtown or a mansion in the south of France. It was either interviews with the Gotham Chamber of Commerce or an Oprah one-hour special. A paragraph in the Financial Times or 3 glossy pages in Rolling Stone's magazine. Once he was worldwide famous, he would never go back to normal. Someone finds you out at the age of 80, some old enemy, or a nobody you put behind bars and kills you. It has happened many times. Your family finds you sitting in front of the TV with an axe buried in your chest. I don't want that for myself. Looking behind my back forever, he trailed off, thinking of the horrific images of Wonderlink, the old vigilante who had been murdered in Newark a year prior. People become intolerable abusers with their everyday relationships. Not Dick or Barbara, or any of the guys, but it happens, and which would you be, Luke? Would you turn into something you despise? Luke shook his head. My father wouldn't forgive me if I became part of the lifestyle, nor would Batman. He already hates my brother Jace. Luke referred to Jace Fox, the New York Batman. A contemptible prick to everyone, said Luke. He's only Batman because he has nothing more to add but wants the status with the NYPD without having to build it day by day, year after year, decade after decade. He wants it all, and now, without waiting or earning it. It's like the world owes Jace everything and he's just waiting for it to bend into his will. And for what? Because of his Batman costume? Nah, that ain't me, Damian, that just ain't me. He finished his beer and put the money on the table. I'll tell Dick. I dunno, something. Damian finished his milk and walked with him back to his car. You're not Jace, you wouldn't end up like him, but Grayson. I love him like a big brother, but he likes being Nightwing too much, one day he'll end up like Wonderlink. Tell him to find some other inventor for his wannabe Justice League. You're an excellent chief of staff, Luke. You can rise in the corporate world and one day finance my Batman escapades, think about it. A new dynamic duo for the coming world. Batman strategized with the night crew Robins and gathered all the intelligence he could, locking himself in the office to review incident reports while Batboy flew out the window. He walked to the chess game in a small uncluttered table. He was playing against Marty the Martian and his moves seldom made sense at first. He truly was an alien mind, already winning 3 games out of 5. Batman moved the rook, ate a pawn and threatened a tower. He would have to wait and see what Marty did next. Together they were trying to hack into the Mabu's computers. They were brains grown in a vat and connected to a monitor. The brain didn't think anything, not exactly, he had thoughts, all of them arranged like the root library of a computer. The only way to know what was useful and what wasn't was to reconstruct every thought through a deep scan, and that would take months. The brain, inhuman and unaware, served as a limited artificial intelligence connected to the internet. A single brain in a vat could serve as mainframe for over 100 special smartphones, the kind used by the NSA and CIA. So far, most of the files recovered were business records from thousands of different companies, all of them above board. He knew there was more. Growing the brain alone costed over $1 million, it wasn't easy to pull off either. Batman had seen 3 of them so far, so the network using them must have incredible expenses. He liked to think he had seen it all, that after 20 years he had a very good idea of how the world of crime ran around the world. He also knew, or at least suspected, that there was more, a lot more, to discover and map out. He felt like the first mappers of the New World must have felt, a pair of eyes and a brain in a wilderness. His wilderness was one of mirrors and smoke. The more he familiarized himself with the wilderness of mirrors, the more he became aware of the little he actually knew. Batman sat down and checked the arrests made tonight by Batman Inc. He overheard Duke snoring in the Batcave through the earpiece and decided to let him have a small nap. He still had to patrol uptown for the morning commute. The day was far from over. In the old financial district, towering above the buildings, Gotham's Twin Towers rose 80 stories up. The Twin Towers, radically different from their New York counterparts, weren't identical and didn't look modern either. It had gargoyles in regular intervals every few floors. The tower's diameters were different. The East Tower rose a little over 60 stories high with a single diameter, while the Western Tower had a greater diameter close to the base, becoming leaner as it was going higher. The last 10 floors of the Western Tower, surrounded by gargoyles and lit a neon red and blue at night, were used for corporate offices and had changed hands hundreds of times since its glory days, when the Gothic skyscraper was the heart and brain of the financial district. People seemed like ants from those windows, making it easier to buy, sell, and speculate on people's money. Harvey had a big office in the building. He could see into his kingdom and it always made him hungrier for more. The office was colored in blue and red and black and white. It had a few pictures, mostly of corporate clients. It had a fishing trophy he had won some years ago in Cabo San Lucas. The paintings decorating it were original Edward Hopper. Some of them had even been robbed from museums decades ago. Clients often said it gave them a strange feeling, of being alone while surrounded by people. Harvey Dent connected to that art. He knew of the strange solitary urban existence that Hopper wanted to transmit. Sometimes he dreamed of being in Arkham Asylum, subjected to the tortures of so-called therapy, and meeting Edward Hopper. Those were pleasant Arkham dreams, while most of them were terrible nightmares. He looked at his fishing trophy and thought of all the police chases, the hiding in ruinous buildings, the killing, and the constant fear. He mused all that, and for what? All that lost time. Harvey set the lights a little lower. The psychiatric medication and bright lights gave him a headache. He prepared the bottles and served himself a whiskey and lit up a Lucky Strike. He expected someone. He expected good news. He had dedicated some considerable time in turning a man in a powerful institution. It wasn't as easy as buying a cop for a meager $1,000. Real institutional corruption was closer to the subtle art of turning spies. He had learned the methods by which the CIA turned KGB spies into allies, and applied it in the world of business to great success. There was a method to it. You couldn't just show up with an envelope full of money. You had to pierce his defenses little by little, get to know him, help him with problems in his life. He had done just that. Saved a cancer-ridden child from certain death with the help of Swedish cancer researchers. It was time to cash in on all those efforts. The light on the desk turned on. He was coming in. Harvey followed him through the security cameras through his computer. He seemed to be alone. The CPU of his computer was a brain in a vat. It was unhackable, and once it destroyed files, these were summarily forgotten and lost forever. There could be no way to extract deleted information. Dean Barber entered the office and Harvey greeted him with a glass of whiskey. They sat down in the black and white couches and Barber lit a cigarette. Barber thanked him profusely. His son was everything to him. He also thanked Harvey for the college money he had placed in a grant under his son's name. Dean fancied sending his son to the Sorbonne, and that was pricey, even for the head of intelligence of the Department of Justice. Harvey had been open to him, always there with a helpful piece of advice and attentive ear. Dean had responded to Harvey's candid remarks. He had a way of doing away with pretenses and getting to the point. Dean, whose life didn't allow him candidness, always enjoyed listening to Dent. He obviously knew that he was Two-Face, even with the skin grafts it was painfully obvious, but he didn't hate criminals, they were just capitalists with guns, unafraid of Americans' institutional dirty tricks. Harvey was the best example of that, although hardly the only one. Dean Barber's job, as well as the Department of Justice's job, was to persecute capitalists who didn't conform to the business philosophy of America and cover up for the permitted criminals. A new breed of criminals was being formed in the bosom of corporate America, a group who lacked the institutional backing of regular corporate crooks. Dean had heard rumors of a German terrorist and criminal mastermind at the dawn of the 20th century named Mabius, whose presence was overshadowed by the Nazi menace. Dean wished to be the first member of the Justice Department to deal with Mabius, seeing them as nothing more than the usual milieu of forbidden capitalists. He had run cover for corporations who killed Brazilian children in the rainforest. He had protected companies trying to profit from human suffering while causing even more, business moguls who, by a simple industrial mining accident, had washed away entire primitive civilizations in Africa. He wasn't a stranger to the ugly side of the American economy and thought that Mabius also deserved to be protected. He knew the rest of the Justice Department would come to the same conclusion. After all, Mabius was a collection of billion-dollar corporations who paid their taxes religiously. They weren't a cartel, and he had actively protected corporate price-fixing cartels, so he didn't see the harm in letting them have a piece of the cake. There was enough for everyone after all. "Let me show you something, Harv." Dean produced a small piece of paper. Dent read it and couldn't believe it at first. It was the key to Batman Inc.'s servers. "There's an access route for the Justice Department, you can use it." "I already have another," said Dean. Harvey asked, "Won't they figure it out?" Dean shook his head. "How?" "According to their system you are another big shot in the Justice Department accessing files for routine work. Batman hides information, I don't know where, but he's forced to share most of it to the Batman Inc. servers. All you need is a secure line hiding your IP address, or better yet, with an IP identical to one of our computers, and you can access all of it." Two-Face got up and walked to his computer. He showed Barber the brain CPU and he was impressed, although he had already seen one in Batman Inc. "He's using a Martian, not a green or white Martian mind you, some telepath to retrieve all the info, thought by thought." Two-Face appreciated this information and accessed the Batman Inc. system. It was as easy as he thought it would be, a few clicks and he had a treasure trove of data. He searched for Mabius and for himself, finding scattered reports with not much in them. They were clueless and this relaxed Harvey, for they had no information on the Veracruz port and the guns, or at any other operation in and out of Gotham. Rumors, hearsay, conjecture. Little more than that. They didn't even have a recent photo of Two-Face. This will be useful, thought Two-Face. Working with people was his worst mistake. People can be bought. Allegiances are easily manipulated. Foolish Bruce, you finally listened, you idiot, you finally worked with the people you are trying to help, instead of above them. The Justice Department is anxious for Batman Incorporated to fail. They have to work with him, but they don't have to like it. The costumed overclass is looking for a grim awakening. They think they are the new sheriffs in town, but it's a matter of time before they're universally hated. Dean explained, Batman has gone after people that the Justice Department cleared, making them look like a bunch of idiots, or criminally inept, which is worse. They don't play by the rules and this country was built by rules. Harvey shook his head. No, my friend, these costumed jerk-offs are criminals, like me, like the trappers that made Gotham. This country was built on ignoring British rules of plunder and in the sanctity of getting paid, regardless of the job or the process. Getting paid is what made America what it is today. Costumed goons want to impose their morals on the dealings of the American citizenry, they're jackboot thugs closing the Jewish-owned businesses in 1930s Germany. People like having an aristocracy, that's the raw truth. For all the speeches of equality they wish they had enlightened tyrants. Dean finished his whiskey and Harvey offered another. No, thank you, I have to get up early tomorrow. In fact, I should get going. They parted ways, Dean Barber thanking Harvey for everything. Two-Face was left alone looking out the window at the red lights in traffic. People were less than insects from that distance. He yawned, he was tired and wanted to go to his Cleveland residence. He used boom tubes, advanced apocalypse technology, always close to wherever he wanted to go. Harvey lit up the last cigarette and sat next to the window. The bat signal was always on in the Batman Inc. building. He used to fear the nights that the signal was turned on. Everyone feared them in the old days. Two-Face relaxed and took the coin from his pocket. He wasn't drawn to it anymore. That obsession had been cast out, just like Harvey Dent. Those obsessions no longer matter, in the big picture they were nothing more than rocks on the road to greatness. Harvey tossed the coin on his hand, but didn't look at the result. He didn't have to anymore. He threw the coin away, satisfied in the knowledge that growth had been accomplished. Two-Face thought of Arkham Asylum and smiled, all that torture had been for nothing because they tried to make Harvey win a contest against his better half. They wanted Two-Face to go away, as if a man's growth could be discarded. And for what? He thought, a lifetime in Blackgate for murder? To be a sane convict, instead of a crazy convict. To be easier to manage. What did Harvey Dent had to look forward to? A jail cell. Two-Face concentrated on his cigarette, he enjoyed watching it burn. Was he the cigarette or the fire? Was he the smoke or the ashes? He preferred to think of himself as the fire slowly consuming it all. He stared at the urban sprawl under him, that was his cigarette and Mabius the lighter. Batman rode the elevator down to the 20th floor. He carried with him reports and case files from Tim Drake's extracurricular activities as Red Robin. Batman had the idea for Red Robin's new approach from working a case that involved the intelligence community gang-stalking a man who knew enough to put them in jail. The gang-stalking had been so successful that the targeted individual had been thoroughly discredited. Batman had liberated the targeted individual and placed the spooks in the emergency room and then prison. The gang-stalking campaign included barely disguised surveillance, psychological fear tactics and targeted harassment. It had been prolonged and caused the victim to sound paranoid and delusional, making it hard for anyone to believe him. Batman and Red Robin applied the methods to instill fear in their enemies and push them towards confession, planting the idea that only in prison would they ever be free of the constant campaign of harassment and psychological torture. Gang stalking included methods such as surveillance, being followed, electronic surveillance, computer and phone hacking, monitoring all online activities and bugging of home. The surveillance allows for profiles to be built, identifying any and all weaknesses and insecurities to be used later. The information would also be obtained through sexual partners or trusted people in their lives. Conditioning is another method, where victims are sensitized to certain stimuli such as everywhere you go someone will cough as they walk past you. The goal is to make you self-police and then think anyone who coughs is involved in the harassment. People report of conditioning to include hand gestures, an overt use of color in people's clothing, like everyone you see wearing red, or cars a certain color or with headlights on, also known as brighting. There is anchoring, where someone will provide false rationales for the harassment. Often many possible rationales are planted to keep the victim confused and the focus of the harassment cycles from one possible reason to another to keep the victim guessing in a self-perpetuating guessing game where every scenario you are to blame and causes self-doubt, fear, intimidation, and ultimately a cycle of destructive thoughts. The next method is mobbing, or true gang stalking, where everywhere you go you will see an overt display of people following you and often use words you have been conditioned to or your name to draw your attention. Also, street theater where a group will perform an overt activity like a fake confrontation or scenarios designed to test your reactions. often takes the form of a couple who position themselves near you and then have a conversation using many of your conditioned words or pertaining to your particular situation and sensitivities. There's the method of the use of directional speakers, which can direct sound to a single individual in a crowded room. This item is ultimately the most used and is often referred to as V2K or voice to skull, and is used extensively in the psychological breakdown of the victim. The use initially is to cause the victim to doubt their sanity and drive them into the mental health system, and later to just torment and never give the victim a moment of privacy or peace. If they do enter the mental health system, then harassment escalates dramatically, as the victim has now been discredited and can be labeled as someone with a mental problem if they do speak out about the harassment. The V2K isn't the only electronic method. There are also the use of electronics to affect your eyesight and balance, which was originally developed for the military and police crowd control, called dazzling, and even the ability to make you vomit. There are sound campaigns, which is a community harassment technique where abnormal levels of sound are directed at the victim and their home. This includes cars deliberately braking or accelerating when they pass, people talking excessively loudly at all hours of the night, amplification of sound using directional speakers so that external sounds that previously couldn't be heard now can, garbage trucks and other heavy vehicles, and countless other deliberate tactics. One of the goals of these tactics is sleep deprivation, perhaps the most insidious tactics used, where victims are woken up multiple times a night and can be kept awake for days at a time. The effects are dramatic and completely debilitating, affecting concentration, mood, irritability, appearance, and significantly impacts all areas of their life, job performance, relationships, and significantly aids in discrediting the victim as they appear unorganized, disheveled, and sleeping patterns alter so they may sleep during the day, where noise campaigns are more effective, and be awake at night, where they can be painted as the one making noise and being a disruptive member of the community. The targeted individual is further pushed by baiting or entrapment, where victims are harassed to the point that they lash out and commit a crime such as assault, break and enter, or vandalism, as they try and locate the source of the harassment. Harassers will actively try to provoke verbal and physical confrontations, especially after a period of sleep deprivation. Or they are prompted into an activity which can then be used as leverage, such as affairs, sexuality, drug use, or other criminal activity. Another method is gaslighting, which is a form of psychological abuse where someone will actively try undermine victims and to make them doubt themselves so that they lose all self-confidence and self-esteem and are therefore easier to manipulate and push toward the mental health pathway. It can be as simple as being told something which they then deny, then telling them how silly they are for thinking they said it, and turn the lie around into an attack on the person. It can be incredibly effective coming from a trusted person and before the victim understands what is happening to them. These encounters are furthered through the use of black bag jobs, a term when a harasser breaks into a victim's property and places something or deliberately moves something. The purpose is to cause self-doubt, and fear that their property is being accessed, which harassers try to then sell as paranoia. The gang-stalking campaign is protected from discovery through an online campaign, creating disinformation sites which attempt to discredit victims by pushing the mental health agenda. They achieve this by posing as victims and actively trying to sound crazy so that all victims are treated as such. Also, by creating websites claiming to help victims and being a resource for victims to come together and then harassing them to the extent that they lose hope and no longer reach out for help, causing further isolation. Gang stalkers rely on disbelief and discrediting, and as such much of the harassment is designed, at least initially, to mimic mental health issues. They also rely on their abuse being so extreme, so pervasive, so fundamentally immoral, as to be disbelieved, and victims subsequently resort to photographing, videotaping, and sound recording their everyday encounters to disprove the countless unfounded claims made against them, especially in relation to gaslighting, which gang stalkers try to turn around and paint the victims as paranoid or irrational. Victims are made to feel helpless as every attempt to defend themselves is used against them, and when they seek help, they are met with disbelief or open hostility. Red Robin had been mortified to know that members of the intelligence community activated gang-stalking campaigns, calling them community policing, on thousands of targeted individuals every year. Many times, it ended in suicide or lengthy periods in mental institutions, lives irreparably affected. The victims, for the most part, knew something and didn't know that they knew it. Usually, they had evidence of wrongdoing or information that could be used against members of the intelligence community or politics. Batman wished to liberate all targeted individuals, but also wished to use some of the immoral tactics on gangsters, serial rapists, and gang members. He didn't want to discredit them, he wanted them to confess. Red Robin included the use of holograms inside the victim's domicile to create the feeling of otherworldly menace, a paranormal happening. The practice run had been made on a serial rapist that had evaded prosecution through the G.C.P.D's many technical faults. The subject confessed to 711 after a week of gang stalking, or as Tim called it, community policing. Mobsters and career criminals, proficient at hiding their crimes for decades, were the ideal candidates for community policing. Batman had told Tim, as long as the lifestyle exists, there will be gangsters, but if we turn the lifestyle into a carnival of horrors and sleep deprivation, we'll conquer organized crime. Gotham's cops had their hands tied behind their backs by the courts and overwhelmed by corruption, but the two superheroes didn't have that handicapped, they had no limits. It was a lifelong war against criminals, and there was no line, no law or taboo they weren't ready to explore. Gangsters turned Gotham society into unwilling accomplices, so Batman and Red Robin were ready to take away their ability to sleep at night. Batman got off the elevator and walked through the bullpen of detectives. The night shift was busy making calls, drinking coffee and clearing case numbers off the whiteboard. Tim was in his office, where every chair and sofa was occupied by files on binders. There were papers strewn about everywhere. He had a TV mounted on the wall playing recordings of interrogations with special attention to micro-expressions. Tim sat on his chair, reclining against the wall and reading a book on the interview methodology of Scotland Yard. He had been hard at work since becoming chief of detectives, organizing his sleep schedule on a weekly basis and working through 27-hour shifts. Batman Inc. had hired detectives from across the country, not only the few honorable detectives of the GCPD. Tim had them working on 3 shifts a day, sharing investigations and going through tests to determine trustworthiness. Batman cleared his throat and Tim put the book down, rubbing his nose and eyes. Tim had bag under his eyes and smelled of cigarettes. He had picked up the habit the first month of work. He was trying to stop by vaping, but it wasn't working. He had solved dozens of cases while sharing a smoke with the detectives on the small balcony that was the only place to smoke in the building. He had also obtained half a dozen confessions by allowing the suspect to light up and relax. These made them talk for some reason. "What's on your mind, Bats?" asked Tim. "Tallyman plays it close to the chest. He has men to lean in on people who don't pay the tax. He has men for collections. He has men to handle his Shylock business. Varies his methods of communication with his men. Plays it smooth." Batman leaned on Tim's desk and started talking. "Wines and dines with royalty and does business in a room in his house. It's a Faraday cage and he checks everyone who walks through the door. He's also deliriously religious. He had his come to Jesus moment in prison, not enough to stop committing crimes though. Obsesses over the soul of his mother. She committed suicide, he found her hanging. It was a big shock for him. Believing she's in hell, Tallyman has tried every paranormal and superstitious method. He's consulted with hundreds of people. I suspect he's come to some cockamamie scheme to get her out and he'll hurt people. I want to be there for that. That's how we bring him down, through his mother. We can arrange so he has paranormal and extraordinary happenings, nothing too on the nose. Not his mother. Anything except that. Tiny interactions throughout the day, small events, things that don't demand his attention, things that don't interact with him. That will set him over the edge, that will make him do something, and we'll be there. We supplant the expert he goes to for one of our guys. We could even ask Rory Reagan." Batman enjoyed watching Tim smile. It was becoming a rare occurrence. "What? You never heard the word cockamamie? Means harebrained, bizarre. People your age should use that word. Besides, that's not the thing to focus on. Talaman has access to justifiers, he has access to SSS members, we'll know about it and we'll gather the intelligence. He doesn't need to see us. His insane scheme will teach us something. If the Night Walkers get involved, we'll have to deal with it. Sooner or later we have to do something about a potentially delinquent Night Walker. The vampires are psychic, shadows that roam old houses. If that changes, Batwoman will take care of it. If there is a delinquent Night Walker, I propose we kick him out of Gotham. They're sensitive to magic, so we can exile the delinquent creature. What do you think? Yeah, exile is about right. Tim subconsciously reached for his pack of cigarettes and stopped himself. As for Talaman, how did you know he became weirdly religious? Not weirdly religious, Tim, delusionally religious. Don't forget he's utterly insane. He acts like a mobster because he's in the throes of delusion. He isn't even Italian, let alone a made member of any family. The horrible events in his life have exerted a tremendous strain on an already fragile mind. His childhood is a nightmare. He became deliriously obsessed with the Talaman, a figment of his imagination that he fed over the course of years, killing 65 people in the process, that we know of. Talaman got him nothing but misery, so he started feeding another delusion, the mobster. His religiosity isn't sincere, he's delusional. He deformed traditional beliefs to accommodate his criminal existence and give excuses for his transgressions. It's an ad hoc mix of Catholicism and Lutheranism, his mother's religion. He wrote extensively about it during imprisonment. I read his journal. He wrote plenty about helping his mother's soul escape hell. It could become a mass casualty event. The events you mentioned, do you think we can use the community policing for that? It seems delicate. Tim opened a pack of chocolate cigarettes and chewed on one. It took the anxiety away. No, it's not delicate, answered Batman. The person is walking along fine, then becomes seemingly possessed and runs away from sight. They can do it. They'll want to. Seems like an asymmetrical response, though. After all, he did go to prison for a while. Tim had his doubts, but Batman shook his head. He continues to commit crimes. He's not some gun-toting maniac, so what? He's not the Joker, so go easy on him, answered Batman, a bit flustered. No, that's not what I'm saying, it's just that we could show up and spook him. Tim remembered the sheer fear in Charles Battaglia's eyes when he saw him standing on the ceiling of his building's laundry room. His lips quivering as he tried to say Red Robin, but his voice had abandoned him in fear, making only a noise like a squeak. No, it needs to be other people. If he sees me or you, he will become even more guarded and it will be difficult to keep gathering intelligence. Batman went through the files on Tim's desk, cases close to the finish line. All right. I'm in, said Tim, and asked how's Duke. Asleep, I can hear him snoring. Good kid, useful on the job. By the way, what are you doing with those? Batman pointed at the screen, showing micro-expressions of liars. Studying micro-expressions, the science of lies. Tim had been amazed at the power of speech, the way it could release the truth from a lying suspect, without the use of threats or violence. Good, a habit of study always pays off. Remember though, sometimes you detect a lie because you can have a very good idea of what is going through their heads and what they would be thinking. It's more than a science, it's an art. It's both. A familiarity. You won't find familiarity in a monitor. Batman moved files and papers and sat on the brown couch against the wall. Gotta say, Batman, I'm not much of a chief of detectives. My peers are over 40 and 50 and have a familiarity that I don't have. I'm not made for this. I'll let the detectives down. Tim wasn't sure if he wanted the Bat of Gotham to know how many interviews he had blown, how many cases had been poorly managed, and the natural skepticism of 40-year-old detectives taking orders from a 21-year-old with zero police experience. You're there to learn from the best, this is your education, Red Robin. Remember to always ask for suggestions. The opposite of what I do. Batman gave him a smile and Tim nodded along. It'll be tough, but I will get the hang of it. He's still asleep. He's snoring, it has a rhythm to it. How's Jason? Asked Batman. He's starting a football team. Mr. Quarterback. Answered Tim, biting his chocolate cigarettes. Good kid. Are you gonna show up with dull-edged batarangs and greet people? They'll go wild. Tim was joking, a rarity these days, so Batman decided to lift his spirits. As Chief of Intelligence, I must ascertain the validity and regulatory lawfulness of any alleged football game. Crime, young ward, never sleeps, sometimes it plays football. Well, you have a sense of humor, that's good. Slow days are the good days. Responded the Bat. Hey, as Chief of Intelligence, do you know what happened with the corporate internet? I can barely torrent coach. Tim got up and started to stretch, he had been seated for hours. Coach? The old show from late 80s? Asked Batman. Actually, it ended in 97. Answered Tim. Don't let them catch you pirating movies. Said Batman. Downloading, bats, not for profit. What happened to the good internet? Pressed Red Robin. It's too expensive. Admitted the CEO of Batman Inc. Well, the Court of Owls is probably downloading Bridgerton as we speak. Noted the Chief of Detectives. That's exactly what they would watch. They'll probably doing it right now. Those bastards. Batman tried to organize the papers on the small coffee table, but it seemed an impossible task. They get all the corporate internet. Lamented Red Robin. Yeah, they make more money than us. Don't use the company computer for that, do it outside. You know how many seasons they made between 89 and 97? I'm so behind in my watch list, it's insane. It will take me years. Complained Tim. Good. It will last longer, you'll never run out of things to watch. You could always sleep like a normal human being, or trying my sleeping method. Said Batman. He slept with power naps and Tim had tried his method, used first by Leonardo da Vinci, but had found it too difficult. Nat, I crash Friday to Sunday, I still have half a Sunday off. Tim sat on his desk and opened another chocolate cigarette. Go for it, said Batman and changed gears, asking, have you played chess with Marty? Marty the short, tentacle creature? Questioned Tim. The only Marty there is in Batman Incorporated. No, but I have seen him online in 9chan/chess, is he kicking your ass? Tim asked, biting on his chocolate. Those damn internet players, can't understand their strategy, I got lucky twice. He freaks people out, Tim complained, he wanders around, floating and going through walls, it upsets my detectives. He's incredibly disruptive. It's not only about how he looks, it's what he does. It spices the office, answered Batman, he's a weird guy that likes floating around, let him have his fun, difficult enough he looks like an insect from hell, everyone in the street reacts by screaming in horror, at least he gets to be himself here. Lucky him. Lamented Tim. Why? What do you want to be? Sometimes I wish I could just punch people across the face. They get on my nerves. Tim had gotten close to losing his temper in the interview room, or box, as it was colloquially known. Yet, people are upsetting. It's not all about punching, it's also all the other stuff. Kids these days put on a costume and start swinging their punches. There's more to life than that, there's also work. Batman added, you should have listened to that garbage talking about office work and the justifiers. Who? Asked Tim. The Saint Casale. Answered the Bat. He was in that giraffe place you like so much. Beatrix hello. Beatrix hola. Corrected Batman. Right, yeah, I went there with Stephanie. Great place. He preferred not to think of Stephanie, she had wounded him badly after she cheated on him in a superhero party. A bit too much for my taste, the kitchen has a serious cockroach problem brewing. Explained Batman. Saint Casale was there with Randall Pike, allegedly a celebrity. Randall Pike? Gotham Law and Order Detective Grillo? That Randall Pike? Tim was surprised. Yeah, that scumbag. The Saint was talking about that sonic fluid, the way it distorts reality. Give that technology over to their human resources companies, influence the labor force and their children to shape the things to come, his words. What did you do? Asked Tim. Put him in his place. Make friends with the trash bags. Randall Pike wasn't aggressively attacked, doubt he would sue. The justifiers know better than to sue us. Made it clear to some scum high in the hierarchy. He didn't know much about sonic fluid, no luck on that end. Lamented the Dark Knight. This thing with Silver Banshee tomorrow, Jason wants in and I want to go too. Said Tim. You have things to do here. Jason could use the practice, you're not the red and black bird themed superhero anymore, new look, new job. How's Harper? Asked Batman. He had met Harper and her brother Cullen in the Narrows, where she wanted to be a vigilante. Batman had hired them both, with a good salary, and the pair never moved from the Narrows, which he admired a great deal. She's around all the time, dates Detective Hernandez, so she's always around. Tim liked Harper, they were good friends. She's angry at the internet too? Asked Batman. She didn't even notice. She uses the phone's internet. She's more interested in TikTok. Says it's a problem, her attention span is affected. Can't wait for the app that somehow becomes a drug and we have to do something about it. Sure, the writer will come up with that. Lamented Batman. It's gotta be. Said Tim. He wasn't at all convinced of Batman's suspicion of being trapped inside a comic book on some other alternate universe that was, for whatever reason, the main and real universe that made all the others merely a fiction created to sell comics and video games. No, he's some talentless hack that kills people for shock value. Responded Batman, that isn't God, that's monthly revenues and statistics. You don't know that, Bats. I can accept that maybe God influences things to happen somehow, through mysterious means like luck and things like that, but that's about it. Said Tim. What if they write a storyline where Darkseid wins? Wondered Batman, adding, and this time it isn't a dream or an alternate universe, absolute Darkseid domination. How do you resist that? How do you fight free of that? Have you asked Miracle Man? Tim asked carefully. He knew the Bat didn't like the aliens from New Genesis or Apocalypse but had to try. Nah, and don't tell him I suspect all this. Said Batman. Why? Asked Tim, and Batman didn't answer, so he pressed, come on Bats, you have to let an escape artist tell you how to escape this. He tried to escape his life and committed suicide, it failed thank God, but maybe it was written that way. We're escaping something that isn't physical, isn't visible, can't be reached or sensed in any way. This is a metaphysical type problem. Explained Batman. Try Rory, he's all kinds of metaphysics. Suggested Red Robin. I tried, I talked to him earlier. What did he say? Asked Tim. He said that, Batman stopped and thought about it. He said the Sephiroth are vases where reality flows into them and are overflown. Imagine a fountain, and... No, he didn't put it like that. I don't know chum, I heard it but goodness gracious I have no idea what he's saying. Said Batman. Maybe there's a fountain of sonic fluid somewhere and we're in it. Suggested Tim. With enough infinite universes that's a certainty. Said Batman, with a tinge of sadness in his voice. Right, I hadn't thought of that. Do you think there's a universe where suspects don't lie about everything? Let's jump into that universe. Make my life way easier. Said Tim, and Batman noted how utterly tired he was. As Chief of Intelligence I assess that you plan extra-dimensional travel and kidnapping, The oldest trick in the book," said Batman with a smile. "You should have seen Jason earlier, this morning. He was talking about traveling to what he called the babe dimension, and then he dramatized the whole ordeal, apparently getting into trouble with something called the booty copters. He was detailed. That reminds me," Batman changed gears, "you started the rumor about Red Hood? The one online about the Bialyan model?" "No, that wasn't me," denied Tim. He was so tired that it didn't sound believable. "You didn't go to Reddit and spread that rumor in dozens of forums?" asked Batman. "Bats, no, that wasn't me," Tim insisted. "That wasn't you on Reddit or spreading the rumor?" asked Batman. "Me on Reddit? Impossible," answered Tim, shrugging his shoulders. "I spread it in a dozen other forums. I wanted to test a hypothesis, it was merely scientific. It wasn't anything personal, it's not a statement on his character." "Obviously," replied the Dark Knight. "Indeed. The hypothesis turned out to be incorrect. I may have to try again." Tim opened another chocolate cigarette. "All for the name of science. Just don't use the community policing methods on him," Batman pleaded. "If he behaves himself and stops bringing his damn dog in here, then I won't escalate it further. He's your older brother, be patient," said Batman, in a fatherly tone. "Sure Bats," said Tim. "How's Cassie?" "There was some hostility apparently, I heard about it, with Dick," asked Batman. "Yeah, the DA wanted one thing, Dick wanted another, and Cassandra wanted Personnel and Training Bureau to be involved. The DA got what he wanted, but Cassie isn't angry at Dick, he just doesn't trust him," Red Robin explained. "Yeah, I heard about that. She called him the smiling ass kicker. Batman repeated the words, trying to understand them better. "Violence and glee don't match, she says." "I dunno, a bunch of kids really," said Tim, standing up and pacing the office with his head up held high and a look of superiority on his face. "You're obviously above that," noted the Dark Knight. "Mere petty concerns are of no interest to Red Robin. Red Robin only cares about the war," replied Tim, mechanically. "Red Robin speaks of himself in the third person," noted Batman. "Red Robin is exploring the possibility of speaking like this. After 27 hours of work, I just might. Can't wait for tomorrow. I'm getting out of here at 5, and at 5:15 I'll be in bed and asleep. Beautiful sleep. All the way to Sunday." Tim could feel the pull of the weekend. "You basically run on caffeine," noted Batman. "Yeah, don't cut back on that, we cannot afford to go cheap on the coffee. This place would collapse," pleaded Tim. "Like I always say, I'll look into it," said Batman, getting up. "Have to go now, I need to wake up Duke." "All right bossman, take care." "How's Batboy?" asked Tim. "Already a crime fighter. I'll keep you updated," promised Batman. "Dick will be his agent, like with Luke," joked Tim. "God, I hope not," said Batman, leaving the office. Strolling around the detectives' cubicles, he greeted the overworked detectives. He worried about Tim. He was a good kid but had gone through a lot, maybe through too much. He had died and came back, with a renewed lease on life and revaluing his existence. Tim, a young superhero, was very well liked by his peers and had attended their parties multiple times. A teenage superhero sex party ended in an accidental overdose. Tim was there and came out of the experience hating it, hating what this type of people became behind closed doors. Drugs, especially performance drugs, were ubiquitous in the superhero scene. Crystal venom, a type of crack with anabolic steroids, is common, as well as the name of the chemicals from a Lazarus pit mixed with cocaine and barbiturates in pill form, and Miraclo pills, sedative quaaludes that could go for $100 per dose. Tim, who had met a horrific end in a Gotham rooftop, valued his life too much now that he came back from death, so he quit the superhero scene completely. He preferred to collect luxury concept cars and keep them well maintained in his few moments of spare time. Tim's drug of choice, besides cigarettes, was clearing cases, and there existed no chemical that could give him that feeling of accomplishment. Disgusted by the superhero scene, Tim had lost faith in human progress. Arguing with Barbara Gordon about the progress of urban life since the first city, Ur, Tim Drake had exclaimed, "We're the same half-civilized barbarians that populated Ur, the first city in recorded history. We haven't made any progress except for our techniques and our products." He was tired of fighting, but not tired of the war. He wished to win the war through thinking and gang-stalking career criminals. Tim Drake had confided in Damian, who told his father everything, and together they worked on the new and improved Red Robin. Damian, like Batman, wished to imbue the perception of Red Robin with supernatural fear, giving him an extraordinary edge against his enemies. Drake kept his Red Robin activities to himself and Batman, his brothers didn't know. Not even Damian knew of the community policing tactics that Batman and Red Robin were engaged in. Unlike Dick Grayson, Tim Drake knew what he was fighting for. He wanted people to change, instead of merely punishing the criminals, which was a means to an end. Tim trusted the prison system to give criminals a chance to change and abandon the old tired meme of crime. The old pervasive habit of unethical people wasn't some metaphysical force as Rory Reagan thought of it, neither was it merely socio-economic factors as the power couple of Dick and Barbara maintained. Instead he described it as crime isn't the desperate last option of the disenfranchised, it's the conscious decision of punishable offenders. Azrael, a committed Catholic, had become Jason's moral compass, but he couldn't reach Tim as much as he tried, for the multiversal threats had eroded his belief in God and the Messiah. Batman worried about him, and not knowing what to do, he checked up on him on a regular basis. He trusted Tim's noble good nature to guide him in his darkest hour he was going through. Batman always felt like he drafted Drake into his obsession, even though Tim did everything he could to be Robin and become a part of the Bat family. The Dark Knight rode the elevator to his office, thinking about his kids and the horrible way he had treated them along the years, hitting them even. He wondered if he had truly smacked Dick's face, or Tim's, or if he had been written to do it. Batman wasn't overwhelmed by his cosmic suspicions, in fact he was optimistic. He had a real chance of curbing crime in Gotham, reduce the numbers, and one day, God willing, he would win the war against crime and corruption. Batman left the elevator, returned the files to his desk and closed his office with the electronic sensors and independent security system. Batman stepped into the balcony, overlooking the city and letting the harrowing winds smack him with all their intensity. He could take it, he could overcome anything, Batman had no limitations. He shot his grapple hook into the air, catching the net under the Batwing. The wind blew so furiously that it woke Duke up, startling him to find his boss in the jet plane. Duke pretended he wasn't napping and activated himself to work, saying, "Initiating 5 a.m. Uptown Patrol." "Good hunting, Chief." Batman flew over the Knights Dome Stadium in Otisburg, changed the setting on his cowl screens and jumped into the air. The city, still shrouded in the semi-darkness of Gotham's night sky, started to become active. It was the start of the day for thousands of people in the residential area of Uptown. It was tonight's last call to criminals, the end of the night shift and the beginning of the day shift. Batman's last chance to catch, and punish, as many criminals as he could. Duke was drinking energy drinks and slapping himself to keep himself awake and alert. The long night was almost over. This, Duke repeated to himself, was a slow night. He repeated it until he convinced himself. Batman spotted a suspect checking cars, preparing his tools. Batman glided downwards, going at 90 km per hour. Batman flew in circles, going down and trying to slow down. He didn't want to leave the suspect in a hospital for 6 months. The carjacker was busy opening a Toyota Corolla when Batman landed on a lamp post. Batman tossed him a gas grenade, and while he was coughing and trying to breathe, the Dark Knight gave him a beating, putting his boot on his face. "Suspect tagged, Robin's inbound," said Duke over the earpiece. "Tonight's not your night," said the Bat to the criminal. The screen on the cowl's eye slits ran the perp's face against the Batcave's database and came back with name, address and priors. Shamir Harrison, carrying a gun without a permit, robbery and aggravated assault. Nightwing caught you the first time you went to prison, you should have changed your ways, scumbag. Batman pressed his boot against Harrison's head until a patrol car arrived. Batman left them with the suspect, shot his grapple gun to a nearby roof and disappeared into the air. Batman took to the air, gliding with his cape above the narrow and darkened streets of Otisburg. There were plenty of honest workers leaving home with their briefcases and backpacks, trying to catch a bus and ignoring the suspicious figures that had been wandering the streets all night in search of victims. The caped crusader spotted a pair walking into an ATM, but grew suspicious of them. She seemed to be in a hurry while he grabbed her arm. Batman remembered Tim's words, conscious decision of punishable offenders. There was nothing billionaire Bruce Wayne could do for them, for he wasn't a billionaire anymore. The Joker and the designer had seen to that. Although he also suspected the Court of Owls' involvement. There was no monetary solution, only intimidation and fear. Batman descended on top of the ATM and used his bat claw to grab the perpetrator and launch him up and away of the victim, who shrieked in panic. The money went flying. Batman kicked the teeth out of the kidnapper and robber. "Robin's in 2 minutes," informed Duke Thomas. The woman got her money back and thanked the caped crusader. She had been approached and forced to get her money out of the ATM with a screwdriver against her ribs. Batman checked the criminal's pockets, cloned his cell phone just in case, and found crack in small plastic bags hidden inside his socks. Batman wished the victim good luck when the patrol car stopped and the Robins came out to detain and investigate. The woman wanted to tell something to Batman, but he was already gone. The caped crusader patrolled the rooftops, keeping an eye on the bustling streets underneath him. Batman noted a broken window in a computer repair shop and climbed down the rooftop with his bat claw. There were 2 men inside the place, looking for money and laptops to steal. The alarm had been disabled. Duke called patrolmen to his location. Batman entered the repair shop and hid behind a counter, waiting for the thieves to come out of the inner office. Eventually they did, carrying with them a metallic box filled with money and a backpack filled with loot. Batman revealed himself, shot his bat claw to pull one of them and hit him across the face. The other ran away and met the Robins outside, ready to arrest him. Batman walked out of the repair shop stepping on the criminals and went back to the rooftops. Batman crossed through Otisburg all the way to Robinsville, close to Batman Inc. headquarters. The microphones on his bat ears detected the sound of a struggle. A mugging was going on. The victim pleaded for mercy, but the mugger had other nefarious intentions. The criminal, who already had the money, wanted to have fun with his victim, but Batman appeared behind him and kicked the back of his left knee. The criminal went down and Batman slammed his face to the pavement with such ferocity that a few teeth came tumbling out of the mouth. It was another recidivist. He had spent 5 years in prison over an assault charge. Batman trusted that this time the criminal would learn, at the very least, to fear his own shadow, knowing Batman could show up at any moment to inflict heavy damage. "Silent alarm in an ATM, 2 blocks away from your location, it should be visible on your screen," said Duke, sharing footage from the ATM's camera. There was a lone criminal working with heavy tools to open the machine and take the money. Batman got there before he had successfully opened the machine and delivered a couple of kicks and punches. The whole thing had lasted a few moments, but the criminal would never forget it. Batman wasn't an urban legend anymore, he was a painful reality for criminals in Gotham. "We have a phone tip, boss. 3 heavily armed men are waiting for someone in the Narrows. I'll send you the address," informed Duke over the earpiece. Batman glided his way from Robinsville to the Narrows. There was a figure in a rooftop, dressed in a heavy parka, hat, and a mask without a face. Batman landed next to the question, Renee Montoya, and she explained that she had provided the tip. Apocalypse technology sale between some scumbags that work for even worse scumbags. Maybe the Saint Casale, don't know just yet. She said, without saying hello. The pair kept watch of the abandoned house on the other side of the street. There were two figures sitting on paint buckets, carrying Uzis and protecting a large black case. Montoya, hired by Batman Inc. as their fiscal department supervisor, also investigated the Justifiers and the Mannheim Mafia as the Question. Batman respected the Question as a detective and was glad to see that the regular 9 to 5 p.m. job kept her from drinking. She had been burdened with knowledge and investigative zeal, same as the previous Question, Vic Sage, who was a personal friend of the Batman. Renee liked Batman, but wasn't a fan of Dick and Barbara. In fact, she kept tabs with the costumed crowd and refused to be part of a team, not even the Justice League, on the grounds of being a recovery alcoholic. But the truth was that members of the intelligence community, also known as spooks, ran that lifestyle and almost everyone in it. She kept Batman on the loop as she was getting closer to a team of tights in Chicago with connections with the Gotham Justice Squad's a group of crime-fighting spooks. The Owls could be involved, Renee had told Batman. They have been trying to recruit heroes from MMA fighters, to have their superhero team and promote it as cover for their criminal activities. Batman preferred to talk about anything else, rather than the job, and asked about her girlfriend, Kieran Silva, a crime lab technician. She's waiting for me in bed, where I should be right now. I'm either crazy for leaving her there to be surveilling these people or I'm avoiding commitment, that is the question. Renee remembered Batman's 40th birthday party in the old Batcave. She danced for hours, surprised she was invited. She was closer to Vic Sage, or as close as Batman can be to another human being. Didn't invite Hal Jordan. Spectre and Shazam brought cakes from magical dimensions, Zatanna put a spell on the candles, Martian Manhunter brought Arya ice cream cake and ate it, Starfire and Black Canary sang on the karaoke machine that Cyborg brought to the Batcave. Watched pieces of the No Man's Land movie from Francis Ford Coppola from a novel by Cormac McCarthy. Jayon Jayons has a part in disguise as Ryan Gosling while he was protecting him from a crazy stalker. Renee helped clean the Batcave along with Ray Palmer and Plastic Man. He had told her, I'm still alive, they haven't won, not until we're all dead. They haven't won. Now we push, now we take advantage of our knowledge of the battlefield. We make them run, we seek them out, we put them on the spotlight. Now we win. They hid behind a chimney as a black Suburban passed the street for the third time. They're being careful, it's on now, said Renee. The Suburban stopped in front of the derelict house and 3 people in cheap suits came out. Any idea who they are? Asked Batman. Turkish organized crime, they're leaving tomorrow, they already have their tickets back to Ankara. Answered the question, and she asked how do we do it, but Batman was already descending the rooftop and hiding behind the SUV. Old habits die hard, I guess, said Montoya before jumping to action. The black case was opened and the potential buyers set up a laptop in a paint bucket and started to check the merchandise, a gravity bomb. The device weighed 5 kilos, was a black convex metal, seemingly made as a whole unit without moving parts. The device had a USB port and while the criminals were checking its systems, Batman gained access to the abandoned house through a window and waited for the question to take the main door. Batman tossed a gas grenade and a glue grenade at the criminals with Uzis. The moment the smoke started to fill the room, everyone held fast to their guns and started shooting everywhere, even at each other. The question ran into the gunfight, kicking and punching in the smoke, trying not to cough, while Batman took the criminals, one by one, choking them until they were unconscious. One of the Turkish criminals jumped on top of the gravity bomb, bleeding from shots on his right arm. The device started to emit a beeping sound and the panic increased as the smoke was disappearing. All 5 had been shot and needed medical attention. The gravity bomb started spinning in its case. Get them out! Shouted the caped crusader, carrying 2 of them outside. Renee dragged one of them when the bomb emitted a light and started to pull everything, and everyone, into a single point inside its metallic casing. Batman ran in and grabbed another two, checking to see if the question was safe. The pull of the gravity bomb is weak at first, attracting pebbles and trash, but it escalated exponentially. Renee grabbed a door when the pull lifted her off her shoes. Batman went back into the house, put one of the injured criminals on his shoulder and used the bat claw to grab Renee and get her out. A few seconds later, everything inside the house, the paint buckets, Uzis, trash, everything was pulled to the gravity bomb, creating a single sphere of bent metal and plastic. Nothing living would have survived the crushing. Why are the last crimes of the day always the hardest? Wondered Batman. Renee answered, it's late and you're tired, it isn't metaphysical. She promised to keep an eye on the criminals until they were inside a patrol car. Batman disappeared into the night, leaving Montoya mid-sentence and confused. That was a close call, boss, sure you are all right? Asked Duke, and Batman replied in a monosyllable yet. Duke continued, we have something from the mics, we reconstructed the audio and it sounds like there's a taxi cab waiting for a victim, the armed accomplice is already waiting in Sheldon Park. Batman glided his way out of the Narrows and tried to focus on the task at hand, paying no mind to the bomb that could have killed Renee and the criminals. Duke had already alerted the patrol cars and they were searching for the taxi cab. Batman flew over Sheldon Park, trying to decide who the armed assailant was, for the park was busy with kids going to school and office workers trying to catch a bus to work. Batman spotted the taxi cab and glided downwards, aiming for the roof of the vehicle. The taxi stopped in front of the park and let the armed assailant inside while the passenger protested. Batman landed on the roof with such speed and force that it bent. The taxi cab's windows exploded. It wasn't exactly what he was aiming for, but he adapted to the situation at lightning speed. Batman used his bat claw to pull the armed offender out the window. The driver left the car and escaped on foot right into a Robin patrol car, surrendering immediately. Are you okay? He asked the passenger, and she replied, yeah, I'll live, but I'm not getting to my office in time, so there goes today's salary. Batman signaled the patrol car and the Robins ran towards him. Give this woman a ride, use the siren, get her to her job as fast as possible. Batman didn't fully trust his patrolmen Robin, however, he trusted Azrael, Jean-Paul Valley, their commanding officer and a truth serum enthusiast. Valley often used truth serum to ascertain which of his Robins had fallen into corruption. They had already been a few cases, but no one could lie their way out of truth serum, the way the truth pours forth uncontrollably, clouding thoughts and lies. The media had decided that it was too much, using chemicals to keep the troops trustworthy, but Batman Inc. wasn't a police force, it was a private entity and as such enjoyed a great deal of cover for practices that, in any other company, would border on inhumanity. Batman patrolled the familiar rooftops of Park Row and stopped by Crime Alley to pray for the souls of his parents. That singular crime had created an avalanche of cause and effect that resulted in the Batman of Gotham, the Dark Knight at war with crime and corruption. He enjoyed this part of the night. The sun was about to dawn on the city, people were busy preparing themselves against the day. They trusted the caped crusader with their safety, with their lives even, and he repaid that trust with vigilance and care. Batman spotted a suspect on a motorcycle cutting off a delivery person, ready to steal his money, his delivery, and perhaps even his life. Batman threw a batarang against the motorcycle's engine and the tires, slashing them with razor-sharp edges. The assailant saw Batman glide towards him with his cape and reached for his small machine gun tucked inside his jacket. It wasn't nearly fast enough, he had Batman's boot on his face and he flew out of the bike into the concrete, regretting his crimes. The delivery person thanked Batman and went on his way. The caped crusader checked the assailant's personal effects, cloned his cell phone and checked his wallet. This wasn't a desperate man trying to feed his children or pay medical bills through crimes. Batman kicked him in the stomach and demanded answers. You want teeth, I want answers, Batman growled at him. The perpetrator, Hank Rogers Fillmore, filled him in on the goings-on of his life. Hank had been living a double life with his supermodel girlfriend, showering her in gifts and expensive dinners, but his job at the accounting firm didn't pay enough, so he decided to borrow the gun and rob a few people. The patrolman Robbins reached Batman and secured the prisoner. The caped crusader looked at Hank with disgust and used his grapple gun to go back up the rooftops of the East End. "Bats, 1 block to the east, the mics caught something." "A mugging, sounds rough," informed Duke Thomas. Batman ran as fast as he could, his bat ears hearing the scuffle and threats. The victim had tried to fight him, but it was to no avail. The mugger was kicking him on the ground and threatening his family as he was going through the victim's wallet, making jokes about the small pictures of the victim's family. Batman used a razor-sharp batarang to stab the hand that held the gun. A dull-edged batarang hit him across the face, and before he had any notions about escaping, Batman appeared in front of him doing a wrestling move that connected his head with the floor at top speed. Batman punched his ribs a few times, just to make sure he would spend time on the emergency room. "Are you okay?" Batman asked the victim, who was trying to get his things from the floor. "Not really, I hate this city," he answered, and added that guy was high or something, "I thought I was a goner." Batman checked the mugger's belongings, finding crystal venom in a pipe tucked away in his socks. The drug came from Santa Prisca and was easy to find in the streets. Batman left when the patrolmen arrived. He moved towards the Cauldron, a neighborhood of Irish families and criminal hangouts. He spotted a delivery person getting hit in the face with a wrench, sprawling over the concrete while the assailant went to work on his bike. Batman used a pair of dull-edged batarangs on his head and a powerful kick to his right leg that left him on the floor screaming in pain. He had completely broken his leg, a piece of bone came out of the jeans and there was blood everywhere. The windows had curious faces, school children and their mothers. Batman looked at them and wanted to explain, but knew he couldn't. A school bus turned right onto the street and Batman got the delivery bike out of the way. The delivery driver had a nosebleed and rested on the sidewalk, trying to comprehend what had happened. The patrol car arrived after the bus stopped in front of a building. Batman greeted the school children and gave them a dull-edged batarang as a souvenir. They were becoming expensive, but he liked the personal touch. The early morning patrol continued in Cape Carmine, where Miller Harbor was waking up to another day of grueling work. The workers were arriving en masse in grey dull buses with grey and dull faces. Some of them arrived through the main avenue, others did it through the narrow streets of the warehouses. He spotted a mugging in one of those streets. A teen jackal wished to rob a port worker with a revolver. The man, who towered over his assailant, was in the process of giving him his wallet and his plastic watch when Batman appeared on the light post above the young criminal. Using his bat claw, the youth was grabbed and pulled up before being released and clumping to the ground. Batman jumped on top of him, giving him a couple of kicks to get the revolver out of the equation. "Thanks, Bat, this kid wanted my lunch money," the victim said while checking the gun, and he added with a smile, "He ain't got no bullets here, lucky prick, had I known that." The bat went back to gliding through the night sky once the patrolmen got the young criminal in their car. He glided towards Burnley, keeping an eye on the families who started their days by getting their kids in the school bus and getting themselves on a taxi or bus to go to work. The microphones on his bat ears, that so far had captured night conversations about dastardly deeds, were now listening to families talking to neighbors, arguing with their kids, having their morning rituals and all the familiar sounds of early morning. Each Gotham night was a nightmare for the victims of crime, but the nightmare was nearly over. Batman spotted a trio of goons tailing a mother and her 2 daughters. They had missed the bus and the mom was too busy chastising her young to notice the 3 suspicious men getting closer with knives on their hands. "No, not today," he thought to himself, "I won't let you get away with it today." He descended quickly and landed in front of the mother and her kids. He threw 3 dull-edged batarangs against the criminals' faces and jumped over the kids towards the criminals, punching and using his cowl as a weapon to keep them on the ground. The criminals panicked and fought back, but the bat was faster and stronger, leaving them bruised and in plastic cuffs in less than a minute. He looked back and the mother and her kids were gone. "Tagged," Robin's in 2 minutes, announced Duke. Batman looked at the sky, it was transforming quickly. The night sky, the purple-reddish hue, was changing as the sun was coming out. The nightmare was over. The day had begun. It was 6 a.m. in another Gotham day. Batman looked up, the jet plane was above him, holding a wide brown net. He shot the grapple gun for the net one last time and was lifted away as the uniformed Robin were picking the criminals off the ground. The Batwing flew on automatic pilot towards its hidden hangar inside the Bristol Cliffs. The Batman of Gotham shut down the plane for its morning routine check. He got off the vehicle and tiredly walked to the Batcave under the Bristol Cemetery. Duke seemed too tired to walk, he had gone through 6 energy drinks already. "I'm going to hit the shower, get out of my skin and into a suit, how about you?" asked the caped crusader. Duke yawned and walked slowly towards his table by the Bat computer to gather his things, and said, "Me? I'm going to bed. Nights seem endless these days." Batman took off his cowl and connected it to a special charger in his work table. "If you need me, I'll be clueless corporate suit Bruce Wayne, I'll be in my office going through tonight's intel," said Batman, taking off his utility belt and organizing it in the table, so that in 12 hours he could wear it again. "Tonight, we'll do it again, and tomorrow night, and the night after that until we win." Batman stated, "Get some sleep, Duke, thanks for everything." Duke grumbled an answer and dragged his feet out of the Batcave. Batman took out his costume, or uniform as he thought of it, and let Bruce Wayne breathe for a second. He would go over the cowl's recording, carefully gathering and organizing the videos. Bruce Wayne smiled and got into the shower, letting the night's sweat and the city's grime off his body. It had to work, it had to, there was nothing else left to explore, no other option, no miracle cure, it had to be done, carried out. As he had told Harper, Bluebird, when he hired her, "Harper, this either works or I'm left with nothing, I don't have the type of capital to mount any significant operation and I'll never change Gotham 9 to 5 office work, drudgery and monotony. That's my final play with Gotham." Bruce Wayne left the Batcave in a sharp suit and exited the mausoleum, walking calmly to his car and whistling a song he had heard during the night's patrol. He would sleep in the office, it helped his image. His phone was filled of messages he needed to catch up on, the unrelenting march of corporate life was pulling him and he forgot his bruised knuckles, the sound of broken bones, the pathetic squealing of the criminals under his boot, and filled his head with the concerns of a CEO of a private security company. He would attend his gym in company of executives and nepotist directors, keeping him physically able. He would pour himself in investigation, with dozens of delicate cases that he kept to himself, keeping his mind active and able. Bruce Wayne drove slowly to Batman Incorporated through the morning commute that practically paralyzed the streets of Gotham. The endless American midnight's infinite darkness gave way to the future. The Batman of Gotham was ready.
I could have